Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 190 Black's Terrifying Talent. During the past few days, Lin Yuan had been climbing the Star Tower. He had already fought from the 80th floor to the 100th floor. And if he went any further, he would take part in the promotion duel. When climbing from the 80th floor to the 100th floor, all of Lin Yuan's opponents possessed gold phase. After the 90th floor, Lin Yuan had encountered plenty of Spirit Kai professionals that possessed 2 gold phase. However, the grade of the gold phase wasn't considered high. Nonetheless, when Lin Yuan used the gold legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, these duels weren't that difficult to win. In fact, even though Chimey had become a fantasy breed and obtained the new exclusive skill Radiant Body, Lin Yuan hadn't used it until now. During the climb from the 80th floor to the 100th floor, the strongest gold Fey Lin Yuan had encountered was only a gold VII flawless Fey. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's grade might be gold I, but its quality was legend. The gold I legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's actual strength was actually superior to gold VII flawless phase. Furthermore, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was an assassin that hid in the Sea of Flowers, allowing it to land sneak attacks. Lin Yuan had also encountered a Spirit Kai professional that had been livestreaming when fighting in the Star Tower. The live streamer had been none other than the Spirit Kai professional that possessed the gold VII flawless Fey. Therefore, it was also the first time Lin Yuan's Acid Corrosion Queen Bee appeared in the Star Web netizens' eyes. This had also solved the mystery as to how Lin Yuan had instantly killed that feminine man's 2 phase. The case of the 2 blood flowers that had blossomed in the Sea of Flowers had finally been cracked. On the Star Web, Lin Yuan's popularity was simply through the roof. At the same time, some questions were brought up in the Star Web. Isn't Black a healing type Spirit Kai professional? Why haven't we seen Black using a healing type Fey? When in combat, he actually became a combat class Spirit Kai professional. Had it not been for Redthorn's appearance that had immediately proved Black's identity, even if Black's fans and fan leader Liu Lang insisted, not many would believe that Lin Yuan was Black. That was because Lin Yuan had never used any healing type Fey. He had been using combat class Feys to climb the tower, so everyone found the same problem: Lin Yuan's talent. A Spirit Kai professional's talent was always viewed with different levels. Most of the Spirit Kai professionals would be compatible with one species and one type of Fey, like Defense-type beetle species Feys. Of course, there was also a difference in strength. For example, if a Spirit Kai professional was compatible with Power Offense-type tiger species Feys, while the other was compatible with Power Offense-type goat species Feys, the strength difference would be easier to differentiate. Tiger species Feys did have stronger combat strength than goat species Feys when at the same grade. The law of nature determines such superiority. In the natural world, tigers would definitely eat goats. Of course, such superiority would only exist when the grade was equivalent. However, not all tiger species Feys were able to defeat goat species Feys of the same grade. There were also some rare Feys among the goat species Feys. The wind-speed rapid antelope that Lin Yuan had nurtured was such an example. It was able to fly with the use of wind elements, making it extremely fast. Therefore, regular tiger species Feys might not be able to defeat the wind-speed rapid antelope. However, ordinary folks with a poor family background who were compatible with Power Offensive-type tiger species Feys might wish that they were compatible with Power Offensive-type goat species Feys. Tiger species Feys weren't as common, and if one wasn't from a prestigious family, they wouldn't be able to afford a tiger species Fey. In addition, when evolving tiger species Feys, more precious spiritual ingredients were required. For people like Chusai, who was compatible with all Defensive-type Feys, her talent was considered top-notch in the entire Radiance Federation. As a Defensive-type Spirit Kai professional, Chusai wouldn't be restricted by her talent when choosing Defensive-type Feys and could choose them freely according to her desired combination. This way, it would allow her contracted Feys to form a flawless combat style that was suitable for her. When combat class Spirit Kai professionals dueled, The Fae's individual strength was one factor. When fighting against a lower ranked opponent, one could use the difference in grade to suppress the opponent and win. But when fighting against an evenly matched opponent, the combination and coordination of the Faes would be the crucial factor. Black had far too many combinations when using Faes in combat, and there wasn't a regular rhythm. Thus, the people on Star Web had started guessing Black's talent. No matter how they discussed it, they couldn't find a definite answer. There were plenty of low-ranked scholars and Fae observers that conducted an analysis of Faes Black had used in duels. They then published their own articles based on their opinions. Unexpectedly, when they published their articles, Star Web's netizens flamed those scholars and Fae observers based on Black's summon phase. Apart from defensive-type phase, he had already used almost every other type of phase. In fact, people were speculating about Lin Yuan like this largely because of Chimey. Back when Lin Yuan had contracted Chimey, it had been a sound bird that couldn't even be considered a Fae and naturally didn't have any types. Chimey was like the Usneas, which were also a kind of production-type Fae without any combat class types. But when Lin Yuan had evolved Chimey, its combat class capability had awakened. The matter about Black's talent was in constant debate, and ultimately, a Class 4 scholar published an article based on Black's talent. A Class 4 scholar was already considered the pinnacle of the Radiance Federation's knowledge world. Thus, when this Class 4 scholar published this article about Lin Yuan's talent, this guessing game came to an end. The Class 4 scholar's article might have calmed down the commotion, but it made everyone feel more terrified of Black's talent, or it should be his wealth. That Class 4 scholar gave a final verdict by using the appearance of different Faes during the Star Towers duels. The quality of Black's Faes should be extremely high, and Source-type lifeforms were also in his arsenal. The Class 4 scholar also stated that Black would still be the Radiance Federation's top prodigy, even if the Source-type lifeforms were out of the picture. Finally, the Class 4 scholar teased a little in his conclusion, guessing that Black's Faes were all Source-type lifeforms. Of course, everyone treated that part as a joke. Putting aside the rarity of Source-type lifeforms, the harsh requirements to form the contract would already cause plenty of people to get stuck. However, the fact that Black possessed Source-type lifeforms was basically the Class 4 scholar's inarguable verdict. Now that Lin Yuan was at the Star Tower's 100th floor, he would need to fight in the promotion duel if he continued fighting the duels. He was already rather tired now, so he wasn't in a hurry to fight in the promotion duel. Instead, he opened up his personal information card. Star Tower floor 100th floor. Contracted phase. Duel record duels 100. Wins 100. Losses 0. Highest floor 100. When looking at the 100 win rate and recalling how he had climbed up the 100 floors, one floor at a time, Lin Yuan felt deeply that he had obtained something called growth. From the first duel until now, Lin Yuan and his contracted phase had much better teamwork than in the beginning. At the same time, he had a clearer understanding of his phase abilities. Lin Yuan had transformed from a combat newbie into a combat veteran who had his own attitude and perspective. His timing and opportunity to use the abilities would become more proficient with constant duels. But even now, Lin Yuan understood that he still had more room to grow. Lin Yuan knew that from the start of the promotion duel in the Celestial Stairway, he would encounter significantly stronger opponents than the opponents he had met previously. When climbing the Star Tower, every 10 floors would be considered a small segment, and every 20 floors would be considered a major segment. But when climbing the Celestial Stairway, the opponents might have just declined from the top. An unlucky Celestial Stairway 5-star expert might even fall down to the promotion duel and had to restart all over again. Therefore, Lin Yuan understood that the next few duels weren't going to be easy. His consecutive victories might also be stopped. Lin Yuan wasn't really worried about his consecutive victories, as he had never imagined he would be able to win 100 duels consecutively and reach the Celestial Stairway. Lin Yuan felt that when fighting in the Star Web, one should constantly be amending their combat style and temper their combat skill. Therefore, an evenly matched duel was much more precious than a one-sided duel. As of now, Lin Yuan had yet to feel that he had fought a duel that was considered evenly matched. He was in need of such a duel in order to squeeze out his and his contracted partner's potential in battle. Only by failing would Lin Yuan be able to understand what he was lacking. In fact, after the 100 duels, Lin Yuan had already noticed a weakness he had when commanding the Fays in combat. When fighting in the Star Tower, there were two methods to achieve victory. The first was to kill the Spirit Kai professional, and the second was to kill all of the opponent's Fays. Only by achieving either one of the conditions would the duel end. Lin Yuan had also encountered danger before, and if Red Thorn hadn't helped him, he would have been killed by the opponent's sneak attack and lost that duel. Of course, even though Red Thorn had suffered grave injuries to block the attack, the impact had still smashed Lin Yuan's left shoulder bone. Only after such an injury appeared did Lin Yuan understand the importance of survivability for a combat-class Spirit Kai professional. This allowed Lin Yuan to have an accurate objective and direction as to his next contracted Fae. Lin Yuan wanted to form a contract with a Fae that could protect him. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan wasn't compatible with defensive-type Faes. As such, Lin Yuan could only choose to imitate Xin Ying, whose contracted Fae had awakened the exclusive skill, transformation possession. Otherwise, he would need to contract a Source-type life form that could protect him. Chapter 191 Refusing to accept any messages from others. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and gave up on Faes that could learn transformation possession to attach onto the body just like Xin Ying's contracted Fae. Transformation possession and tool transformation were both very rare, and one could only hope to encounter such exclusive skills. If Lin Yuan was to enhance Faes in huge quantities, it would be possible to produce a bronze Fae that awakened the transformation possession exclusive skill. However, given Lin Yuan's current spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to form a contract with a bronze Fae. His remaining spiritual energy wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Lin Yuan knew that he could only choose a Source-type life form with great defense if he wanted to increase his survivability. Nevertheless, Source-type life forms were extremely rare, and every Source-type life form had different abilities. Hence, Source-type life forms that could be used for protection and defense were also things that one could only hope to encounter. Even if Lin Yuan could find one, putting aside whether he could afford it, it was unknown if Lin Yuan could fulfill the conditions to form a contract with it. Lin Yuan had only decided on a direction, and as for how he was going to obtain a Source-type life form to protect himself, there was a need for further planning. After finishing the duel on the 100th floor, Lin Yuan didn't immediately log out of the star web. Instead, he clicked on the notification box that had constantly been flashing. Lin Yuan had never checked on the notifications for Black because he didn't know a lot of people with his Black identity. The only people he knew as Black were Shang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran. Furthermore, they contacted each other with their mobile phones and not through the star web. Therefore, Lin Yuan felt that it was fine for Black not to reply to any of the messages. However, when Lin Yuan logged in as his creation master identity, he would look at the notification box from time to time. Every time Lin Yuan logged into the star web as a creation master, he would feel that all the fans of Purchase with No Loss store were true warriors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to send out close to 10 messages in just 1 or 2 days. Messages were already a lot for Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, when he checked the notification box for Black, he was flabbergasted. Isn't this too many messages? Lin Yuan counted and realized the number of messages had reached 6 digits. These were a few hundred thousands of messages. Not even 5 days had passed since Lin Yuan started using his Black identity to climb the tower. He took a glance at the messages and realized that the first message was from the Star Web officials. The Star Web officials hoped that Lin Yuan could open up a Star Web live stream and receive an interview from the Star Web. At the same time, there was a reporter's contact information at the bottom of the message. Tian Ningning? Lin Yuan didn't even consider and immediately closed the Star Web official's message. He didn't have any plans to start a live stream, nor did he wish to give any interviews. If he wanted to give an interview, he would have already given it back at Millstone Town when the reporters from Ascending Dragon City and Star Web had all been there. He wouldn't have chosen to leave with Xin Ying. Shadowy, and the others. After closing the Star Web official's message, Lin Yuan continued scrolling down the list. He noticed that the next message was from Tian Ningning, the reporter the Star Web official's message had mentioned. When Lin Yuan clicked on Tian Ningning, he noticed that this Star Web reporter had been sending him messages since yesterday morning. She had already sent close to 20 messages. Lin Yuan didn't expect that this Tian Ningning would actually be so persistent. Lin Yuan looked through a few other messages and noticed they were from a few guild clubs that wanted to recruit him. There was even a level guild club that hoped he could go to their guild club for an interview among the guild clubs. After the interview, they would make the necessary arrangements according to his needs. Lin Yuan didn't even think about it and refused. He already planned to build his own guild club, but that thought wasn't firm yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought such a huge piece of land without hesitation. As such, Lin Yuan would never agree to join other guild clubs. The objective of joining a guild club was to compete in the S tournament. If Lin Yuan wanted to compete in the S tournament, he would build his own guild club and gather his own team. The messages in the Star Web's notification box were sorted out by their importance level, in order to prevent messages from officials and guild clubs from getting overlooked. They were all pushed to the top. After reading most of the important messages, Lin Yuan felt that these messages were similar in content. They were either requests for interviews or hoping Lin Yuan could go and join their guild clubs. Lin Yuan felt bored and swept a glance at the messages that weren't indicated as important. He couldn't help raising his brows. No more sorrow, Lord Black. Can you take off your mask and send me a private photo if you think you are ugly? Then treat it as though I didn't ask. Oh, White Black. I wish to have a baby with you. Extra dreams several rain husband. What do you like to eat? Just give me your address, and I will buy your favorite food every day. Finding myself back Black, I will not forgive you in this lifetime. My girlfriend broke up with me because I am not your fan. You better watch out. Right, I will. Lin Yuan felt a waterfall of sweat forming on his body. What were these messages about? When did I get married? I don't even have a girlfriend. And someone is calling me husband. Furthermore, what does it have to do with me when your girlfriend breaks up with you? It is not as if I am breaking up with you. Lin Yuan paid most attention to that full stop, as he had a feeling that it had a hidden meaning. After skimming through the messages, Lin Yuan emptied his notification box and set a restriction, refusing to accept others' messages. He then logged out of the Star Web. Lin Yuan didn't know the shock and commotion his 100th win created. The Star Tower's consecutive wins board was also refreshed. It had taken Lin Yuan only 100 duels to climb from the first floor of the Star Tower to the 100th floor, giving him a 100 win rate. Others might attain such a result, but at least no one had achieved it until now. In fact, Lin Yuan had already broken the record for consecutive wins previously. But having 99 consecutive wins and 100 consecutive wins had a totally different shocking factor. 99 consecutive wins were like a flawless painting that had one of the edges torn off. But 100 consecutive wins meant that the torn edge was mended, making it truly flawless. Black's reputation mainly stemmed from his heroic deed when he had fought against the Pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift at Millstone Town. Subsequently, he gathered more attention because of his exposed talent when climbing the Star Tower. Now that he reached the 100th floor with the 100 win rate and obtained the qualification for the promotion duel, he might still not be as popular as the Radiant's 100 sequence members, but his popularity was already comparable with those celebrity contestants from the S tournament. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was unaware of such things. After logging out as Black, he logged back into the Star Web with his Creation Master identity. He then put up the silver usneas for sale in his store. This time, Lin Yuan set a sale restriction for these 10 pots of silver usneas. It was still first come, first serve, but each individual could only purchase one pot. In just 3 minutes, Lin Yuan realized that all 10 pots of silver usneas had been sold. Chapter 192. This thing is a little too valuable. As soon as the 10 pots of silver usneas were sold, Lin Yuan noticed that purchase with no law store's fan group had also exploded. Lin Yuan was amazed at the speed of these fan members. They were truly fast. The silver usneas might have only been on the store for 3 minutes before selling out. But the news of purchase with no law store selling silver usneas still created a commotion. When this piece of news was spread out, the store's reputation instantly burst upward. The price that Lin Yuan had set for the silver usneas wasn't low. As compared to the silver usneas auction price in the rare lifeform pavilion, the selling price for Lin Yuan's silver usneas was similar. However, silver usneas were simply too rare, and hardly anyone would choose to sell silver usneas through an auction on the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion. If the silver usneas branches were cut and nurtured with a special method, they would quickly grow into elite usneas. The price of elite usneas was already rather high, so a silver usnea could actually be said to be a hen that could lay eggs. Lin Yuan didn't bother about the explosive commotion after he put up the silver usneas for sale in the store. In any case, he wasn't planning to put up new species of rare phase in the future. But the grades of the usneas and spirit siphon goldfish would only continue getting higher. Inside a high-class office building situated within the Radiance Federation's royal capital, a short-haired yet abnormally cute woman was sitting in a sulky mood. She was holding onto a pen and clicking on it repeatedly. At that moment, the colleague of the cute woman walked over and asked, "Ning Ning, has Black not replied to you yet?" The cute woman nodded and said, "There is still no news yet. But I can see that Black's consecutive wins are still increasing on the Star Tower." The colleague patted on Tian Ningning's shoulder and said, "Ning Ning, there is plenty of news on the Star Web for you to report on. You don't have to go on a wild goose chase. If Black isn't willing, isn't it the same to find someone else for the interview?" Tian Ningning shook her head and pouted before replying stubbornly, "Big Sister Fang, I still wish to interview Black. I feel that Black has potential." Tian Ningning felt rather conflicted right now. She was one of Star Web's special columnists, whose numbers didn't exceed 300 in the entire Star Web. One could even say that every special columnist possessed a huge flow of resources on the Star Web. As for Tian Ningning, she had just passed the test officially at the start of this year, becoming the Star Web's special columnist. During this year, Tian Ningning had written plenty of exceptional articles, but she had never found a person that she truly wanted to interview. In fact, Tian Ningning had plenty of good opportunities this year too. Not long ago, one of the X-Sequence members of the Radiance 100 that had been eliminated had started a live stream on the Star Web. That X-Sequence member wanted to invite a special columnist to be his exclusive reporter. That X-Sequence member had privately looked for Tian Ningning and wanted her to be his exclusive reporter, but she politely rejected him. An exclusive reporter was a truly special existence. If Tian Ningning was to sign a contract with someone else to be an exclusive reporter, she would only be able to write reports about the person she had signed a contract with. Simultaneously, only she was eligible to write reports about the person who signed a contract with her. Given this binding form of relationship, Tian Ningning had to be abnormally cautious when making a choice. Only when Black appeared did Tian Ningning have the intention to take the initiative to conduct an interview. However, Tian Ningning's hard-found passion was facing a very realistic problem: Black not replying to her messages. At that moment, Tian Ningning suddenly heard footsteps at the entrance, and she saw her superior walking in. Just as Tian Ningning wanted to say something, she realized that her superior walked straight toward her. "Tian Ningning, have you scheduled for a special interview with Black?" Tian Ningning felt dejected when she heard the question and shook her head. As a result, her superior said, "Black has already achieved 100 consecutive wins on the Star Tower. With a win rate of 100 from the first floor to the 100th floor, he is now qualified to participate in the Celestial Stairway promotion duels. Follow up on this. If you cannot get the special interview in another 3 days, I will ask someone else to follow up on this." Tian Ningning wasn't especially surprised to hear that Black had reached the 100th floor with a 100 win rate. After all, when Tian Ningning had been preparing the interview for Black, she had already thought of the possibility. However, when she heard the actual news, her heart still made a huge thud as she settled on something. "Chief, if I get Black's special interview, I wish to apply to become Black's exclusive reporter." When Tian Ningning's superior heard the statement, he was instantly stunned. When Tian Ningning made that statement, She felt Big Sister Feng pulling her from the side. After a moment, the superior responded, "If this is what you want, then as long as you obtain Black's approval, I can consider." Tian Ningning turned back to see Big Sister Feng looking at her with a disappointed expression after the superior left. "Ningning, with your capability, you can strive to become an exclusive reporter for a Radiance 100 sequence member. Even if Black is popular now, he has yet to climb to the celestial stairway. In addition, Black has never revealed his true appearance to anyone. You should know better than me that most of the fame these days is built upon heroism and mystery. Most importantly, do you know the age of the person behind that mask?" Tian Ningning let out a sweet smile and revealed 2 little dimples as she said, "I know that Big Sister Feng is concerned about me, but I trust my instincts." Big Sister Feng couldn't help but get enraged. "Ningning, this year, the Radiance 100 sequence is going to be sorted out again. Why don't you make contact with the newly recruited sequence members first? It will definitely be better than to become Black's exclusive reporter." Tian Ningning smiled and shook her head. "Big Sister Feng, I will go to the star web and see if Black has replied." After saying that, Tian Ningning logged into the star web to see whether there was any news from Black. After logging in, she was disappointed to see the same outcome. Tian Ningning didn't lose heart and sent another message, only to realize that her message couldn't get through. She found out that Black had activated the reject all messages setting. Tian Ningning was fretting. What should I do now? Finally, Tian Ningning ground her teeth and thought in her heart, I don't believe that I cannot see Black even once. Black should have some ties with the Extreme Guild Club's tournament reserve team's 4 reserve members. Then I shall visit the Extreme Guild Club to see if I can get a chance to speak with Black through those 4 reserve members. While thinking like that, Tian Ningning immediately logged out of the star web and exited the office building. She rode on a flying fei and flew toward the Extreme Guild Club's address. At present, Lin Yuan was enhancing phase. He was enhancing the 3 fish he had found in the icy pool back then. Even with Lin Yuan's experience, the phase he enhanced still shocked him. These are too valuable. How can I have enhanced such a lucky thing? He exclaimed. Chapter 193 Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carp. Lin Yuan had seen these 3 fish at the edge of the pool in the depths of the endless forest and felt that they were rather familiar. So he had subconsciously used true data to check them. If he had not done so, he would not have brought them back. The 3 fish looked gray and were only half a finger long, so they were simply not conspicuous in the water. But thanks to true data, Lin Yuan found out that they were actually the legendary myriad form carps. He was familiar with them, as there were many of them in the pond in the center of the garden outside the Radiant Moon Palace. However, those fish were not ordinary myriad form carps, but a famous koi species of the myriad form carp's evolution. As the name implied, the myriad form carp was a kind of carp that could evolve into different kinds of koi under the catalysis of various spiritual ingredients and spirit kai. Koi was auspicious because it was always linked to good luck. Therefore, the Radiance Federation would also regard koi as the most inferior auspicious phase. Only ordinary koi phase were considered as inferior auspicious phase. However, this was not the case with the evolved koi in the pond in the center of the garden outside the Radiant Moon Palace. The pine snow fallen cherry koi, the golden mountain blowing koi, and the 9-pattern dragon koi were the finest among the koi. Each of them was extremely complex and different in the way spiritual ingredients and spirit kai catalyzed them. The spiritual ingredients used might even be hard to find. Take the pine snow fallen cherry koi as an example. Its body was red and white, and the gap between the colors was not that big. Rather, it was just like a cherry blossom rain on the white snowy ground. The cherry blossom rain on the fish carried a gradation of aesthetics, as though some cherry blossoms had been buried deep in the white snow. Some had fallen on the snow surface, while some were still dancing in the cold snow, unwilling to fall. In addition, the pine snow fallen cherry koi's redand white body had a light pattern of pine needles, which was very beautiful. In the water, it was also like the pine needles blending with the cold snow, and the fallen cherry blossoms and snow are suddenly warm. It was as though a sudden warm cherry blossom rain had bloomed in the water's extreme coldness. The koi in the pond in the center of the Radiant Moon Palace's garden was not a question of whether one could get them for a price in the Radiance Federation. Many people from affluent families who loved koi phase might not even have the chance to see it once in their lives. Even though Lin Yuan was used to seeing those koi in the pond, he was still amazed at the 3 koi he had evolved in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had never expected the 3 myriad form carps would actually evolve into truly auspicious phase after he enhanced them. When he used true data to check them, he found out that they had evolved into dragon phoenix landscape carps. Each of them was nearly 1 meter long, which, of course, referred to their bodies. Their elegant fish scales were even longer than their bodies, and their fins were about 1/2 meter long. A fin cartilage supported the fin and did not look messy at all, only endlessly outstanding. Lin Yuan placed the dragon phoenix landscape carps in the spirit pool, based on their swimming posture. They did not seem like they were swimming, but soaring unrestrainedly. They spread their fins like a phoenix and swung their tails like a dragon. They had a very beautiful posture. Of course, this was not the best thing about them. Their fins and tails that resembled a phoenix and a dragon accounted for the dragon phoenix in their name. The landscape word in their name came from details on their snow-white bodies. The details were like a few drops of pine soot in ink, and the ink would enter a clear pool, creating a vast landscape painting. The rivers and mountains were blended into one scene. The mountains and river drew an outline. The pavilions and kiosks were in myriad forms, and the myriad forms gathered in the magnificent landscape of the rivers and mountains. The plants were decorated with various colors in the landscape, and the dragon phoenix landscape carp was a depiction of the beautiful rivers and mountains. The mountains and rivers did not remain motionless on the carp's body. As it swam, the details on its body would constantly change. Despite the slow change, if one looked at it closely, one would notice the picturesque landscape's endless evolution. The worldly landscape and various scenery were all on the dragon phoenix landscape carp. But if this was the case, even if the landscape's beautiful evolution was converged on it, its auspicious dragon phoenix posture could still not allow it to be called a superior auspicious fae. In fact, the dragon phoenix landscape carp's exclusive skill was the key as to why Lin Yuan had defined it as a superior auspicious fae. Place of life plants do not wither, water does not freeze, and everything that grows under place of life would be in the most comfortable environment and away from disease. Since ancient times, people had been debating about what were auspicious signs and had different definitions on them. Plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums were elegant and not considered auspicious. The osmanthus fragrance contained a touch of nobility, and it could be used as an antidote. Therefore, after the spirit Kai awakening, it was reasonable for the osmanthus to be treated as an inferior auspicious thing. But with the evolution of living things containing spirit Kai, many rare and exotic alien beasts, such as dragon-like snakes, phoenix-like birds, cranes, and turtles, were not truly auspicious. Thus, people were now having more and more debates about auspiciousness, with increasingly harsh judgment on it. Because of this, auspicious creatures were also becoming more and more precious. However, one part of the definition of true auspiciousness that had not changed since ancient times was that those being born as auspicious could protect other living things. This dragon phoenix landscape carp's exclusive skill could protect the living things and set the meaning of landscape beauty. Since Lin Yuan had only enhanced the 3 fish swimming freely in the pond to bronze X epic, the place of life could not show much power. If the dragon phoenix landscape carps were raised in Lin Yuan's manner, they could ensure that the grass, trees, river, and pond within 3 kilometers outside the manor would be under their exclusive skill. The air in Redbed City was drier and not humid, unlike the air in Redbed City, so it was not suitable for bamboo phase growth, which was a type of fae that loved the humidity. If when you had not buried 250 kilograms of high-grade energy ores in the 30-meter bamboo forest behind the manor, the bamboo leaves would have long dropped due to the dry air. Due to place of life, the manor would remain lush and verdant even in midwinter, and the man-made lake would not freeze and would still be surging. At that moment, a dragon phoenix landscape carp suddenly jumped out of the water. Its sudden posture was like the flood dragon coming out of the water and the phoenix breaking through the clouds. As Lin Yuan looked at it suddenly leaping out of the water, he felt that the moment it did that, a part of its details changed suddenly. The corner of the outlined mountains and rivers turned into a rustling river. When he looked at the change, he suddenly felt amazed. Chapter 194 Lin Yuan's Anguish. Lin Yuan suddenly felt as if a magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers had appeared before his eyes. The mountains and rivers were flowing and changing. And the mountains, rivers, canyon, and ocean were changing with the world's transformations. He looked at the ink-dyed rivers and mountains on the dragon phoenix landscape carp that had leaped out of the water, as though 10 years had passed in one glance. But when he returned to his senses and looked at the time, he found that only a few seconds had passed. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a willpower rune that seemed to have a layer of ink color, flowing and changing in the pure whiteness, emerge in his spiritual energy. It was the myriad form willpower rune. He could not help but touch the back of his head. How had he comprehended a willpower rune by just looking at the dragon phoenix landscape carp that had leaped out of the water? He had heard people say that it was very difficult to comprehend a willpower rune, but he really did not feel that way now. Lin Yuan had comprehended a willpower rune from watching the green hills that had been burned by the blazing fire, but still grew out new plants. This willpower rune had fused with the jasmine lily and allowed it to become a fantasy breed. The second willpower rune had formed as the wolves' pack was hunting and massacring the alien insects under the dark night. This willpower rune also long belonged to Redthorn. He had comprehended this third yin-yang willpower rune on the way to the royal capital with Ling Xiao. He had just been sitting on the blue jade Pegasus and observing the alternation between day and night. Lin Yuan had not given this yin-yang willpower rune to any of his fays. He had comprehended the fourth twilight willpower rune from watching the dawn outside Millstone Town and had fused it with Chimey, allowing it to become a fantasy breed twilight starbird. At present, this myriad form willpower rune was his fifth one. The acquisition of this willpower rune made him fall into contemplation. Among his fays, the spirit gather goldfish, blue flash purple butterfly, and genius still did not have suitable willpower runes yet. This willpower rune had an alembracing sense and seemed to have some versatility. It seemed that genius, the spirit gather goldfish, and the blue flash purple butterfly were suitable with it. However, if he had to choose among them, it was very obvious that genius was more suitable. The manifestation of nature itself meant encompassing everything, just like genius intelligence. After Lin Yuan carefully comprehended this myriad form willpower rune, he found that it was perfectly compatible with genius because this willpower rune caused more of a change in appearance rather than knowledge. If other people comprehended a willpower rune that had something in common with their fae, they would be happy to use it immediately. But for his contracted fae, especially genius, which was the first fae to accompany him, he did not want to be negligent on the willpower rune's choice. In Lin Yuan's opinion, he should pair it with the most suitable willpower rune to evolve it into a fantasy breed. If other Spirit Kai professionals knew about his thoughts, they would probably kneel on the floor and call him boss. Comprehending a willpower rune could not be controlled, and it was always a kind of natural gift. The kind of willpower rune one would comprehend was always an unknown. Hence, after most Spirit Kai professionals comprehended a willpower rune, they would look for a bronze fae with high quality that was compatible with their comprehended willpower rune and nurture it. However, such faes were very rare. Therefore, if Spirit Kai professionals could come across a high-quality bronze fae that was somewhat compatible with their willpower rune, most of them would consider it to be a stroke of luck. Not anyone could be like Lin Yuan, who wanted to match his fae with a perfect willpower rune. Lin Yuan was now somewhat helpless, as he did not know when Redthorn would evolve into legend, so he still could not use the willpower rune he had comprehended from the massacre. Although the yin-yang willpower rune and this myriad form willpower rune were two completely different kinds, they were essentially related to change. But so far, Lin Yuan simply did not have such change-related phase or source-type lifeforms to go with these two willpower runes. He could not help but mumble, Having too many willpower runes is really sweet anguish. If it was said before that, the other combat class Spirit Kai professionals would kneel and call him boss. Then, after they heard his words, they would probably want to fight him. As Lin Yuan looked at the 3 bronze epic dragon phoenix landscape carps in the spirit pool, he had his own plans. They were superior auspicious phase without any combat abilities. He did not intend to contract them, nor would he sell them away. Instead, he planned to raise them in his own manner. With the place of life, he would no longer need to take care of the flowers and plants. He made up his mind. When he became a Spirit Kai professional of a higher class, he would evolve the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps from bronze epic to bronze legend. Regarding such superior auspicious phase that could protect a party of living things, Lin Yuan planned to evolve them into fantasy breeds. Of course, with Lin Yuan around, they did not need to rely on themselves to raise their quality or grade, as he could solve that. Therefore, the hurdle that the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps needed to overcome would depend on whether they could comprehend the willpower rune at Diamond X Legend and reach suzerain. Of course, it was still too far to say this right now. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, looked at the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps, and pondered for a while before leaving the spirit lock spatial zone. He did not intend to keep the carps in the manor's pond, but raise them in the manor. The change of the details on their back was just like looking at 3 great ages constantly changing. As the saying went, myriad colors are not as good as ink. Only when the dragon phoenix landscape carps that swam like a dragon and phoenix were raised in the manor could he regularly observe them and enjoy their elegance. The manor had a total of 3 floors, and the kitchen, dining hall, and living room were interconnected. Therefore, it was good to set up a fish tank that could be used as a wall decoration to separate the kitchen and dining hall from the living hall. Lin Yuan roughly measured the wall's length and realized it was not much different from the fish tank he imagined. He planned to set up a 9-meter long and 2-meter wide fish tank as a wall decoration. Its length was 0.1 meters away from a whole number. When life was too complete, it would not last. So with less of a perfection, it was more in line with being auspicious. The 2-meter wide fish tank could also completely let the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carp swim and be used to raise them. As for the water in the tank, he could just connect it to the man-made lake outside. Since the dragon phoenix landscape carps could purify water, if he connected the fish tank and the man-made lake, the man-made lake's water quality could also be improved most perfectly. But such an enormous fish tank was not readily available and needed to be custom-made. At present, Lin Yuan's manor was filled with an ancient feeling. In the past few days, Wen Yu had purchased many compatible appliances with the manor, and together with the jade-like furniture, the house looked rather appealing. Although Lin Yuan did not have OCD, he did not want to use something out of place to destroy the mansion's overall beauty, so he did not intend to custom-make a huge metal fish tank. Instead, he decided on the fish tank material. Chapter 195 How Pretentious. There were many jade-like wooden materials and red sandalwood in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had gotten the completely jade-like sandalwood when he had cleaned up the backyard in the Xia region's Fei store and disassembled the old shelves. When he had taken over the store, there had been 6 shelves in the store. He then later supported the store alone, and due to health reasons, only 1 shelf was left. After disassembling the 5 shelves, he had gotten a huge batch of red sandalwood and placed them in the spirit lock spatial zone. At present, the red sandalwood had turned into a jade-like red-purple color, with a faint red sandalwood grain on it. The grains made it seem as though a faint purple cloud was vaguely rising, looking like a propitious omen. As Lin Yuan looked at this jade-like red sandalwood material and the rising purple cloud, he felt it was a wonderful message. These red sandalwood materials were worthy of the 3 superior and auspicious dragon phoenix landscape carps. At that moment, Wen Yu was instructing some gardeners, who were taking care of the mansion greenery, to plant some normal plant phase in the various parts of the mansion. With the 250 kilograms of high-grade energy ores and the protection from the place of life, perhaps after some time, these normal plants would have the opportunity to become elite. Liu Jai went out to buy spiritual ingredients at that moment. Ever since Lin Yuan had put that pot of white jade snow orchid in the kitchen, he particularly liked to buy a bunch of spiritual ingredients and put them on the kitchen shelves. Anyway, with the white jade snow orchid around, these spiritual ingredients would not deteriorate. Even if some plant spiritual ingredients had their roots broken, they would still become fresher the longer they were kept. Lin Yuan called a speed-hoofed donkey car and headed toward a very famous spirit craftsman store in the royal capital. He preferred to travel in the royal capital with a speed-hoofed donkey car than a flying fae. The speed-hoofed donkey car could let him experience the bustle and noise in the royal capital, feel the earthly food fragrance, and let him calm down. The driver chatted with Lin Yuan about his family's daily life along the way and was very enthusiastic. The car was traveling on the road when a young girl about the same age as Chu Sai ran on the side of the road and reached out to stop it with a particularly anxious look. The middle-aged driver turned around and looked at Lin Yuan, which was him asking Lin Yuan if there were passengers on the speed-hoofed donkey car and the driver wanted to take another passenger on the way. They had to obtain the passenger's consent. Lin Yuan naturally would not mind it, so he waved his hand and said, "Uncle, I have no opinions." The driver was actually very willing to take another passenger. As this was akin to earning more money, he stopped at the side of the street, and the young girl got in the car and hurriedly thanked them. "Thank you, Uncle, young brother." She was very cheerful, and after she got in the car, she no longer looked anxious. It was difficult to get a car here, and one had to wait for some time, even if they booked one on the star web. The young girl was now relieved. Lin Yuan noticed that she was carrying a frog-shaped school bag and thought that she was a student. After the young girl thanked them, she immediately looked at Lin Yuan and asked pleadingly, "Young brother, can you let the driver take me to the Royal Capital Spirit Kai Intermediate Academy for lessons first? Last night, my mother got drunk and forgot to wake me up this morning." Lin Yuan did not expect this young girl to be a student of the Royal Capital Spirit Kai Intermediate Academy. It was an academy affiliated with the Spirit Kai Advanced Academy. Most of the students who graduated from the Spirit Kai Intermediate Academy could go straight to the Spirit Kai Advanced Academy. "No problem. The place I'm going to happens to pass by the academy." Then, he said to the middle-aged driver in front, "Sir, she looks quite anxious. Send her directly to the Royal Capital Spirit Kai Intermediate Academy's teaching building before dropping me at my place." The academy allowed speed-hoofed donkey cars that had been certified in the royal capital. Because the academy was huge, students who went to school by the speed-hoofed donkey car were allowed to drop at the teaching building entrance. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the middle-aged driver smiled and replied, "Young brother, you're so nice." Lin Yuan could not help but feel a little dumbfounded. He should not be considered being nice. As he was on his way, people would always meet with difficulties outside, so they needed to understand each other. Why did this driver deem him as a nice person? Lin Yuan looked at the young girl sitting next to him, who was holding a frog school bag, and thought, "This young girl is pretty quiet. Such girls tend to calm down when they learn some theoretical knowledge." At that moment, a cell phone rang in her little frog bag. The young girl took out her cell phone and looked at it before roaring, "Fatty wank. You bastard, well just break up. Why did you have to use my account to scold our teacher in charge?" When Lin Yuan heard this, he quickly erased his earlier thoughts. How did she have a quiet character? Then, the young girl said, "My mother drank too much. When she saw me looking at the information of a spiritual ingredient analyst, she beat me up, with the reason that I was too pretentious. Let me tell you, Fatty Wang, I'm in a very bad mood now. When I reach school, you'll find your teacher in charge and tell him that I was the one who helped do all your homework before." Lin Yuan almost snorted out loud. The reason of her being pretentious was acceptable. She already had a partner, and they were torturing each other. Young people nowadays were really not simple. At the teaching building entrance, the young girl bade farewell to Lin Yuan and the driver before she rushed in with her frog school bag. Lin Yuan could not help but be dumbfounded. Her speed could probably reach an elite blackback mountain boars. Soon, the speed-hoofed donkey car sent him to his destination. which was a very famous spirit craftsman store in the royal capital. There were many kinds of spirit craftsmen. A Class 4 spirit craftsman team had built Lin Yuan's mansion based on the blueprint. There were more of such spirit craftsmen who did construction, while those manufacturing small pieces of furniture and ornaments were relatively rare because rough carving was simpler. Besides carving an ornament into an exquisite shape, one also had to pay attention to depicting the demeanor, texture, and style. The Class 4 spirit craftsmen in this store specialized in manufacturing furniture and ornaments. However, the reviews of the spirit craftsman store on Star Web were very extreme. 1/10 of the people expressed that the store's items were great, while the remaining people said that the store owner was a lunatic. When Lin Yuan was about to enter the store, he noticed 2 people coming out. They looked rather annoyed and muttered, "He's really crazy." Lin Yuan now knew how those ratings that the store owner was a lunatic had come about. When he walked into the store, he realized that the store was simply jaw-dropping. He was not amazed at how exquisite the store had been built, but because the store was built exactly like a KTV studio. Chapter 196 Crane Shadowed Sensor. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting as to what kind of taste the owner had to design the store in this manner. He was looking at the hanging lamp that was shining with 7 different colors in broad daylight. When he exchanged looks with the burly man that was seated on his recliner, the burly man let out a sinister smile and said, "Gather at the village entrance, bring along your own cement one." The burly man didn't even take a look at Lin Yuan, who had just walked in and used his most accustomed greeting. Today's rule is to prepare your own spiritual material. If the spiritual material reaches my standard, each carving I make will be 100 radiance dollars. If the spiritual material is bigger than this piece I have on my hand, I will carve it for you for free, but the shavings shall be left behind as my compensation. After speaking, the burly middle-aged man lifted his hand and placed an abnormally exquisite censer on the table. Lin Yuan actually doubted this burly man's sense of beauty at first, but he was immediately attracted after seeing the censer. The craftsmanship on this censer was truly too detailed. The censer looked as though it was carved with red crown cranes that were ready to take flight. When illuminated by the lamplight, it looked as if crane images were flying out of the censer. If some agar wood incense and swirling with white smoke, along with the crane images, were added to the censer, it would truly be graceful. Lin Yuan didn't waste any time and took out a piece of red sandalwood that had turned jade-like in texture. It was glowing with reddish-purple luster and looked as though it was wrapped in a bundle of purple aura. As soon as Lin Yuan took out this jade-textured red sandalwood, the burly man who was originally reading his book jumped off from his recliner and said, "It is actually red sandalwood that has complete jade texture. This is a precious item that is very rare. Tell me, what do you wish to carve?" Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to reply. Instead, he pointed at the crane shadowed censer and asked, "Senior, how many carves did it take you to make this censer?" The burly man immediately replied, "I used 30 carves." While speaking, he picked up the crane shadowed censer and rubbed it with his palm. It was obvious that he was fond of this crane shadowed censer. Lin Yuan didn't expect that just the craftsmanship of this crane shadowed censer cost 3 radiance dollars, and the material cost wasn't even factored in yet. Radiance dollars wasn't a small sum, and it was enough to purchase a regular platinum fay. No wonder this burly man was a Class 4 spirit craftsman. The price of his craftsmanship was truly extraordinary. When the burly man noticed that Lin Yuan didn't talk after hearing the price, he said, "If you use this jade-textured red sandalwood as the base, I can carve one for you for free, but the shavings of the jade-textured red sandalwood will be left for me." Lin Yuan shook his head in response, as he had other use for the shavings of this jade-textured red sandalwood. When building the fish tank with this jade-textured red sandalwood, the amount of carving required would certainly produce plenty of shavings. If all the shavings were left for this burly man, Lin Yuan felt that he would be making a loss. In addition, Lin Yuan was planning to use the shavings of this completely jade-textured red sandalwood as a decoration at the fish tank's bed. Lin Yuan extended his hand to break off a piece of this jade-textured red sandalwood, which was the size of half a fist, and said, I can give Senior this piece of jade-textured red sandalwood as compensation. I wonder what the Senior thinks. The burly man's eyes nearly popped out when Lin Yuan broke off a piece of this completely jade-textured red sandalwood. If this piece of jade-textured red sandalwood belonged to him, he would have already beaten up Lin Yuan. In the eyes of a spirit craftsman, for any kind of material, the bigger the size of the material, the better it was to create exquisite designs. As for small-sized materials, the design would be restricted. However, the burly man didn't have any opinion in regards to Lin Yuan's proposed compensation. Even as a Class 4 spirit craftsman, the burly man might be rich, but if he wanted to get his hands on materials like this jade-textured red sandalwood, he would have to depend on his luck, as such things were always rare in supply. Every usage would only decrease the overall supply. On the market, most of the products were already carved and sculpted. It was very rare to find such a material that wasn't carved at all. As for this small piece of jade-textured red sandalwood that was only the size of half a fist, it shouldn't be a problem to carve out 2 signets. In this burly man's heart, he might still think that the youth's suggested compensation was too much, but he wouldn't refuse such an offer. However, the burly man quickly understood why he deserved such compensation, as it was simply a huge project. When Lin Yuan saw the burly man nodding, he immediately took a huge batch of jade-textured red sandalwood out of his diamond face storage box. Even though the burly man was experienced, knowledgeable, and had carved all sorts of rare materials, he was still dazzled by this batch of jade-textured red sandalwood that took up a fifth of his store space. If he didn't support himself by holding onto the table, he would have fallen back into his recliner. When so much jade-textured red sandalwood was brought out, it immediately overwhelmed the 7-colored hanging lamp and covered the entire store with a purple aura. After a long period, the burly man finally came back to his senses, but was still unable to make a single statement. Lin Yuan then informed the burly man of his request for the fish tank. Subsequently, he weighed this batch of jade-textured red sandalwood together with the burly man before signing an agreement for this project. For precious materials like the jade-textured red sandalwood and in such huge quantities, the agreement for the project was extremely harsh. Therefore, Lin Yuan wasn't afraid that this Class 4 spirit craftsman would violate the agreement and embezzle his material. If the Class 4 spirit craftsman did so, what awaited this Class 4 spirit craftsman wouldn't just be a review of being lunatic by 90 of the customers. He would really be facing a reputation default. At the same time, he would have to repay the debt and be punished severely. Lin Yuan had plenty of requests for the red sandalwood fish tank and had discussed the details with the burly man. As Lin Yuan continued to look at the crane-shadowed sensor, he couldn't help but feel it was extremely exquisite and increasingly pleasant to the eyes. He then asked the burly man, "Senior, I wondered if you have any plans to sell this crane-shadowed sensor." If anyone else asked like this previously, the burly man would have chased them out of his store. This crane-shadowed sensor was the burly man's adored masterpiece. As he had carved it when he became a Class 4 spirit craftsman, he had always cherished it like a treasure. However, after seeing so much jade-textured red sandalwood, the burly man was tempted and finally gnashed his teeth before sighing, "Give me another piece of jade-textured red sandalwood of the same size, and you can take this sensor." Lin Yuan picked up this crane-shadowed sensor and observed it. He realized that the material used to carve this sensor was the dragonblood golden silk bamboo that wasn't completely jade-textured. Lin Yuan had to admit that carving red-crowned cranes on the dragonblood golden silk bamboo was truly fitting for the concept. While the cranes rested in the bamboo forest, their shadows were so relaxed. Furthermore, the dragonblood golden silk bamboo was a wood material that was more precious than the red sandalwood. In terms of value, the dragonblood golden silk bamboo, which wasn't completely jade-textured, wasn't as valuable as the jade-textured red sandalwood that had the same size. However, the price difference wouldn't be too significant. Moreover, Lin Yuan could see that the Class 4 spirit craftsman was rather hesitant to sell this crane-shadowed sensor. Lin Yuan knew that if he continued hesitating, this burly man might just change his mind, and Lin Yuan would lose the chance of owning this crane-shadowed sensor. The lesson Lin Yuan had learned when purchasing the butterfly cocoons was something that he had yet to forget. So he accepted the deal decisively. This crane-shadowed sensor might not be completely jade-textured, but it was a small matter for Lin Yuan. As long as he placed it in the spirit-lock spatial zone for some time, the dragonblood golden silk bamboo used to carve the crane-shadowed sensor would undergo a transformation. After making the arrangements, Lin Yuan left his address. The burly man would deliver the fish tank to Lin Yuan after half a month. After completing his objective, Lin Yuan returned to the mansion. He was preparing to challenge the promotion duel after reaching the Star Tower's 100th floor. Chapter 190 Source Type Lifeform Earth Rush Golden Lotus. When Lin Yuan returned to the manor, he noticed that Wen Yu was holding a sprinkling can and watering an Earth Rush Golden Lotus that was planted in front of the manor. This Earth Rush Golden Lotus wasn't a decorative fay for the manor, but in fact, it was a source-type lifeform contracted by Wen Yu. Wen Yu originally didn't have the Earth Rush Golden Lotus. However, after becoming Lin Yuan's assistant, in order to allow Wen Yu to be of better help to Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress had bestowed this precious source-type lifeform, Earth Rush Golden Lotus, to Wen Yu. This silver flawless Earth Rush Golden Lotus could be said to be an exceptional helper for creation masters, but it had a habit, and that was to bask in at least 6 hours of sun every day. The Earth Rush Golden Lotus would only develop well only with 6 hours of sun a day. If it didn't have at least 6 hours of sun, the Earth Rush Golden Lotus would look like it was going to wither and lifeless. As for the bronze epic white jade snow orchid and Lin Yuan's silver fantasy jasmine lily, those were plants that didn't have an especially high requirement for sunlight. The indoor refraction of light was already enough for the white jade snow orchid and the jasmine lily. Recently, Lin Yuan didn't release all of his fays on the outside and allowed them to live in the mansion. The silver fantasy jasmine lily, the silver fantasy chimey, and the bronze ivy epic red thorn all required to increase their grade and evolve. Therefore, Lin Yuan had placed the jasmine lily and chimey into the spirit lock spatial zone. The high concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone was able to constantly enhance the jasmine lily and chimey. As for red thorn, Lin Yuan placed it inside the leaf-shaped fey storage box, allowing red thorn to pick its preference among the dimensional life forms to consume and evolve itself. As of now, Lin Yuan truly didn't have any method to enhance red thorn, so it was the slowest to advance in grade among his fays. Red thorn's evolution speed was even slower than chimey's and the jasmine lilies, even though the two latter fays were silver fantasy. If Lin Yuan wanted, he could enter seclusion for a few months, and would be able to upgrade chimey and the jasmine lily from silverite to silver Roman too. However, red thorn could only rely on itself to consume massive amounts of flesh and blood in order to evolve. In fact, red thorn's progression was the normal progression of a spirit chi professional's fey. Nonetheless, red thorn's progression should still be significantly faster than other fays. At the very least, red thorn didn't need to fret about not having even blood and flesh from dimensional life forms. At present, red thorn was consuming massive amounts of Class 1 dimensional life forms and consuming small quantities of Class 2 and Class 3 dimensional life forms. The corpse of a Class 3 dimensional life form was already equivalent to a gold fey corpse. Therefore, red thorn's daily food expenses would be at least 500 radiance dollars. This was because red thorn was only eating the cheaper Class 3 dimensional life forms first. After days and months, it was unknown how much more resources red thorn would require. Such a supply of food and resources was something that many regular spirit chi professionals wouldn't be able to provide. Thus, it was easy to see how difficult it was for regular spirit chi professionals to upgrade the grade and quality of their fays. Since red thorn was in the leaf-shaped fey storage box, as red thorn's tenant and also no one bootlicker, the acid corrosion queen bee was naturally staying in the same place as red thorn. For the acid corrosion queen bee, any place with red thorn was paradise. The acid-swallowing larvae was already absorbing massive amounts of acid from red thorn and starting to produce and store acid-swallowing larvae. Genius. The blue flash purple butterfly and the spirit gather goldfish couldn't upgrade into a fantasy breed because of willpower runes. Although he had to stall their quality and grade, they were all getting busier with their lives. Recently, Chimey had always been around Genius and researching something. Every time he saw Genius and Chimey together, he would be able to feel Chimey's expectation and excitement while also feeling Genius' helplessness. As for the blue flash purple butterfly, ever since the jasmine lily had upgraded into a fantasy breed, the blue flash purple butterfly would land on the jade-colored flower of the jasmine lily whenever it had nothing to do. It was truly living a carefree and peaceful life. On the other hand, the aloof and tyrannic spirit-gather goldfish, Blackie, was now constantly fetching the butterfly shells at the bottom of the spirit pool to feed the female 5-fortune Ranchu in order to gain its favor. Upon seeing that his fays were getting busier, more carefree, and more loving, Lin Yuan was rather delighted as their contractor. When you saw Lin Yuan and immediately put down her sprinkling can, she smiled and said, "Yum, master. I just boiled a pot of tea. It is on the table." Lin Yuan nodded. The tea leaves in this mansion weren't bought by Lin Yuan, they were delivered from the Radiant Moon Palace. These tea leaves were planted by the tea attendants in the Radiant Moon Palace to make spirit tea. There was quite a mix of the platinum dark dream fragrant tea's leaves among the tea leaves. In this deep, chilly autumn, when drinking a sip of the tea that was fused with platinum dark dream fragrant tea, it would immediately expel the chilly feeling from the body and invigorate the spirit. After entering the house, he poured a cup of spirit tea. The teapot that was made of Dihua porcelain didn't have any traces of patterns, giving it a clean and comfortable feeling. A glazing color also accompanied it. The teacups were also made of the same Dihua porcelain material. This clean teacup was poured with amber-colored tea. When the tea emitted that elegant fragrance, it was truly soothing. Lin Yuan took out a piece of ink-black jade-textured agarwood. He then put some shavings of the jade-textured agarwood into the crane-shadowed censer before lighting up the shavings. When put together with the jade-textured furniture, the censer was emitting a gentle halo. It looked as though shadows of cranes were flying around in a lively manner. The crane shadows had a sunset color and were spiraling upward. It was unknown if the sunset color was fusing into the smoke, or the smoke was fusing into the sunset color. The spiraling of smoke and sunset color mixture gave off a feeling that was close to being an illusion. This illusory feeling from the crane shadows made it feel as though one was ascending to immortality. The smell of agarwood was mixed with the fragrance from the dark dream fragrant tea. This mixture and fusion didn't have any conflict, as though the calm and steady agarwood was placed in a dreamlike place. It was totally able to let a person's tense-up mind relax. Once the fragrance entered the nose, it would disperse the entire body of fatigue. It just so happened that when Liu Jai came out of the kitchen, he saw the scene. After the repeated surprises, Liu Jai was already accustomed, and his eyes were already opened up significantly. However, when seeing this scene, Liu Jai couldn't help being amazed again. Instead of being amazed, it was better to say he was intoxicated. As the crane shadow swirled with the sunset color, one could only describe this scene as seagulls and herons flying freely without worries. When Lin Yuan saw Liu Jai, he conveniently poured a cup of spirit tea for Liu Jai in the Dihua porcelain teacup. Liu Jai then put down the spoon sweets that he had just prepared in the kitchen. Chapter 198 A Duel. The spoon sweets were made with dozens of different silver ingredients mixed with the gold elder maple's maple syrup. It was a kind of extremely nutritious per-meal dessert. Liu Jai took the tea from Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, I've already received the invitation to the private auction that I mentioned previously. It will be held at 7 o'clock in the evening 3 days later on the 3rd floor of the Rare Lifeform Pavilion." Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Has news of the source-type creatures spread?" Liu Jai nodded solemnly and said, "The reason why the private auction is held is that 2 of the 5 members of this King-class team have comprehended a willpower rune in a Class 3-dimensional rift. In order to gather resources to exchange for high-grade phase that are suited to one's willpower rune, I heard that a total of 3 source-types items will be put on auction." Liu Jai's words immediately piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Lin Yuan had thought that there would only be 1 source-type item at this private auction. It was normal to use source-type items as an attraction to promote this private auction. However, he never expected that this private auction would auction off a total of 3 source-type items. Lin Yuan thought that even if he couldn't obtain the source-type items that could provide him protection, at the very least, he could see if any spiritual energy items were suitable for the additional willpower rune in his spiritual energy. As for this king-class team, others might not be able to produce bronze phase with high quality, but for Lin Yuan, it was just a piece of cake. Since the king-class team had chosen to auction these 3 source-type items, it meant that the conditions for the contract were not compatible with the king-class team. However, the conditions of contracting each source-type creature were completely different. These 3 source-type items weren't compatible with the king-class team, but they weren't necessarily incompatible with others. Lin Yuan was too worried about this. After lunch, Lin Yuan returned to his room. Just as he was about to log into StarWeb, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Lin Yuan picked up the call when he saw that it was from Zhang Xiaobai. The moment he picked up the phone, Lin Yuan heard Zhang Xiaobai say, "Black, do you have any exclusive reporters from StarWeb?" When Lin Yuan heard Zhang Xiaobai address him in that manner, he knew that it had something to do with his identity as Black. If he called him in private, Zhang Xiaobai would directly call him Lin Yuan. After hearing Zhang Xiaobai's words, Lin Yuan probably knew that it was because he had set up an automatic rejection of everybody on StarWeb. StarWeb couldn't contact him, but they knew that he was familiar with Zhang Xiaobai and the others because of the battle outside Millstone Town. Thus, they sought him out through Zhang Xiaobai and the others via the Extreme Guild Club. "I don't have any exclusive reporters, but I don't accept any interviews. It's too troublesome." Zhang Xiaobai strongly agreed with him and said, "I think so too. Interviews are too troublesome." At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Zhang Xiaobai exclaim right on the heels of Xin Ying taking the phone. "Lin Yuan, Xin Ying, you've already started the advancement matches for the Celestial Stairway. After you get on the Celestial Stairway, there will be recordings of your Star Web Tower battles in the Star Web Tower's video library. An exclusive reporter isn't just doing interviews, but is also responsible for all the news articles and combat reports related to you." Xing Ying said it very seriously. This was because there were less than 300 special columnists in the Star Web Tower. If Lin Yuan could have such a Star Web column reporter and have them become an exclusive reporter, it would undoubtedly help his future development. Furthermore, with an exclusive reporter, it could reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble for Lin Yuan. Xing Ying treated Lin Yuan as a friend, so she naturally had to consider many things from his perspective. Xing Ying was a carefree person, but she was also meticulous, so she didn't want Lin Yuan to suffer from missing opportunities. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Sister Ying, help me reply to that StarWeb reporter. I'll contact them on StarWeb in a few days." When Xin Ying heard that, she said, "The column reporter for StarWeb is called Tan Ningning. I'll tell her to wait a while. When the time comes, if you and Tan Ningning have any requests you find disagreeable when discussing private, just reject them. Choose your exclusive reporter. The decision of the conditions is in your hands." Xin Ying was previously afraid that Lin Yuan would miss the opportunity, but now, Xin Ying was afraid that Lin Yuan would be at a disadvantage when discussing the exclusive reporter contract with Tan Ningning. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan couldn't help but give a knowing smile. In the life and death battle under Millstone Town, perhaps Lin Yuan's greatest gain was 4 friends who had experienced life and death with him. During the conversation he had with Xin Ying on the phone just now, Lin Yuan could sense that Xin Ying was concerned and considerate for him. Lin Yuan didn't care much about the matter regarding an exclusive reporter. However, since this Star Web column reporter named Tan Ningning had gone all the way to the Extreme Guild Club, she had already shown her sincerity. Putting aside the matter of signing the contract, it was not a big problem to discuss it on StarWeb. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan logged into StarWeb. Lin Yuan was already prepared for the Celestial Stairway advancement match. This was likely the biggest challenge since he had started climbing the tower. When Lin Yuan arrived at the advancement zone, which was over 100 levels in Star Web Tower, he directly did a matchup. There were a total of 3 rounds in the advancement match in Star Web Tower. Lin Yuan only needed to win 2 rounds to directly ascend the celestial stairway. Soon, Lin Yuan was matched to his opponent. Lin Yuan took a look at the other party's information and couldn't help but feel that the Wang Shuai he had met before couldn't be considered a liver emperor. The person called Chen Hengfeng was the true liver emperor. Lin Yuan was observing Chen Hengfeng's star web battle results. While Chen Hengfeng was also observing Lin Yuan's results, Chen Hengfeng couldn't help but curse. "You're black, how did you achieve a 100 win rate? Have you never climbed Star Tower before?" With that said, Chen Hengfeng looked up and said to the air, "Hey guys. I've encountered black. Boss. I've encountered black, this is awesome." At that moment, in the meeting room of the Dragon Gate Guild Club, Long Tao asked the bowl-cut Fang Duduo, "Duduo, who's black? Why is little Fang so agitated?" Fang Duduo, who was chewing on his chewing gum, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Long Tao. "Boss, how long has it been since you went on Star Web to read the forums now? How many people who browse the forums on Star Web wouldn't know about black?" However, Fang Duduo naturally didn't say those words. Therefore, he chose his words carefully. Chapter 199 Smooth-toothed elephant lizard and huge-tailed swamp lizard. Fang Duduo had a sudden inspiration, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Boss, I heard that he's a healing-type spirit kite professional who has reached the Star Tower's 100th floor with a 100 winning rate and obtained the qualification for the Celestial Stairway promotion duels." When Fang Duduo said this, he emphasized the words healing-type spirit kite professional. It was as though he was reminding Long Tao that he had told him about this before. However, Long Tao did not get Fang Duduo's meaning and said with considerable interest, "A healing-type spirit kite professional can climb the tower with a 100 winning rate, that's interesting." As soon as Long Tao spoke, Fang Duduo could not help but ridicule. "How is that interesting? It's simply too interesting." Then, Long Tao suddenly asked, "Didn't I let Hengfeng hone his combat skills lately? How would he know black?" Fang Duduo chuckled and replied, "How would I know, but Chen Hengfeng is very hardworking." Despite saying so, he was already observing a moment of silence for Chen Hengfeng. Chen Hengfeng was the Dragon Gate Guild Club's tournament reserve team member. As the Radiance 100 Sequence 3, Long Tao was the Dragon Gate Guild Club's tournament team's captain. Long Tao thought highly of Chen Hengfeng, who was currently in the reserve team and planned to focus on his training. However, in Fang Duduo's opinion, whoever Long Tao thought highly of and wanted to train was simply unlucky. Chen Hengfeng used to be such an affable fat nerd. In 4 months, Long Tao had trained him into a skinny nerd. Sure enough, Long Tao said, "He's not serious in his training. After he logs off Star Web, tell him to train with another 100 duels." Fang Duduo silently lit a white candle for Chen Hengfeng in his heart. At that moment, Long Tao exclaimed, "How come he looks so familiar?" Long Tao looked at Black, who was standing opposite Chen Hengfeng, and felt that this silver-masked person's aura made him feel like he had a deep impression of him. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Fang Duduo interrupted, "You've trained Chen Hengfeng for almost 6 months. Of course, you're familiar with him." Long Tao looked at Fang Duduo as though he was looking at an idiot. Then, he ignored Fang Duduo and looked at Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room. Regardless of whether the silver-masked Black had a familiar aura, Long Tao would really like to see how a healing-type spirit kite professional had reached the Celestial Stairway promotion duels with a 100 winning streak. When Fang Duduo received Long Tao's gaze, he shuddered. Why did I have to slack off and watch Chen Hengfeng's live streaming with Long Tao? Wouldn't it have been good if I had gone to train with my teammates in the training room? After Chen Hengfeng had said that to his live streaming room, he completely ignored the fact that he was live streaming. Instead, he focused all his energy on the duel at the moment. However, his live streaming room was in an uproar. "Breeze supporting the Willow just now," Chen Hengfeng shouted. "Boss, does it prove that Sequence 3 Lord Overflowing Sea is also watching this live stream? I can actually watch a live stream with Lord Overflowing Sea. This is really too blissful. Dark Moon Falling Wind, it's Lord Black. I want to see how strong he is. Your little fairy is with me. I can't deal with this. I'm going to faint from excitement. Why is chemistry So hard that's nothing. I've already peed my pants. I didn't even move and was ready to watch this duel first. Chen Hengfeng did not rush to summon his Fae. He looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Black, I'm going to end your winning streak after this duel." Lin Yuan did not say a word and summoned Chimey and Redthorn. The moment he did that, Chen Hengfeng also summoned his two Faes. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted upon seeing that. These two Faes were lizards. One of them had blue and black skin, with teeth bearing outward. Each of its teeth was over 4 inches. Its body was as strong as a giant elephant, with thick and strong limbs. This was a humongous hideous-looking lizard with an 8-meter body and 4-meter height. Its body seemed to be brimming with energy and a burst of power. The other Fae was a strange-looking lizard over 1 meter. Its entire body was covered with dark green and brown stripes. It had a huge tail on its back like a shield protecting the front of its body. This lizard's body was only the size of a watermelon, but its tail was over 10 times larger than its body. Lin Yuan used true data to check these two Fae's data. First Fae. Fae name smooth-toothed elephant lizard. Fae species toothed lizard monitor lizard. Fae grade gold 610. Tragic claws rapidly swing claws. While it tears the target, the claw's mucus will penetrate the target, causing blood retention. Smooth-toothed tear after biting the target. It will quickly shake its head and tear the target while rotating its body to twist off large pieces of flesh. Oily mucus. The body secretes a lot of oily mucus, which can effectively resist physical damage. Wave-stepping strikes stimulate the water element energy in the body to smash with full strength. Blood-burning strike burns all the water element energy and blood in its body to launch a fatal attack through its tongue. It will enter a near-death state after the attack. Second Fae. Fae name huge-tailed swamp lizard. Fae species tailed lizard scaled lizard. Fae type water earth. Stinky mud shoots out highly corrosive and stinky mud containing pathogenic bacteria. Stinky swamp creates a stinky swamp within a small area around itself. If a target steps on it, he will be dragged deeper into the swamp by the sinking force. Mud evasion can hide in the stinky swamp and rely on it to avoid damage. Corrosive mud downpour channels the earth element and water element in the body to make a downpour formed by stinky mud. Broken tail regrowth. When the huge-tailed swamp lizard faces a fatal attack, it can use its tail to block the damage. It will break its tail and escape before rapidly using its body's energy to grow out a new tail. Upon seeing these two phase data, Lin Yuan knew that he was about to face an arduous battle. They were very outstanding in terms of abilities and exclusive skills. One of them had returned to its ancestry line, while the other had undergone spiritual mutation. They were an excellent match with their control and burst of power. Lin Yuan knew that if he made a mistake or was careless, he would lose this duel. But at the same time, this disadvantageous battle made him ignite his warm blood. This fervor was just like when he had resisted the insect tied outside Millstone Town. On the dueling ground, Lin Yuan commanded Redthorn to launch an offensive attack. Chapter 200 Black. You've been fooled. Redthorn spewed a huge amount of spores out of its spore cavity and formed a large sea of flowers thanks to its energy transmission. It was not stingy with its energy for this duel. Under Lin Yuan's command, it had spread the sea of flowers as much as possible to cover the dueling ground. The huge-tailed swamp lizard was not idle either. It had used its ability, Stinky Swamp, to create a swamp nearly 10 square meters. Since it was a spell-type unit, this ability allowed it to hide and avoid damage. That way, it could constantly use stinky mud or corrosive mud downpour to attack from the back. It lifted the mud toward Redthorn's child Ramets. But what happened next secretly surprised Chen Hengfeng. Its highly corrosive mud caused little damage to the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan did not find this surprising, as everything was within his expectations. Redthorn had to devour a large amount of dimensional lifeforms' flesh daily. So far, it had devoured much flesh from Class 3 dimensional lifeforms, which were equivalent to gold phase. This included the highly corrosive Class 3 alien insect, acid tapeworm. It had eaten the acid tapeworm with relish, without being affected at all. Therefore, its child Ramets and Ramets had high immunity against corrosion. At that moment, The huge-tailed swamp lizard wanted to expand the swamp into the sea of flowers. It jumped to the edge of the sea of flowers and was prepared to use its gold ability, corrosive mud downpour. Just then, Lin Yuan immediately summoned a fae that he had never summoned in the duel, the blue flash purple butterfly. He had released its skill, silent scale powder, through Morbius on his wrist in the past. Unfortunately, Morbius' silent scale powder was not as powerful as the one the blue flash purple butterfly released. Once the blue flash purple butterfly appeared, a blue-purple glow flashed. As it flashed a few times, it disappeared into the sea of flowers. The scattered scale powder appeared as though it had created a light purple mist. However, this magnificent mist was a complete disaster for the spiritually mutated huge-tailed swamp lizard. The adhesive silent scale powder landed on its body. As a result, the huge-tailed swamp lizard tried to form the corrosive mud downpour, but failed. As soon as the silent scale powder came in contact with it, it caused it to lose its sensing ability of the water and earth elements. The blue flash purple butterfly, a legendary life form that had only existed in ancient texts, appeared for the first time in this duel before everyone's eyes. It set off a storm no less than when Black had appeared. After the Spirit Kai awakening, the top 10 most beautiful fays would be evaluated every year. The blue flash butterfly could have been in the top 5 based on its beauty, but due to its weak ability at high grades, it had been ranked 9th. Now that Lin Yuan had summoned the blue flash purple butterfly, it proved that the blue flash purple butterfly did exist among the blue flash butterflies. At the same time, it also confirmed the authenticity of the ancient texts. This year, the blue flash butterfly might even have the qualification to reach the top 3 among the 10 most beautiful fays. When Chen Hengfeng saw the blue flash purple butterfly, he fell in a daze. At that moment, Lin Yuan controlled Redthorn to transmit most of its energy near the huge-tailed swamp lizard that the blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder had controlled. Soon, Redthorn's most powerful ramets quickly spawned. The ramets' vines grabbed the huge-tailed swamp lizard, which had been controlled by the silent scale powder and could not sense the water and earth elements. Shen Hengfeng had come back to his senses from his trance. Upon seeing that the vines had thorns, he felt things were bad. The huge-tailed swamp lizard was a helpless target. If it was dragged into the large sea of flowers, how could it still make it out alive? Thus, he shouted and ordered the huge-tailed swamp lizard to use its exclusive skill, broken tail regrowth. After breaking its tail, it immediately became the size of a watermelon, and its tiny body scurried back into the swamp it had spawned. The swamp was slowly dispersing the silent scale powder on its body. At that moment, Lin Yuan supplied his spiritual power to the blue flash purple butterfly, which immediately released a large amount of silent scale powder. This light purple mist was like cherry blossom snow in the midsummer. The scale powder fell with a unique halo, reflecting the swamp like a fairyland. Lin Yuan used the blue flash purple butterfly to seal the huge-tailed swamp lizard's movements. The swamp that the huge-tailed swamp lizard had created was too small, and its body had been covered with the silent scale powder, so it could not create the swamp again. Therefore, the entire stinky swamp, which was less than 10 square meters, was heavily mixed with the blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder, causing it to become a forbidden ground that isolated any elements. This forbidden ground had restricted its movements. Redthorn Sea of Flowers had surrounded this swamp, and a large number of elite ramets encircled it. Although the huge-tailed swamp lizard was a gold VI flawless fae, it did not have a powerful defense. If it scurried out, it would not have so many tails to break in the sea of flowers. Thus, it would be torn apart by the large sea of flowers into pieces. Shen Hengfeng had a hideous expression at present, as he had not expected that Black would cripple his fae. It made him feel very passive. Likewise, Lin Yuan did not have it easy either. Since Lin Yuan did not use the Spirit Kai imprint, he had almost used up his body's spiritual power. He had supplied a large amount of Spirit Kai to the blue flash purple butterfly and Redthorn's Ortet, which allowed the huge-tailed swamp lizard to be sealed. Although he could solve this problem with the Spirit Gather Goldfish Spirit Kai imprint, He did not plan to use it in any of the tower climbing duels. Once he used the Spirit Kai imprint and the spiritual power inside was released, it could only be stopped after exhausting all the spiritual power. The Spirit Kai imprint was one of Lin Yuan's trump cards to survive in the real world. If he had not unsealed the Spirit Kai imprint, he would not have been able to create a sea of flowers at Millstone Town that was enough to fight against the Pinnacle Class 1 insect tide. Thus, up to now, this duel was his real tough battle. Shen Hengfeng's remaining gold VI flawless huge-tailed swamp lizard was a fae that relied on brute force. Although it would enter a near-death state after using one of its exclusive skills, Blood-Burning Strike, its burst of power would likely finish off Lin Yuan. Shen Hengfeng had commanded the smooth-toothed elephant lizard to charge toward Lin Yuan and Redthorn's Ortet. Even though the small sea of flowers that Redthorn had spawned could cause damage to the huge-tailed swamp lizard, it could do nothing about the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, which had returned to its ancestry line. Lin Yuan could even vaguely sense a trace of a dragon species fae from the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's body. It seemed that this smooth-toothed elephant lizard's body vaguely had the possibility of returning to its ancestral line of a Leopleurodon. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard used its gold ability, Wave Stepping Strike, and dashed. Just as it was running, it suddenly experienced intense pain and roared in pain. Lin Yuan's Gold Eye Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had been hidden in an inconspicuous child rammet. When the smooth-toothed elephant lizard was close, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee used wing stealth, allowing it to cover her tracks silently and use 2-strike kill on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's abdomen. 2 long, slender abdominal stingers stung into the abdomen and injected venom into the body. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's 2 abdominal stingers contained 2 kinds of acid corrosion venom that instantly disintegrated the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's abdomen into a bucket-sized hole. As soon as this hole appeared, many of its internal organs were affected by gravity and congested in this hole. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's sudden attack had completely caught the smooth-toothed elephant lizard off guard. Even though the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had gotten an advantage, it did not retreat right away. Instead, it stung the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's weakest organs congested in the hole. It was still not over yet. Even when it had shattered the organs, it even cruelly gave birth to a parasitic pupa. When the smooth-toothed elephant lizard roared in pain and swept over with its tail, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee used wing stealth to dodge into the flowers. This large sea of flowers was the best battlefield and most helpful protection for the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Because of the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's set of abilities, the Spirit Kai in Lin Yuan's body had almost reached rock bottom. If it wasn't for Redthorn's thornless vine supporting Lin Yuan, he would have instantly collapsed to the ground due to the Spirit Kiss exhaustion that caused him to be weak. As Lin Yuan used the last bit of spiritual power in his body to use the Spirit Gather Goldfish Spirit Injection, he commanded Redthorn to use its vines to block the action of him doing so. At that moment, Shen Hengfeng did not worry about the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's injuries. Instead, he suddenly wore a smile on his face, showing that he was determined to win, and said, "It's close enough. Black, you've been fooled." Chapter 201 Radiance Dollars Warrior. As Shen Hengfeng said that, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard used its exclusive skill that it could only use once before it was on the brink of death, the Blood-Burning Strike. At that moment, the viewers in Shen Hengfeng's live streaming room could not help but hold their breath as they watched the duel. When Black summoned the blue flash purple butterfly, comments flooded the screen and blocked the video. Then, they saw Black command the blue flash purple butterfly to seal that gold VI flawless huge-tailed swamp lizard in the duel with Shen Hengfeng. As they witnessed his smooth command and the superb cooperation between the sea of flowers and the blue flash purple butterfly, they felt as though they were watching a delightful movie. As a result, they could not bear to comment to spoil this beautiful scene. Many people flooded into Shen Hengfeng's live streaming room, including Star Web's special columnist, Tian Ningning. She had heard that Black was in the promotion duels, and his opponent was live streaming. She had put down everything at hand and entered Shen Hengfeng's live streaming room. When she saw Black and Shen Hengfeng's duel, her decision became firmer. rather than saying Tan Ningning was gambling on whether Black would always be popular and newsworthy. As Star Web's special columnist, she was a literatus. A literatus would always have a faint pride, which made Tan Ningning only want to write an article she was interested in and interview people she wanted to. This was in response to the saying, "One would rather die on the branch than to be blown away by the northern wind." Otherwise, Tan Ningning would not have refused to become the exclusive reporter of the Radiance 100 Sequence's eliminated sequence member. There were 100 of the Radiance Federation people in the Radiance 100 Sequence. Every year, 10 new candidates would be added to the Radiance 100 Sequence. At the same time, 10 sequence members would also be eliminated. However, although these eliminated members seemed to have stepped down from the Divine Altar, their fame was not inferior to those newly selected Radiance 100 Sequence members. Black's appearance had made Tan Ningning feel like picking up her pen and constantly writing articles about this youth's achievements and exciting battles on Star Web. Even though Black had always worn a silver mask without showing his face, Tan Ningning was willing to believe that he was a youth. This was because, despite his silver mask, Black appeared to be unusually calm, but there was always a hint of youthful aura. This youth made her feel that when she looked at his eyes through his silver mask, it was as though the sun was hidden in his eyes. It was as if Black could blossom at any time and break through the clouds, allowing the sun in his eye to rise in the east. This time, Tan Ningning paid a huge price at the Extreme Guild Club to meet Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, and the others. Now that it was the preparation stage for the S tournament, the Extreme Guild Club was pressured. As they were a level guild club, it was either they took a step forward and reached the top 16 to advance to an A-level guild club, or they remained as a level guild club. The S tournament was the biggest team competition for the younger generation. Everyone would want to go forward. Moreover, the strength of the Extreme Guild Club's main team's captain, the Radiance Hun Sequence 18 White Devil, had also improved considerably in the past 6 months. This gave the level Extreme Guild Club a good chance to become an A-level guild club this year. Therefore, as the reserve team members for the S tournament, Xin Yang and Zhang Xiaobai naturally had to step up with their training as well. Tan Ningning, a Star Web special columnist, also had her own connections. She had used many favors to get inside the Extreme Guild Club and find Xin Yang and Zhang Xiaobai. In fact, she had spent so much effort just to take a chance. However, she was excited that her efforts were not in vain, since Black had promised he would find her on Star Web afterward. Although she was not sure if she could become Black's exclusive reporter, she could at least talk with him and have a chance to strive for it. In the Dragon Gate Guild Club's conference room, Long Tao was watching Black and Shen Hengfeng's duel, when he saw the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, which had unleashed its exclusive skill, the blood-burning strike. He said, "This Black really doesn't seem like a healing-type spirit Kai professional." Upon hearing Long Tao's words, Fang Duoduo responded right away. "This sea of flowers spawned by this strange plant looks gorgeous, but it's not really strong." Long Tao glanced at Fang Duoduo and shook his head. "It's very strong. But if this is all that Black has, then he's still not up to the standard of a sequence member." Fang Duoduo did not understand why Long Tao would say that. Long Tao had always been haughty and arrogant. How would he speak so highly of someone else? At that moment, Long Tao explained, "Even though I don't know whether this strange plant is a plant fair source-type lifeform, it should be at epic." Upon hearing that, Fang Duoduo could not help but ask, "Bronze epic?" Long Tao nodded and added, "Do you know why that mutated blue flash butterfly could finish off Xiao Feng's gold huge-tailed swamp lizard with its bronze strength?" Fang Duoduo stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before replying, "Besides restraining it, this blue flash purple butterfly is actually at high quality." Long Tao said faintly, "Based on the live streaming, I can't figure out this blue flash purple butterfly's specific quality, but it's at least epic." Fang Duoduo was immediately shocked to hear that. Long Tao had always been watertight. If he was sure that it was an epic, he would not have said that it was at least epic. But did a bronze legend Fae really exist? Just as he thought this, Fang Duoduo suddenly recalled the young girl who had a bronze fantasy breed Fae in Redbud City. As mentioned on the news, he could not help but sigh. He should not compare himself to someone higher. After all, he was a Radiance 100 sequence member and the Radiance Federation's heavenly prodigy. How come his talents seemed to have suddenly become so ordinary? However, he did not want to believe that this blue flash purple butterfly was a bronze legend fae. It was simply too astounding. Although Long Tao was a Class 3 creation master, he was watching the live streaming on Star Web without actually touching the fae, so it was hard to accurately judge the fae's quality. When Long Tao saw that Fang Duoduo stopped talking, he explained again, "See that bee that just wounded the smooth-toothed elephant lizard? Its silver ability, oily mucus, allowed it to effectively resist physical damage. But it still didn't block this gold eye bee's attack." Long Tao paused for a moment before adding, "The smooth-toothed elephant lizard is already a gold VI flawless fae. A gold eye fae that can cause such serious damage to it can only be a legend fae. As for that little blue bird that had never made a move, I can't determine its quality, but it wouldn't be very low." Long Tao's words made Fang Duoduo blurt out, "FCK Black is a Radiance Dollars warrior." Chapter 202 Blasted Shoulder. From Long Tao's analysis, Fang Duoduo seemed to understand something. Since Black's phase did not have high grades, their qualities were terrifyingly high, which meant that he was part of the younger generation. If not, his phase grades would not have been so low. But in Fang Duoduo's heart, he could not help but be very puzzled. Based on Long Tao's analysis, Black had at least 2 bronze epic phase. Since Black could command gold phase, that implied that he was at least a crank spirit Kai professional. However, he only had 2 bronze high-quality phase, but did not evolve them. Was he waiting for a willpower rune? Was it Black greedy by waiting for 2 phase to evolve into legend and 2 willpower runes at one go? "Boss, what do you think about pulling Black into our team?" Upon hearing that, Long Tao looked at Fang Duoduo as if he was a fool and answered, "We have 4 power offensive-type spirit Kai professionals in our team and lack a healing type 1. Black has never shown his healing ability so far. You want him in our team and let us 5 be rash?" Fang Duoduo scratched his head. Based on Black's current strength, he was actually still lacking to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team. However, he was more than enough to join the reserve team. The only thing was that Black's combat style and contracted phase was somewhat incompatible with the Dragon Gate Guild Club. Most of its members had water-type phase to match Long Tao's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. Therefore, if Black entered the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team, he would not provide substantial help for the team. But supposedly, Black had a silver fantasy breed healing type fae that could even grow broken limbs back. However, Fang Duoduo did not dare to tell Long Tao about this now. After all, Fang Duoduo had not personally seen Black use that ability. He would not listen to what people said until he saw it for himself. If he rashly said it and it turned out to be false, he would also have said it in vain and make himself look like a joke. "Boss, Chen Hengfeng should be winning this duel. Even though the smooth-toothed elephant lizard is severely injured, its blood-burning strike can kill Black instantly." Before Fang Duoduo could finish his words, the scene from Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room seemed like a slap on the face. It was as if it fiercely slapped Fang Duoduo's face, causing him unable to say anything anymore. After receiving Chen Hengfeng's order, it did not care about its badly injured body. Thanks to its blood-burning strike, its heart was like beating a drum, creating intense boom, boom, boom sounds. Red Thorn's child Ramets, which were near it, could not balance. All the energy in the smooth-toothed elephant lizard gathered in its heart as its heart pumped blood like a thundering drum. It opened its mouth and spewed out a dark red and purple energy beam wrapped in the energy of its entire body toward Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan had been on guard against it using the blood-burning strike, he did not expect it to ignore its badly injured body and unleash the ability, even when the acid corrosion queen bee had caused such injuries to it. The timing of all this was entirely due to Chen Hengfeng's sense of combat cultivated in the tens of thousands of Star Tower duels. It could even be said that when the huge-tailed swamp lizard had been crippled, he had decided to kill Black to obtain victory. This dark red and purple energy beam approached Lin Yuan so fast that he could not react to it. At that moment, Chimey released scattered light toward the energy beam. When Chimey's small body that was wrapped in scattered light crashed into the energy beam annihilated it. However, this darker purple energy beam became weaker due to Chimey's protection. When Lin Yuan saw Chimey disappear due to the energy beam, his eyes instantly became bloody red. When Chimey had rushed forward to block the attack, Redthorn had waved its vines to wrap Lin Yuan. At the same time, its huge spherical mouth of relinquish was in front of Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, the weakened energy beam still penetrated the mouth of relinquish and shot straight into Lin Yuan's position, who was guarded by vines. Upon seeing this, Chen Hengfeng exhaled gently. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard entered a state of near-death due to the blood-burning strike and fell to the ground. But then Chen Hengfeng's pupils contracted because he did not win the Star Web duel. This also meant that Black did not die. Through the huge hole that was blown in the mouth of relinquish, Chen Hengfeng could see the vines behind constantly twisting and turning. Eventually, the sharp vines spread out as Black covered the left side of his shoulder. Although his arm did not blast into pieces under the energy beam's attack, his shoulder had been blasted into a 10-centimeter hole that was constantly oozing with fresh blood. At that moment, Lin Yuan's face behind the silver mask turned pale, and his eyes turned terrifyingly red. Everything had happened so quickly that Chen Hengfeng's decisiveness made Lin Yuan unable to react. Without Chimey, Lin Yuan would have lost this Star Tower promotion duel. It must be said that these nearly 100 tower climbing duels had given Chimey a powerful sense of combat. At that time, if it had used Radiant Body, it would need to absorb enough sunlight, and during that period, the energy beam would have blasted Lin Yuan with nothing left. Therefore, Chimey had relied on its instinctive reaction and crashed into the darker purple energy beam. It had used its body to exchange for the hope of possible survival for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had never experienced being blown to death in his precious Star Tower duels. Even though Chimey and Redthorn had been injured, Chimey's death had made Lin Yuan's heart feel as if a sharp knife had stirred it. This was the Star Tower. Even if Chimey had been killed, it would not be affected in the slightest. However, this made him think that what if this was outside, what should he do if he encountered such a situation? Even though he had a path protector, the mother of bloodbath, and such a thing would not happen outside. Lin Yuan felt an invisible sense of oppression that came from his own strength. Although he had lived 2 lives, his streak of victories in the Star Tower duel let him inevitably feel that his strength had greatly improved, and he was no longer a weakling. But in today's duel, he learned that there was a lot he had to improve on, based on the fact that Chimey had subconsciously rushed toward the darker purple energy beam, and that Redthorn had used its mouth of relinquish and vines to protect him. An unprecedented sense of responsibility crept up in his heart. His faith's trust and reliance on him, as well as instant reaction, gave him the reason to become stronger and protect his phase. The mouth of relinquish was Redthorn's core. When its mouth of relinquish had been blasted into a large bucket-like hole, it made it really hard for Redthorn to hang on. Chapter 203 Victory. 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 Redthorn was connected to his bloodline, so Lin Yuan could sense its vitality rapidly diminishing. At that moment, he gave it a final order. He told it to use its vines with thorns to stir and cut off the flesh on his shoulder's wound. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard contained a kind of mucus that made it impossible to stop bleeding. This mucus effect was also found in the blood-burning strike. Lin Yuan could sense the blood in his body, making his body colder and his consciousness less clear. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, Redthorn had an instinctive rejection. Its reliance on him made it unwilling to hurt him, but its loyalty also made it faithfully follow his order. Redthorn's vines with thorns stirred Lin Yuan's wound on his shoulder, cutting off that piece of flesh stuck by the dark radiant purple energy beam. This intense pain made Lin Yuan's mind unusually clear, and fine cold sweat emerged out of his pores. After Redthorn followed Lin Yuan's last order, it completely exhausted its vitality. Just as it died, the large sea of beautiful flowers instantly withered. The huge-tailed swamp lizard's body, which had been torn into pieces, revealed itself in the withered sea of flowers. Just now, As the acid corrosion queen bee had attacked the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, Redthorn's elite ramet's vines also reached into the swamp, driving the huge-tailed swamp lizard out of it and tore it into scraps in the sea of flowers. When Lin Yuan had told Redthorn to clean up his flesh that had been stained by the energy beam with its vines, it had shocked many viewers in Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room. As the sea of flowers withered instantly, the figure with the silver mask covered his wound and emerged from it. That moment seemed like an eternity. Chen Hengfeng looked at Lin Yuan and felt his throat dry before he said seriously, "Black, with such serious injuries, you've lost. Even if you didn't die earlier, you'll die within a minute given your blood loss. When your gold bee attacked my smooth-toothed elephant lizard just now, it exhausted all of its energy. Although my Fei is in a near-death state, it's still not dead." After all, Lin Yuan had let the acid corrosion queen bee attack the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, wanting the acid corrosion queen bee to take the smooth-toothed elephant lizard by surprise and seriously injure or kill it. Therefore, he had not allowed the acid corrosion queen bee to be stingy with its strength. When it had used wing stealth to avoid the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's tail attack, it had lost all of its strength. At that moment, Chen Hengfeng heard a clear and cold voice. "You forget that I'm a healing-type spirit Kai professional." Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned his silver fantasy, Jasmine Lily. He was somewhat glad that these 100-tower climbing duels had considerably improved his combat instincts. The subconscious act of using spirit injection on himself at that time had become the key to turning the tables around. The Jasmine Lily emitted emerald green spots of light that entered Lin Yuan's wound. Under the viewer's eyes in Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room, Lin Yuan's shoulder, which had been blown open 10 centimeters in diameter, was actually being repaired little by little thanks to the emerald green spots of light. Through his torn clothes on his shoulder, one could see his intact, healthy honey-colored skin. Lin Yuan's injury was finally recovered when he exhausted the last trace of spiritual power in his body. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard, which was in a near-death state, let out a mournful and sorrowful cry as though something was torturing it. Not long after, a thumb-sized bee similar to the acid corrosion queen bee emerged out of its body. Unlike the acid corrosion queen bee, this bee did not have 2 abdominal stingers, but only one. The bee that flew out of the smooth-toothed elephant lizard was at a standard of Silver V Elite. It was reasonable to say that Lin Yuan could win this duel if it killed Chen Hengfeng, or the smooth-toothed elephant lizard that only had its last breath. However, it did neither of them. Instead, it flew to the side of acid corrosion queen bee, which had no energy left at all, and put its soft abdomen near its mouth. The acid corrosion queen bee masticated the parasitic pupa that had just hatched in the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's body. The acid corrosion queen bee had completely emptied the energy in its body and should return to its hive in the mouth of Relinquish to devour the acid-swallowing larvae to quickly recover its energy. However, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's blood-burning strike had been too sudden and pierced through Redthorn's mouth of Relinquish. The acid corrosion queen bee lost its acid-swallowing larvae and its hive and could no longer continue. But the parasitic pupa had hatched into a bee and once again let the acid corrosion queen bee recover a little of the energy in its body. Lin Yuan did not stop its actions because such cruel, greedy, selfish, and tyrannical behavior was exactly its instinct engraved in its genes. Lin Yuan had a bloodline connection with Redthorn, and it had absorbed his blood to grow. To put it bluntly, it carried his smell. Thus, when Redthorn died, the acid corrosion queen bee treated Lin Yuan as Redthorn. He could sense the acid corrosion queen bee's despair and sadness at the moment of Redthorn's death. The degree of the acid corrosion queen bee's cruelty to its offspring was how deep its love for Redthorn was. He did not refuse the acid corrosion queen bee's request to avenge Redthorn personally. The acid corrosion queen bee flapped its wings and killed Chen Hengfeng, who was in a state of shock, with a single blow of its stinger. Then, it used its exclusive skill, to strike kill, on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, which only had its last breath left. This time, the acid corrosion queen bee attacked its head and corroded it. At that moment, Lin Yuan won the most miserable battle he had fought so far. he had not been so miserable. Even at Millstone Town, as the acid corrosion queen bee flapped its wings, it landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Everyone was so shocked by the duel before their eyes, unable to utter a word as they looked at the figure with a silver mask. They only felt an urge to shout in their hearts. Was this duel really the level of a promotion duel? Even the Celestial Stairway's 5-star duels were not as exciting as this duel in front of them. Furthermore, this duel had really proved the rumor that Black had a silver fantasy breed healing type Fae. Although they did not witness severed limbs being grown back today, the fact that the wound on his shoulder had completely healed was not less shocking. The live streaming room was quiet for some time when someone commented, "Black, so awesome." Then, the same comments flooded the screen of the live streaming room into a snow-white color. These countless comments seemed like witnessing the tragic duel that had just taken place. It was also like celebrating Black's victory. In short, Black, so awesome. Chapter 204 Two Frauds. In the past few months, ever since Black had appeared, his achievements and talents had been discussed and admired, and his age had also been the focus of discussion. Black had always worn a mask and never showed his true appearance. Everything was well hidden, making people could not help but want to delve into it. Although he had a kind of faint youthful aura, he could not be determined as the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Today, however, in Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room, countless viewers looked at the hole in Black's shoulder. They saw his healthy honey-colored skin and heard his clear and cold voice. Although this could not prove his age, it could prove that he was indeed a youth. The viewers in Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room had been cheering Black's name. They had witnessed the resolute youth who was still standing tall after an arduous battle. His aura was like a poplar. They saw his firm gaze through his silver mask. Other comments finally took over the Black, so awesome comments in Chen Hengfeng's live streaming room. Water drips through the stone Black. I'm going to be your fan from today onward. Coffee geek, I can't handle this anymore. The warm-blooded soul inside my body is raging. I also want to climb the tower. Today, I have to climb from the 50th floor to the 60th floor. Wind and rain parting sorrow. Chen Hengfeng did not lose unfairly. If he hadn't been decisive and let the smooth-toothed elephant lizard use the blood-burning strike, he would have lost even more badly. A small goal in 5 years. My wife cut a silver watermelon for me. I wanted to eat it as I watched the duel, but I only ended up taking a bite and could not take the second bite. It was simply too exciting. Fluffy little hamster. Is there anyone who finds the blue flash purple butterfly really beautiful? In the Dragon Gate Guild Club's conference room, Long Tao looked at Black, who was standing there outstandingly, and said seriously, "Fang Duoduo, do you have anything to say about this duel?" Fang Duoduo subconsciously replied, "Boss, Black really has a fantasy breed Fae. It allowed his wounded shoulder to completely recover. This is too shocking." Long Tao frowned as if thinking about something. "I'm not talking about his healing type Fae. Do you think there's anything wrong in the duel just now?" Fang Duoduo recalled the live streaming scene he had seen just now, and his pupils suddenly contracted before he answered, "Boss, where did the spiritual power come from when Black used the healing type Fae to recover his injuries?" Long Tao frowned even more. Based on this duel alone, Hengfeng's and Black's strength is comparable. Besides planning, a duel with two people of comparable strength also depends on the control of their own spiritual power. The strange plant's large sea of flowers and the blue flash purple butterfly's constant release of silence scale powder consume Black's spiritual power. When that bee Fae inflicted a huge burst of damage, not a trace of Black's spiritual power was left, because Black had commanded the bee Fae to use a fatal move against the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, with a goal to nullify it. Reserving spiritual power is unwise. This is the first point. Secondly, if Black still had spiritual power, when the smooth-toothed elephant lizard used the blood-burning strike, that strange plant beside him could spawn child ramets to block the energy beam. However, Black did not do so. Long Tao carefully analyzed while speaking. This was actually what he could not understand about the duel. There were many reactions in a duel between two Spirit Kai professionals that relied on instinctive subconscious actions. It was like how people would instinctively avoid danger. When encountering bright light, one would blink instinctively, and when one's hand was burned, they would retract it instinctively. Long Tao did not think anyone could change their instincts in times of peril. Therefore, Black must have run out of spiritual power at that time. However, he had summoned a healing-type Fae to heal himself, which would have consumed a lot of spiritual power. Upon hearing Long Tao's analysis, Fang Duoduo subconsciously replied, "Could that silver fantasy breed Fae have some special exclusive skill, or it's a source-type lifeform? The way source-type lifeforms heal is different from ordinary Faes." Fang Duoduo did not think about it in other ways, let alone thinking that Black had another Fae that could restore his spiritual power. Based on the duel alone, Black had revealed his 5 contracted Faes. Such a number of Faes was already a significant burden for the younger generation. As Radiance 100 Sequence 43, Fang Duoduo only had 3 contracted Faes. He had barely poured in any resources into nurturing one of them. Even the Radiance 100 Sequence 3, Long Tao, only had 4 contracted Faes. He had a Platinum X Fantasy Roman 3C King Chalk Mosasaurus as his main Fae, with 2 Platinum V Fantasy I Deep Blue Dragon Jellyfish as his substitutes. He also had a Platinum VI Epic Reef Sturgeon that could cooperate with the Sea King Chalk Azure Dragon's exclusive skill, Extremity of Sea. Long Tao had only nurtured 4 Faes, while Black had nurtured 1 more Fae than him. Therefore, Fang Duoduo really could not imagine that Black had a 6th Fae. When Long Tao heard Fang Duoduo's speculation, he shook his head and still felt that something was amiss. So he said to Fang Duoduo, "Go and call Chen Hengfeng out of Star Web and tell him to make a copy of the video of the duel between him and Black. He'll take a closer look. Also, go and get in touch with Black and see if he has any intention of coming to our Dragon Gate Guild Club." Upon hearing that, Fang Duoduo asked in surprise, "Boss, are you trying to get Black to join our team?" Long Tao shook his head but nodded again. "Get in touch with him first. I'll handle this matter." Long Tao spoke very seriously, making Fang Duoduo become serious right away. Fang Duoduo knew that Long Tao had approved of Black through that duel just now, and had the intention to let Black join the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team. At that moment, Long Tao said, "Give Black a promise that if he can fit into our main team in a month, our main team can sign him." When Fang Duoduo heard that, he responded immediately, "He'll go on Star Web now and get in touch with Black." The Dragon Gate Guild Club had been the 3rd place team last year. It had been placed 3rd among the top 16 A-level guild clubs. If they had a healer in their team for the S tournament last year, they could have a hope of attaining the championship. Since the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team consisted of 4 members that were all Radiance 100 Sequence members, it could be said to be an all-star lineup. Thus, in Fang Duoduo's opinion, Black would not refuse it if he was not a fool. But when he got on Star Web and was prepared to send a message to Black in the name of the Dragon Gate Guild Club, he felt horrible. When he saw the Star Web's system notification, he realized that the other party refused to accept any messages. His face seemed like he had eaten 30 bitter gourds. Why did I have to accept this mission? Since Black refused to accept any messages, he did not even give him any chance to have a private chat with him. Fang Duoduo had countless total possible guesses, such as when Black received the news, he would jump in joy and come to the Dragon Gate Guild Club on the same day to attend the interview. Or maybe, Black would propose some conditions when he received his invitation. And Fang Duoduo had even thought about how to reply to him. However, Fang Duoduo had never expected this situation before his eyes. This was simply dying before gaining victory, wasn't that so? Fang Duoduo suddenly could not help but ridicule. Long Tao is a fraud, no. That's not right. Black is a fraud, no. That's not right either. Both of them are frauds. Chapter 205 A Chance. After the duel ended, Lin Yuan disappeared from the dueling ground. He did not choose to continue on the second round of the Celestial Stairway promotion duel, but just closed his eyes. He recalled what had happened in the duel previously. This duel, which was evenly matched and even slightly disadvantageous to him, had benefited him a lot. At the same time, he had also discovered his inadequate side in combat. The biggest benefit from this Celestial Stairway promotion duel was that he learned how important it was for a combat class spirit kite professional to use and control their spiritual power in a battle. During every battle in the past, he would subconsciously let Redthorn spread its sea of flowers, which would undoubtedly consume a lot of spiritual power. But in fact, its sea of flowers did not play that big of a role sometimes. Take the duel just now as an example. Lin Yuan felt that if he had not let Redthorn produce a large sea of flowers, but only a small sea of flowers to cooperate with the blue flash purple butterfly against the huge-tailed swamp lizard, then he would never have been so passive when he faced the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's blood-burning strike. This duel let him know that he was still far from being a true expert. Nonetheless, it inspired his fighting spirit. Lin Yuan was a strong-willed person. His previous hardships of surviving alone with Chu Sai had not knocked him down. When facing the pressure of survival, he would overcome it one step at a time. It was still the same for him now. Except for combat skills, he knew that his top priority was to become a rank spirit kite professional if he wanted to improve his strength. This way, his phase grades could also increase significantly. At that point in time, he would be considered to have had an immense improvement. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes, there were fewer distractions in his eyes and more purity. The purity contained an unrelenting aura. He still needed some time to digest the benefit that this promotion duel had brought to him, so he did not go for a second promotion duel. Just as he was about to log off Star Web, Lin Yuan thought of Tan Ningning, whom Xinying had mentioned to him. He had promised in the first place, so he naturally would not renege. Likewise, he would not leave her hanging. Lin Yuan submitted a friend request to Tan Ningning, but he did not expect her to approve it within a second. After the two had added each other as Star Web friends, Tan Ningning's messages would not be completely blocked out because of his settings. Tian Ningning Hi. Black. Star Web's special columnist. Tian Ningning. Black Hi. I know you. Why did you find me through my friend? Tian Ningning looked at Black's reply and gnashed her teeth. Tian Ningning Black. I want to be your exclusive reporter. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan could not help but raise his brows. It was indeed the same as what Xinying had said. However, his current self did not want to be involved in such messy matters. He only wanted to improve his strength and sharpen his combat skills. But likewise, he also knew that if he ascended to the Celestial Stairway, his identity as Black would be exposed to the Star Web netizens at every duel. Any netizen could pay a certain amount of Federation dollars to watch his duel in the video gallery. Therefore, any spirit kite professional who ascended to the Celestial Stairway was akin to a star. An exclusive reporter was the equivalent of a special assistant to an individual on Star Web. In the future, the exclusive report would be in charge of any battles or news on Star Web. Lin Yuan was afraid of trouble. But in fact, having an exclusive reporter could save him a great deal of trouble and bring him some small benefits. However, he did not want to be sloppy about his own exclusive reporter. Even though Tan Ningning was a special columnist on Star Web, he did not know her personally. There were less than 300 special columnists on Star Web, so it could be said that almost everyone was considered elites trained by Star Web. However, this only showed Tan Ningning's ability and not her character. Lin Yuan preferred one's character over ability, although one's ability was very important. If they had a despicable character, then they could only do endless bad things. He would never hand over his news and combat records to such a person in the future. A Star Web columnist's character could be largely reflected in their articles. It was not too much to say that their written words were a gem. These words could often completely show a person's character. If Lin Yuan were to contract an exclusive reporter, he would not look for one who distorted facts or only knew how to sing praises. He felt that whatever people did, the least they could do was to be upright and honest. When Tan Ningning noticed that Lin Yuan did not reply for a while, she sent another message. Tan Ningning, I've just watched your Celestial Stairway promotion duel. It was great. I wonder if I can get your permission to write a combat record of your duel today. She directly recommended herself, as she knew that if she did not fight for it, it might slip away from her hands even if there was an opportunity. It was just like the conversation with Black on Star Web. Wasn't it also because she had gone to the Extreme Guild Club and fought for it? When Lin Yuan saw another star web message from Tan Ningning, he really did not expect the star web reporter to be so persistent. However, he naturally would not refuse her request. Black, you can, after you finish writing, send it to me so that I can have a look. If I think it's fine, then we can sign a contract. Tan Ningning actually had not expected much, but when she saw his reply, she immediately clenched her fist in excitement. In her opinion, she had fought for an opportunity that she would not have gotten otherwise. When she saw Black's reply, she suddenly felt that he might not be as cold as he appeared to be on the dueling ground. On the contrary, she felt that Black, who had given her a chance, was somewhat cute. However, as a star web columnist, she knew that whether this would work would depend on how she wrote this article. This made her feel worried. When she wanted to ask him about what requests he had for the combat record, she then realized that he had logged off StarWeb. She closed her eyes and thought about Black in her impression. What appeared in her mind was a hero who had guarded a town against the dimensional rift. It was a youth who had not given up in a desperate situation and turned the tide of the battle. Tian Ningning suddenly opened her eyes, and there was something special in her eyes. Apparently, she had made a decision. She asked herself, didn't she want to become Black's exclusive reporter because of this silver-masked youth's majestic positive energy? Thus, she decided to use the fairest and most realistic writing to reconstruct this duel. Regardless of what kind of outcome she would get with this combat record, at least she had given herself a chance, as well as the heroic youth named Black. But she did not know that she was in the mood to write at a tremendous speed when she thought of the heroic youth. Actually, it was a hidden radiance in an ordinary person's heart. When one's heart was radiant and grew toward the light, the heart would be where the light was. Chapter 216 Flame-Veined Dragonfly. For the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had been enhancing pots of silver elite usneas. He put all of them in his store. The AI robots that were still working in the store would automatically put up 10 pots of silver usneas for sale every once in a while. As for the goods supplied to Zhu Jiuxin's store, he had sent them over through Ostrich Logistics recently. At the same time, he had also purchased many low-grade energy ores from her store. These 2 days were very fulfilling for Lin Yuan, as he had completely absorbed and mastered the benefits from the previous Celestial Stairway promotion duel during these 2 days. Since he was going to attend the private auction tomorrow, he did not go for the second promotion duel. Instead, he took out the very promising normal mist flame dragonfly he had collected in the wild previously. Due to their high aptitude and rarity, they rarely circulated in the market. Most of the adventurers who captured mist flame dragonflies would either put them up for auction on StarWeb's rare lifeform pavilion or find a rich buyer who needed them. Usually, when such a rich buyer wanted to buy a fae that they needed urgently, they would post on StarWeb about buying a specific fae. Most of them who posted did so to obtain a particular exclusive skill when the fae reached bronze. This was a matter of luck. A buyer who was willing to obtain a particular exclusive skill would certainly not be short of money. Therefore, they could even sell the mist flame dragonflies at a higher price than the rare lifeform pavilion's auction if they found such a buyer. At that moment, Lin Yuan was about to enhance this mist flame dragonfly. However, he would not do so like ordinary creation masters. The mist flame dragonflies had the bloodline of ancient Silurian huge veined dragonflies in their bodies. They were a kind of phase with high compatibility for spirit kai. Since the mist flame dragonflies had the huge veined dragonflies bloodline, they naturally inherited their characteristics. The highly pure spirit kai could optimize the mist flame dragonflies' body's genetic model, allowing them to evolve into more superior life forms. The huge veined dragonflies were the strongest overlord in the Silurian period, the era of the dystopian planet. With an insect body, they ruled the sky and land and were the most powerful predatory lifeforms of that era, standing at the top of the food chain at that time. When Lin Yuan summoned the mist flame dragonfly, it immediately stopped on his fingertips. Obviously, it still had a deep impression of him even after such a long time. It knew that he could release highly concentrated spirit kai with his hands. As Lin Yuan looked at the mist flame dragonfly carefully pleasing him, and had an impatient look on his fingertip. He smiled brightly and revealed his white teeth. Lin Yuan channeled his body's spiritual power, and a large amount of highly pure spirit Kai entered the mist flame dragonfly's body, allowing it to constantly undergo metamorphosis. For phase compatible with high concentrated spirit Kai, their growth and development would be limited if they had an insufficient concentration of spirit Kai, which was the case for the mist flame dragonfly. Ordinary mist flame dragonflies would evolve without changing their form. Due to the insufficient concentration of spirit Kai, they could not optimize their gene optimization for mutation when evolving. However, thanks to Lin Yuan channeling high concentrated spirit Kai, it was going through the process of continuous molting and wrinkling and unfolding of its wings. In a short while, its red body and light green wings had already undergone a huge change. At that moment, when Lin Yuan checked it with the true data, he found out that it was no longer called a mist flame dragonfly, but a flame-veined dragonfly. Its body had become nearly 2 meters long, fully awakened with the bloodline of the huge veined dragonfly. The flame-veined dragonfly's entire body had become fiery red, and even its wings had turned red, except that its body was full of blue veins that made its body look usually slender and elegant. Although it looked a little thin, Lin Yuan knew that it was an absolute spell expert. Its exclusive skill, Fierce Fire, when it had been promoted to bronze, was very simple and brutal. It increased the power of a flame. Originally, the mist flame dragonfly's wings were blue, and when it spewed out fire, the storm incited by its wings could increase the coverage and intensity of the fire, and those blue veins on its body were the power of the wind element. However, this flame-veined dragonfly had changed, aiding fire with wind from outside to circulate inside its body. Due to its ability to aid fire with wind and the Fierce Fire, it had become the simplest and most brutal spell-type unit. Although it had become 2 meters in size, it still rested by Lin Yuan's side obediently, its eyes full of gratitude toward him. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the flame-veined dragonfly. So far, he had enhanced a total of 6 bronze epic phase. He planned to keep the 3 bronze X epic dragon phoenix landscape carps and the bronze X epic white jade snow orchid for himself, leaving only 2 bronze X epic phase to offer. These 2 bronze X epic phase were the green bamboo snake and the flame-veined dragonfly. The bronze X epic green bamboo snake attacked like a poisonous assassin, while the bronze X epic flame-veined dragonfly was like a berserk mage. Lin Yuan had gathered these phase from the endless forest, and it could be said that he had single-handedly changed the path of their lives. He had enhanced the green bamboo snake and the flame-veined dragonfly into bronze X epic, which was akin to a gift to them, since he would not contract these 2 phase, and the people around him were not compatible with them. He would eventually sell them. However, as a creation master who had created the miracles of life for them, he would find good owners for them when he traded them. Time flew by, and in this day or so, Wen Yu was practicing her creation master skills besides taking care of the manor, while Liu Jai was also training in the manor's new training room. A genius certainly had extraordinary talents, but if they wanted to reach a certain height, they would not require less effort than a mediocre person who wanted to change their fate against the odds. After enhancing a pot of silver usnia, Lin Yuan stopped what he was doing. This was because he, Liu Jai, and Wen Yu were going to attend that private auction held by the King-class experts squad. Lin Yuan was not very interested in other things of this private auction, except for the 3 source-type items. Somehow, an intuition emerged in his head that made him feel he would definitely gain something going to this private auction. Chapter 207 A Dazzling Youth. The royal capital had gradually turned cold in late autumn. When the wind blew at night, it seemed to be able to blow through the clothes, causing people to shiver. But the late autumn wind blowing on the body was not as cold as the winter wind, like small knives cutting one's flesh. At present, the late autumn wind was the coolest. As the sun set, the faint stars in the sky made one's heart feel clear. Lin Yuan stopped what he was doing and was about to leave the room when he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Wen Yu walk in with black clothes in her hand. "Young master, see if these are suitable for tonight." Lin Yuan took the clothes and had a closer look at them. The top was a black court coat made of cotton, linen and silk, with a narrow lapel design and inlaid with some black jade decoration. It appeared simple with a kind of rustic magnificence. Even though the cotton, linen and silk were black, the silk was brighter, while the cotton linen was darker. The two black colors surprisingly produced a color-clashing style. This made the design of the court coat look ordinary yet extraordinary, and complicated yet simple. The contradictory beauty obviously made this coat unique. The long, black pants combined classical elegance and sporty toughness perfectly and were made up of black camel velvet and silk. The camel velvet was brighter than the silk, and the design of such material gave the simple black long pants a different kind of vitality. It did not make the black court coat stand out the most, and the pants were brighter than the palace coat, making the overall design balanced. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his brows. These Spirit Kai clothes were obviously made of expensive materials. The top lapel had very inconspicuous, dark feather embroidery on both sides. The threads of this feather embroidery were silk threads spat out from the spinneret of a platinum dark death creepy spider. The silk threads spat out from its spinneret were extremely rare, and the dark death creepy spider was also very rare. Not to mention that it was a spider fade that only spat out silk when it molted. Excluding the price, his outfit looked very low-key. It was entirely black, with almost no other colors. However, if one looked at it carefully, they would be immediately surprised to find that there was a kind of low-key nobility hidden in the set of clothes. Where did you get this set of clothes from? Lin Yuan had also bought some clothes for daily wear during this time. Despite not being short of money, he would still choose some simple, sturdy, and durable clothes. From the age of 8, he had been living a hard life, so Lin Yuan would not develop an extravagant behavior even after being rich. The clothes that he had bought and Liu Jai's and Wen Yu's clothes were placed in their own special cloakrooms. Although Lin Yuan did not remember what clothes he had bought, he obviously had not bought this set of clothes. When Wen Yu handed the clothes to him, she kept checking his expression. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan was very satisfied with this set of clothes, she immediately smiled and replied, "Young master, I made the clothes while I was supervising the construction work during those 2 months." Her word shocked Lin Yuan. He had only known that she was a creation master with a talent for internal affairs, but he did not expect her to be a weaver as well. Weavers and spirit craftsmen belonged to the lifestyle class Spirit Kai professionals. The Weaver Association was also an extremely rich association among the lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupation guilds in the Radiance Federation. Humans were always improving, especially in aesthetics. Weavers could use spiritual materials to make Spirit Kai clothes. Although these high-grade Spirit Kai clothes could not play much of a defensive role, they allowed one not to worry that these clothes would be easily damaged in a battle. You should be a high-class weaver. Upon hearing that, Wen Yu smiled and answered, "Young master, I have not passed the test of a weaver, but if I do, I should at least be a class 3 weaver." Even though weavers were not as rare and honored as creation masters, class 3 weavers were very rare. The fact that Wen Yu could become a class 3 weaver alone was enough to prove how talented she was. Although she knew she had the talent of a weaver, she had focused her mind on improving as a creation master. However, ever since she had saved her sisters, who were also spirit attendants, and damaged her roots due to the ostracism and being unable to improve her strength, because of her damaged roots had trodden on a weaver's path during that period. As a result, she had gotten very interested in the process of how weavers made clothing. This interest was also considered a kind of outlet and solace. Then, she suddenly had an epiphany. Being a weaver was a very wonderful thing. A weaver's values, character, condition, habits, and even will when designing clothes would affect the final outcome of how a piece of clothing would look like. Weavers making clothes and creation masters creating phase had to do with creation. In Wen Yu's opinion, although both occupations created things differently, there was a little bit of common ground. This comprehension had allowed her to have a significant improvement on the progress as a creation master. Suppose she had not met Lin Yuan or had that drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. In that case, She could only be conceited and indulge in self-admiration for a lifetime after being eliminated from the spirit attendants, whether she was a creation master or weaver. However, it was Lin Yuan who had brought light and hope to her. Therefore, while she had been supervising the construction work, no matter how tired she had been, she would still spend a lot of time creating this set of Spirit Kai clothes, even though it was hard to carefully design exquisite Spirit Kai clothes. Wen Yu had also completed this set of clothes the previous day. As Lin Yuan looked at the clothes in his hand, he thanked her. In his mind, after he had become the Moon Empress disciple, and Wen Yu had become his assistant, not everything she did was necessary. He was well aware of what she had done. Upon hearing Lin Yuan thank her, Wen Yu quickly answered, "Yo, master. You should change first. Big brother Liu has finished cooking. I'll go down and help him. After eating, we should be on our way to the auction." Then she left Lin Yuan's room. Wen Yu could feel a kind of respect from Lin Yuan when he had thanked her. This respect referred to the fact that he had always put himself on an equal footing rather than treating her as a servant. Such respect made her eyes tingle. Wen Yu did not understand why Lin Yuan, an 18-year-old youth, could give people strength with his actions and words. After Lin Yuan changed his clothes and looked in the mirror, he felt that the youth with black hair, black eyes, and clad in a full body of black clothes looked dazzling. Chapter 208 Evil Zhao Xiaochen. After looking in the mirror, Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head and could not help but think, "I'm not a narcissist." Then, he turned around and left the room. When he just walked down the stairs, Wen Yu and Liu Jai, who were downstairs, were dumbfounded. Lin Yuan usually never dressed himself up, although he also did not dress himself up today. With a change of clothes and his unique kind of cheerfulness, it surprisingly gave off a kind of indescribably handsomeness and friendliness. A beauty in the high places is like a jade, while a handsome young man is unmatched could be used to describe him. Liu Jai said in admiration, "Lin Yuan, if you take a photo wearing this and post it on Star Web, you'll have a lot of fans based on your visuals alone." Wen Yu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Does Lin Yuan need to rely on visuals?" In her opinion, Lin Yuan was very handsome and outstanding, compared to his other aspects. His aura and appearance were unworthy to be mentioned. Lin Yuan responded somewhat helplessly, "You two or something? When did the two of you form a praising team and comprehended the ability? Storm praise." After the meal, Wen Yu summoned her contracted flying fae, the sunlight egret. In the courtyard, Lin Yuan, Liu Jai, and Wen Yu sat on the sunlight egret and headed toward the royal capital's rare life-form pavilion. As Liu Jai sat on it, he suddenly had a feeling of being a beautiful rich woman going for a spin with two handsome young men. He felt that his thoughts were a bit dangerous, so he immediately shook his head, shaking these thoughts out of his head, and returned to his honest face. The royal capital's rare lifeform pavilion had always been very lively, and so was it today. However, it was different today, as more people were coming and going on the flying phase than before. When they arrived at the rare lifeform pavilion, they verified their identities. Lin Yuan, Liu Jai, and Wen Yu walked to the rare lifeform pavilion's third floor. When Liu Jai reached the third floor, he felt nature calling and quickly went to the washroom. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu stood in place and waited for him to return. The entire rare lifeform pavilion's third floor had been booked tonight. At that moment, as soon as he entered the third floor, Lin Yuan realized that it was set up like a banquet. There were a lot of refreshments and delicacies made from spiritual ingredients on the table. Most of the drinks were also brewed from various spiritual ingredients and were expensive. There were still about 40 minutes before the auction started. Many people who had come to the auction were either seated on the VIP chairs waiting for the auction to start, or chatting, which seemed very harmonious. However, Lin Yuan found a man and a woman looking a bit strange at the entrance's desert area. They were less than 5 meters away from him. Because the man and woman were facing the VIP area, their backs were facing him. The man had a bowl cut and was standing there as if he had nothing left to live for. The woman, who looked sweet and lovely, was eating large mouthfuls of dessert from the table. She could eat a half a size of pastry in one bite and was eating very quickly. However, she looked unusually elegant while eating the pastry. At that moment, the bowl-cut fellow said helplessly, "Zhao Xiaochun, can you stop eating? Didn't you have the entire table of dishes when you were in the training room just now?" The woman, who was eating, mumbled, "Fang Duduo, what's wrong with me eating? It's not like I ate yours." Fang Duduo looked helpless. How was she eating just a little? "Zhao Xiaochun, can you change to a different table? The dessert on this table is almost gone." Zhao Xiaochun raised her head and stared at him. "Stop worrying about me otherwise. I'll tell Long Tao that you slacked off in the training room. See if Boss Long Tao will give you additional training." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaochun's threat, Fang Duduo replied in an unperturbed manner, "Boss has been trying to find a way to contact Black since yesterday when he found out Black refused to accept any messages. So how can he have time to give me extra training?" Fang Duduo's words almost choked Zhao Xiaochun to death. Lin Yuan did not expect the man and woman standing near him would mention himself, and it also seemed as if they had to find him for some matters. After some time, Zhao Xiaochun finally returned to her normal state. "Fang Duduo, you were the one who agreed to contact Black. If you could do so, would Boss still need to fret?" Fang Duduo looked aggrieved, feeling that he was simply being wronged. What could he do if Black refused to receive anyone's message? "Zhao Xiaochun, you're a Radiance 100 sequence member. If you really finish the food on the table, your image of a food-hating lady on Star Web will be destroyed. If you speak nicely, I still can promise not to post any photos I take." Zhao Xiaochun looked at Fang Duduo taking photos of her and was so angry that she immediately placed her hands on her waist, because she had so much food in her mouth. She only managed to swallow it all after a minute and said indifferently, "Go ahead if you want to. If you really do, I'll tell Feng Lei about you deceiving him." Fang Duduo was at a loss due to her words. Feng Lei was the most inflexible person on the team and was easily fooled. He loved to take everything seriously. What could he lie to Feng Lei about? Feng Lei was a good comrade of his. Although Fang Duduo was at a loss, he still responded, "Zhao Xiaochun, I'll post it now." Zhao Xiaochun replied quickly. Feng Lei's online girlfriend of 2 years has never had a voice chat or video chat with him. Every time he wants to do that, she finds all kinds of excuses to refuse him. "If you dare to post that photo, I'll tell Feng Lei that you're using an alternate account as a woman to fool him." FCK Zhao Xiaochun, can you not be so evil? You're taking advantage of this. When have I ever used an alternate account to pair up with Feng Lei? Feng Lei is inflexible. If he believes your words, my life will be at stake. Fang Duduo recalled Feng Lei always had a worried and bitter face while sighing. Feng Lei always asked himself why his online girlfriend of 2 years had not done a voice call or video call with him and had also been dragging meeting up with him in real life. Fang Duduo seriously contemplated what their child would be called in the future. Fang Duduo could not help but shiver several times at the thought. If Zhao Xiaochun went back and spouted nonsense, the inflexible Feng Lei would beat him to death while crying. Just as Zhao Xiaochun wanted to continue, she heard a soft laugh from behind. She immediately turned her head and noticed a young girl covering her mouth, looking at her apologetically. However, Zhao Xiaochun did not have time to react. She stared at the young man clad in black with an outstanding aura beside the young girl. She subconsciously said, "So damn handsome." Fang Duduo could not help but slap the back of his head, while his other hand reached out to tug Zhao Xiaochun's sleeve before he said softly, "Zhao Xiaochun, wipe away your saliva and get back to your senses." Upon hearing that, she subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth and realized she did not even have any saliva. Instead, there were only some cake crumbs. So she glared at Fang Duduo. Chapter 209 Smitten Freak. After glaring at Fang Duduo, Zhao Xiaochun immediately returned to her lovely and elegant appearance and stepped forward to say, "Handsome. My name is Zhao Qingcheng. My courtesy name is Xiaochun. And my art name is Beauty. My home is in the royal capital. I'm a virtuous lady. Can I have your contact number?" Fang Duduo immediately took 3 steps to the side, as if he did not know Zhao Xiaochun. He could not help but ridicule. Zhao Xiaochun will never cure her smitten sickness. At that moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking to the young man clad in black. Liu Jai walked to Lin Yuan's and Wen Yu side and said, "Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, I've made you guys wait for a long time." Fang Duoduo immediately walked forward and gave Liu Jai a strong pat on his shoulder before saying, "Liu Jai, you're finally back." Although Liu Jai's return had not yet been announced in the news by the Radiance Federation's officials, the Radiance 100 Sequence people already knew that he was going to participate in the Radiance 100 Sequence competition this year. 2 years ago, Liu Jai had been Sequence 39 in the Radiance 100 Sequence. Even though he had been missing for 2 years and his current strength was unknown, regardless of whether his strength had not improved at all, he had no problem being ranked at Radiance 100 Sequence 70 to 80. The fact that Liu Jai had come back to participate in the Radiance 100 Sequence competition proved that his Source-type lifeform, Insect Queen, had fully recovered. Fang Duoduo and Liu Jai had met each other more than once both in the Radiance 100 Sequence competition and the Star Web Celestial Stairway duels. Fang Duoduo had always kept in mind about Liu Jai's terrifying strength. None of the Radiance 100 Sequence people knew why Liu Jai had left the Radiance 100 Sequence back then. Therefore, besides acknowledging Liu Jai's strength, Fang Duoduo also respected him. Liu Jai nodded and greeted Fang Duoduo before he said to Zhao Xiaochen, who was smitten with him, "Hey, Zhao Xiaochen, how come you're still a smitten freak after 2 years?" Compared to Fang Duoduo, Liu Jai was clearly a little more familiar with Zhao Xiaochen. He had teamed up with her for missions in the past. Upon hearing Liu Jai call her a smitten freak, Zhao Xiaochen seethed with anger. "Liu Jai, I actually wanted to invite you for a meal. Yet you actually called me a smitten freak in that case. You'll have to treat me to a meal instead." As Zhao Xiaochen said that, Lin Yuan saw a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes when she mentioned having a meal. Liu Jai hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm afraid the restaurant owner would kick me out if I brought you for a meal. None of the restaurants in the royal capital dare hold any eating competitions because of you. Are you not aware of that?" Upon hearing that, Zhao Xiaochen stole a glance at Lin Yuan, wishing she could immediately rush up to Liu Jai and cover his mouth. She could not wait to have a huge duel with Liu Jai and Fang Duoduo on Star Web and somewhat doubted whether she could still set up the image of a virtuous lady in front of the handsome guy. Fang Duoduo's attention was focused on the Class 2 Creation Master Retainer Knight crest on Liu Jai's chest. Ever since Liu Jai had walked over, Fang Duoduo had noticed that when Liu Jai stopped by the young man in black, he had deliberately lagged by half a shoulder. At first, Fang Duoduo thought nothing of it. But when he saw Liu Jai's Class 2 Creation Master Retainer crest and recalled Liu Jai's previous behavior, he immediately determined that the young man in black before him was the Creation Master that Liu Jai had sworn to. Otherwise, given Liu Jai's character and status, he would not have deliberately lagged behind the young man in black by half a shoulder. Fang Duoduo did not understand why Liu Jai would choose to become the retainer of a Class 2 Creation Master. However, he knew that if this young man in front of him had become a Class 2 Creation Master at this age, he was really remarkable. As a member of the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team, and being a Radiance 100 Sequence member with Long Tao, Fang Duoduo could be said to be very familiar with Long Tao. This young man in black before him looked like he was only 17 to 18 years old. At 18 years old, Long Tao was just merely a Class 1 Creation Master, and only when he was almost 20 years old did he become a Class 2 Creation Master. Fang Duoduo took a step forward, walked up to Lin Yuan, and extended his hand before saying, "Hello, let's get to know each other. My name is Fang Duoduo. I'm 24 years old this year. I like to eat meat and don't like to go out with Zhao Xiaochen." When Lin Yuan saw Fang Duoduo greet him first, he extended his hand and shook his hands before replying, "My name is Lin Yuan. I'm 18 years old this year. I like to eat meat too." Fang Duoduo's eyes lit up. "You love to eat meat too, you sure have good taste." When Zhao Xiaochen saw Fang Duoduo shaking hands with Lin Yuan, she extended her hand right away as well. "My name is Zhao Qingcheng. My courtesy name is Xiaochen, and my art name is Beauty. I'm 21 years old this year. I love to read and don't like to eat anything because I hate food." Lin Yuan's brows jumped as he looked at the table with only one piece of cake left. He could not help but want to say, if she's like this when she hates food, what about when she doesn't hate food? Fang Duduo simply could not stand it anymore, and immediately pulled Zhao Ziuchen before saying, "I'll take her inside first and wait for the auction. It's nice to meet you, Lin Yuan." Then he dragged her toward the VIP seat of the auction. Liu Jai also had a helpless look on his face. Zhao Ziuchen has always been this nonsensical, he then said very seriously. However, Zhao Ziuchen is very strong. When I left the Radiance 100 sequence 2 years ago, she was Radiance 100 sequence 36, ranked 3 places in front of me. Last year, she reached 21. I took a careful look at the duels of this year's sequence members 2 days ago. She's likely to be ranked in the top 15. She's considered a formidable newcomer. Lin Yuan was a little surprised that this girl who had said she hated food yet was clearly a glutton was so talented and among the top in the Radiance 100 sequence. Where there were many geniuses, one should never judge a book by its cover. Lin Yuan had merely come to participate in the private auction, so he did not expect he would actually get to know 2 Radiance 100 sequence members. Regarding Fang Duduo mentioning black, he had also guessed what was going on. From their conversation, Lin Yuan knew that they were members of the guild club, so these two were looking for him to join their team. However, he had no plans of joining other guild clubs. Lin Yuan, Liu Jai, and when you walked to the VIP seats and sat down, ready to participate in the upcoming private auction. When the 3 of them walked to the VIP seats, they attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of the focus was on Liu Jai. Almost everyone present had a certain identity. Such a private auction held by a King-class expert squad had strict entry requirements. There were even quite a few King-class experts sitting in the room among them. The auction had attracted most people to come by releasing news of 3 source-type items. Moreover, in order to consolidate resources for this private auction, the King-class expert squad had taken out a lot of treasures that were not quite useful to their members. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, the auction officially started. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a familiar voice that he had not heard in a long time in his head. Chapter 210 Morbius in complete state. When Lin Yuan heard this voice, he immediately felt elated. It had been over 4 months since Morbius had gone into a deep slumber to recover. It had not woken up in these 4 months, so its sudden awakening was really a surprise. Morbius, you're finally awake. Morbius had woken up from its slumber and immediately talked to Lin Yuan in his spiritual spatial zone. It had formed a contract with him when he was 8 years old without his knowledge. At that time, in order to protect Lin Yuan's spiritual energy, Morbius had chosen to seal itself. Even at the expense of hurting itself, it had gone into slumber to ensure that the then only 8-year-old Lin Yuan's spiritual energy would not collapse. Lin Yuan had been unaware that he had Morbius before it had first woken up a few months ago. But for Morbius, it had been his fae for a decade. Therefore, its reliance and affection for him had long since entered deep in its body. Such a feeling was not simply a bloodline connection. When it woke up and heard Lin Yuan's reply right away, Morbius could not help but feel delighted. Yuan, I've completely restored to my complete form after waking up from my slumber. Upon hearing its words, he was slightly puzzled. When he went to sense its state, he was immediately surprised to find that it had an extra ability. Lin Yuan used the true data to check its current status. Spirit Kai condensation. Gather the Spirit Kai in the air and Spirit Lock spatial zone. The gathered Spirit Kai will form Spirit Kai crystals that can enhance phase and source-type lifeforms. Jasmine Lily Silver 110, Fantasy Eye. Recovery imprint. Accumulate the healing energy that the Jasmine Lily releases during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Spirit Gather Goldfish Bronze 110, Legend. Blue Flash Purple Butterfly Bronze 110, Legend. Thanks to true data, Lin Yuan found that Morbius' new ability was called Spirit Kai Condensation. However, he did not know why it had a new ability out of nowhere. Morbius and Lin Yuan were spiritually connected, so when it sensed his doubts, it explained, because of the spiritual energy suppression previously, Part of my abilities had been sealed. Last time, I woke up with flaws. This time, that seal has been fully removed. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Spirit Kai condensation ability, which had appeared when Morbius had restored to its complete state, was very similar to him using his spiritual power to channel the pure Spirit Kai of the world into the phase bodies to evolve them. However, this ability stored the thin Spirit Kai in the air and the Spirit Kai in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to form a Spirit Kai crystal. Morbius, how much Spirit Kai can the Spirit Kai crystal produced from Spirit Kai condensation have? Morbius replied, the Spirit Kai crystal that has been currently condensed can probably upgrade the Jasmine Lily by a grade. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. At present, it was very hard for him to raise the Jasmine Lily's strength, as he was stuck at being a crank Spirit Kai professional. In order to become a brank Spirit Kai professional, even if he constantly enhanced phase daily, he would still take a very long time. During this time, Lin Yuan's strength improvement was limited. Since he was currently a crank Spirit Kai professional, he would need at least a month or so to enhance the Fantasy Eye Jasmine Lily from Silver Eye to Silver Roman 2. During this period, he had to do nothing besides having 5 hours of sleep every day and spending the rest of his time enhancing the Jasmine Lily. In Lin Yuan's opinion, enhancing a Fae through this method was a waste of time, as he could not enhance the Fantasy Breed Jasmine Lily from silver to gold even within 1 year. Since it was currently hard for him to raise a Fantasy Breed phase grade, his strength had also been stuck. Lin Yuan was now a crank Spirit Kai professional. Based on his pinnacle standard, he could have a Gold X Fantasy Eye Jasmine Lily, Gold Eye Fantasy Eye Chimey, and Gold X Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. However, these 3 phase strength had yet to reach the maximum of his Spirit Kai occupation's rank. Given his current strength, although he was stronger than most Spirit Kai professionals of the younger generation, there was still a huge gap away from the Radiance 100 sequence. If he wanted to rank high in the Radiance 100 sequence, he would need to have at least Platinum combat power. His strongest combatant now was only the Gold Eye Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, even though it was only at Legend and could gain the upper hand when battling with ordinary people on the Star Tower. The quality of the Radiance 100 sequence's experts phase was not low. Many of the members even had a Fantasy Breed Fae. Given Lin Yuan's current gold combat power, he had no hope of competing in the Radiance 100 sequence. Now that Morbius had restored to its complete form, it could somehow perfectly complement his current inability to raise his Fantasy Breed phase grades with its Spirit Kai condensation. He might even be able to compete in the Radiance 100 sequence this year with this ability. Chapter 211 Mist Concealed Mamba. In Lin Yuan's original plan, he would not participate in the Radiance 100 sequence competition this year. His goal had always been to enter the Radiance 100 sequence next year. In his first year, he could only compete for sequence 90 to 100, as 10 people would be eliminated yearly. Every year, only 10 people could fill in the remaining positions in the Radiance 100 sequence. An ambition suddenly emerged in Lin Yuan's heart. He wanted to compete in the Radiance 100 sequence this year for sequence 90 to 100. Lin Yuan had watched many Radiance 100 sequence members' Celestial Stairway duels from the video library during this period. Although he still could not clearly remember all their phase, he knew the overall strength of those from sequence 90 to 100, as long as he had a gold Fantasy Breed Fae. Even though he might not necessarily be able to get into the Radiance 100 sequence, he had at least the possibility of competing. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of a very important problem. How long would it take for Morbius to condense a Spirit Kai crystal with the Spirit Kai condensation ability? The Radiance Federation was going to hold the S tournament soon from January until the end of March, and the Radiance 100 sequence competition lasted from March to April. Therefore, every day from January to April was basically a party for the Radiance Federation citizens. These 4 months were also known as the tournament season. Morbius estimated and said to Lin Yuan, under normal circumstances, the Spirit Kai condensation ability would take about 10 days to condense a Spirit Kai crystal, with sufficient energy ores in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It would take about 7 days. After receiving Morbius' reply, Lin Yuan became even more determined to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence competition. He was not short of energy ores and just needed to buy them from Zhu Jiuxin's Star Web store. If one Spirit Kai crystal was produced every 7 days, that meant that if he wanted to evolve the fantasy breed Chimey or Jasmine Lily into gold, he would need around 72 days. It was now the end of November, and there were still over 3 months before the selection of the Radiance 100 sequence. During this time, he could evolve Chimey from Silver Eye Fantasy Eye into Gold Eye Fantasy Eye. He could use the extra spiritual power crystals to improve the source-type Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's strength. The Spirit Kai needed for each upgrade of a fantasy breed was undoubtedly much more than what ordinary phase needed. Therefore, he would most likely enhance the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee into Gold X Legend in over 3 months. Lin Yuan talked to Morbius in the spiritual spatial zone and ran through the benefits he had gained over the past few months. At that moment, he felt someone tap on his shoulder and immediately returned to his senses. He found Liu Jai looking at him worriedly. Lin Yuan, how come you haven't moved since the auction started? Did something happen? As Lin Yuan looked at Liu Jai's concerned gaze, he shook his head and answered, I'm fine. Was there anything outstanding in the auction just now? Lin Yuan had just learned that Morbius had awakened, so he had placed his thoughts within the spirit lock spatial zone. As a result, he did not pay attention to what had been auctioned. When Liu Jai saw Lin Yuan did not look like he was uncomfortable, he was relieved and replied, some rare spiritual ingredients were auctioned off earlier, the most valuable of which was the Platinum Dragon Beast's blood. A tube of it was sold for nearly 400 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan nodded. Although a Platinum Dragon Beast's blood was rare, it slightly circulated in the market, so one could collect it if one was sincere about it. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Liu Jai suddenly heard many people's cries of surprise. A member of the King Class Expert 5-member squad was holding a Platinum Fey storage box. He summoned the Fey inside the Fey storage box with a shake of his hand. A lot of exclaims had been due to this suddenly summoned Platinum Snake Fey. Lin Yuan used true data to check it. Fey name Mist Concealed Mamba. Fey species Cobra Black Mamba. Mist transformation transforms body into mist and can effectively avoid physical damage, but will receive double the energy damage. Twin venomous fangs. After the venomous fangs bite the target, the second set of fangs will quickly pop out from the upper jaw. The fang's venom carries a paralyzing effect. Fatal entanglement. The mistransformed body can quickly strangle the target. When doing so, the scales on the abdomen will be raised, and snake venom can be released from it. Mamba Mist shoots out a large amount of venomous mist that can increase its stealth. At the same time, the target who comes into contact with the venomous mist will experience various illusions. Mamba Disintegration burns all the energy in the body, quickly secretes venom and injects out all the venom in the body in one hit. Concentrated venom stimulate the venom gland's potential so that it can produce venom with doubled venomousness. Lin Yuan could not help but click his tongue. It seemed that the King Class 5-member squad had put in their hard-earned savings in this auction. Otherwise, no matter what, they would not put such a Fey up for auction. That King Class expert who had summoned this Platinum Fey carefully displayed it and said, this Snake Fey is a Platinum X Epic Mist Concealed Mamba. A-rank Spirit Kai professionals can contract it directly. Next, he carefully introduced it. Since the squad wanted to consolidate resources, it was naturally better the higher the price that this Fey was sold at. Therefore, this King Class expert explained its strong points in great detail, causing Lin Yuan to feel his teeth ache. But there was no denying that it had rather good abilities. Mist Transformation and Fatal Entanglement could perfectly match with each other into a control-type ability. While controlling, the twin venomous fangs could cause venom damage to the target. If combined with Mamba Disintegration, as long as this mist-concealed Mamba could bite the target and break through the armor, it could even poison a Fey with a grade higher than itself to death. Most snake Feys relied on venoms to attack, and Mambas were one of the most venomous snakes. Since the mist-concealed Mamba's exclusive skill was concentrated venom, it raised its venomousness to another level. The strength of poison-type Feys was always linked to the lethality of the poison. Its exclusive skill made its strength higher than its own grade. However, Even if an A-rank spirit Kai professional could afford this mist-concealed mamba, they would not choose to contract it. This was because they could use the resources to nurture a more suitable spirit from a lower grade. When poison-type phase reached gold, they would slowly become vulnerable. Phase of the gold grade and above had a stronger defense, and some defensive-type phase could take charge of defense. On the other hand, although the venomousness in the poison-type phase bodies was constantly increasing alongside their grades, they were pretty much weaker in other aspects compared to phase of the same grade. Chapter 212 Wave Halberd Killer Whale. After a poison-type phase reached platinum, the biggest problem was how to bite the target with their venomous fangs and break through the target's body surface. If their venomous fangs could not break through the target's defense, the poison-type phase would not have any advantage over other phase in a duel. Poison-type phase were very powerful phase early on, but they became weak after gold. Of course, this situation was not absolute. Many precious poison-type phase that even reached platinum could still kill their enemies. Some of them even comprehended the exclusive skill, armor-breaking venomous fang. However, this mist-concealed mambo was excluded. The final price was out of Lin Yuan's expectation. This Platinum X Epic Mist-concealed mamba had actually been sold for 9 radiance dollars. When you looked at it and said, this mist-concealed mamba shouldn't be worth 9 radiance dollars. It's only suitable for battling on Star Tower, but not for actual combat in the wild. Wen Yu was someone from the Radiant Moon Palace, so she was not the least bit surprised to see this mist-concealed mamba. On the contrary, she felt that the Fae was not very good. Lin Yuan also understood where the problem was. The mist-concealed mamba's mist transformation had a tremendous flaw. Faes that underwent spiritual mutation were almost always good at energy attacks, and most energy attacks caused ranged damage. Therefore, the mist-concealed mamba could give it its all and attack on the Star Tower duel and could even use mamba disintegration to finish off its opponent. However, when it came to actual combat in the wild, it was not outstanding in any other aspects as a poison-type Fae. It was very likely that after mist transformation, under many energy attacks, before it could attack others, it would have been seriously injured. The King-class expert, who had organized this auction, revealed a rather satisfied expression on his face when the mist-concealed mamba had been sold. Clearly, its price was also beyond his expectations. The auction continued with a few more Faes, most of which were finished products. In terms of abilities and exclusive skills, they were not that perfect, since their species were rather rare and everyone was bidding against each other in the auction. The price had gone relatively high. Lin Yuan had a deeper understanding of the Fae market and Fae's prices thanks to this auction. He had learned that these Faes were simply too expensive. After auctioning off what he had at hand, the King-class expert cleared his throat and said, "The following item is the fourth last item for this private auction." After saying that, he took out a bronze Fae storage box. It was obvious that the Fae inside was rather rare. When he released the Fae, Lin Yuan's pupils subconsciously shrunk. This bronze Fae was actually a young whale. Despite being a young whale, it had a 3-meter body length. Judging from its state, it should have just been born not too long ago. When the King-class expert summoned this young whale, Lin Yuan saw Zhao Ziaochen stand up from her seat and said, "Senior Shadow Bat King, I heard that your teammate suffered serious injuries in the dimensional rift and is unconscious. I have a few diamond, deep blue soul awakening petals. I wonder if I can use them to exchange for this wave halberd killer whale." Zhao Ziaochen was sitting near Lin Yuan and even winked at him as she stood up. As a King-class expert, who all had their own titles, his title was Shadow Bat. When the Shadow Bat King heard Zhao Ziaochen's words, he answered, "Sure, well exchange." After saying that, he stored the bronze wave halberd killer whale in the bronze Fae storage box. At that moment, Lin Yuan subconsciously used true data to check it. Fae name wave halberd killer whale. Fae species cetacea-toothed whale. Spirit lifeform grade bronze 110. Halberd strike quickly charges at target, using the halberd on its back to cut the target in half. Resonant whale sound. The high-frequency whale sound creates ripples. While it causes damage to the target, it will also cause some mental interference. Surging Tide's sad melody connects to all water beings in the water. If they are willing, it can absorb all the energy in their bodies. Lin Yuan was shocked to see the wave halberd killer whale's exclusive skill. This bronze Fae was completely the main axis of a Fae combat system. Other water-type Faes could work very well with it in a battle. Its Surging Tide's sad melody was akin to consolidating the power of all the water-type Faes present, even though it was only at bronze currently. If it was nurtured properly and underwent several metamorphoses, it would certainly be terrifying when it became a fantasy breed. At that moment, Fang Duoguo said with a suppressed voice, "Zhao Xiaochun, Boss Long Tao said you should bid first. If you can't win it, then you can use the diamond deep blue soul awakening petals to exchange for it. Why are you keeping such a high profile?" Zhao Xiaochun rolled her eyes at him and replied, "This is called avoiding undue delay bringing trouble. The sea is simply a forbidden ground. Do you think it's easy to get a newborn wave halberd killer whale from there?" Fang Duoduo could not continue and muttered, "Anyway, we're considered having completed the mission of coming to this private auction. Boss Fifth Fae is settled." Lin Yuan had not expected that Long Tao would be the one who bid the bronze wave halberd killer whale instead of Zhao Xiaochun. Long Tao's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus was still fresh in Lin Yuan's mind. As Radiance 100 Sequence 3, Long Tao's title of Overflowing Sea had come from his signature Fae. After Long Tao nurtured this wave halberd killer whale, it would become his signature Fae. This Fae would also become his and even the Dragon Gate Guild Club team's core axis. After this wave halberd killer whale had been auctioned off, it was finally time for the highlight of the night, which was also the 3 source-type items that Lin Yuan was most looking forward to. Shadow Bat King took over a box, slowly opened it, and said, "The third last auction and also the first source-type item of the night is in this box." Lin Yuan saw a transparent amber crystal inside the box that was in the shape of a button. He thought that this first source-type item really looked a bit strange, but when he used true data to check the source-type lifeform, he had an interesting expression on his face. Chapter 213 The Mother of Bloodbath's Request. When Lin Yuan used true data to check this source-type item that was like an amber button-shaped crystal, he immediately decided that he was going to win the auction for this no matter what. This was a source-type item that he had been yearning for. If he nurtured it properly, not only could it protect himself, but it could also play a controlling and attacking role. However, its contract conditions were a little too harsh, so harsh that it would make everyone flinch. A creation master would appraise auction source-type items on the spot, so that the creation master could judge what contract conditions it required. Even creation masters of high ranks could not accurately judge a source-type lifeform's specific role and ability, as such lifeforms were simply too strange, and many of them were unique so far. Although people would find out about the source-type lifeform's abilities through the Radiance Federation's experiments and announcements, the contractor would still have to find out the other source-type lifeform strength and how to use them. The true reason source-type items were so highly sought after was that the Spirit Kai professionals' talents would not affect them. The source-type items were not divided into any types, so one could contract them as long as they could meet their contract conditions. However, regardless of its strength, the primary condition for contracting one was to be able to meet those harsh conditions. Due to the harsh conditions, there should be no one willing to lay their hands on it. The Shadow Bat King wore a smile on his face, clearly in an excellent mood. The King-class expert squad had organized this auction to consolidate resources. This time, they had brought out almost all the spiritual ingredients and phase useless to the team members for the auction. The prices of these spiritual ingredients and phase auction off had also obviously reached the Shadow Bat King's expectations. Actually, this was not the reason for the smile on his face. It was because the wave halberd killer whale that had been auctioned off had been exchanged for the diamond deep blue soul awakening petals. When his King-class expert squad had been exploring the class 3-dimensional rift, one of their squad members had suffered severe mental trauma and fell into a coma. Currently, he had yet to regain consciousness. He was also the squad's healing type Spirit Kite professional. They wanted to consolidate resources this time because 2 of their squad members had comprehended willpower runes in the class 3-dimensional rift and needed 2 bronze high-quality phase. On the other hand, they wanted to save their squad's healing type spirit Kai professional. Phase that could heal mental trauma were not really rare. Just like when Lin Yuan had been unconscious, the doctor that Auntie Zhang had found had a contracted clear pond carp with abilities that could calm the mind. However, a King-class expert's mental trauma was not that easy to heal. Even some King-class healing-type Spirit Kai professionals probably had no way out without their phase abilities or exclusive skill that specialized in healing mental trauma. They needed to spend a lot of money to find a King-class healing-type Spirit Kai professional specialized in healing mental trauma. The diamond deep blue soul awakening petals could awaken the mind. Those willing to auction such a life-saving item like it were probably even rarer than a source-type item. Exchanging a bronze wave halberd killer whale for diamond deep blue soul awakening petals was clearly an excellent deal. It was not because the bronze wave halberd killer whale was not as valuable as the diamond soul awakening deep blue flower petals. The wave halberd killer whale was even rarer than the spiritual ingredients that could heal a King-class expert's mental trauma. After the Spirit Kai awakening, the ocean had become a forbidden ground. The King-class expert squad that the Shadow Bat King was in had been lucky to capture it. While its mother was fighting with a school of sharks, the squad had seized the chance to capture it. Bartering was exchanging an item or fey that one did not need for an item or fey one needed. As long as the price was comparable, both parties would benefit no matter how they exchanged it. Just then, a middle-aged woman, who had been standing beside Shadow Bat King without speaking, walked up to him and said, "Let's display all 3 source-type items before allowing them to be bid separately. If we end it quickly, we can use the deep blue soul awakening petals to wake up Shan Shan." Upon hearing that, the Shadow Bat King nodded and said to the crowd in the VIP area waiting for the auction, "There are still 3 lots left in tonight's auction. They are all source-type items. I've decided to show them all and let you bid on them separately." After saying that, the Shadow Bat King took out 2 brocade boxes that were not that big and opened them. As he did that, Lin Yuan heard the mother of Bloodbath's strange yet unusually pleasant voice. "Lin Yuan, help me bid the source-type lifeform in the 3rd box. I'll owe you a favor." Lin Yuan could hear an urgency and fervor in the mother of Bloodbath's voice. However, it spoke with unusual solemnity. Its urgency and fervor were for the bloodred egg-shaped object in the box that was the size of a fist, while its solemnity was a promise to itself. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the mother of Bloodbath would only protect his safety in times of peril. It was not obliged to fulfill any requests made by him, so owing him a favor proved that he could also ask a favor from it once. The mother of Bloodbath was a suzerain mythi expert. It could be said the benefit because of it owing him a favor was valuable. Lin Yuan used true data to check this bloodred egg-shaped source-type item and realized it was a source-type lifeform's egg. The egg contained majestic blood energy. In the center of the eggshell was a young lifeform whose shape could not be seen yet. It was slowly absorbing the blood energy in the egg. Thanks to true data, Lin Yuan discovered that it was called the deep-sea blood mosquito. He was a little curious. Why would the mother of Bloodbath want such a source-type lifeform? Fays could not contract a source-type lifeform like humans, and they could only rely on themselves. The mother of Bloodbath's eyes were now focused on that bloodred egg-shaped source-type lifeform in the 3rd box. It might have sensed Lin Yuan's puzzled gaze, so it whispered beside his ear, "I've been stuck at mythi for a long time. This source-type item contains majestic blood energy. If I can completely refine and absorb it, I might be able to reach Myth Roman too. At that time, I will be able to take human form." Chapter 214 Harsh Contract Conditions. Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan could not help but feel a little stunned. Unlike other people who bid for source-type lifeforms to form a contract, the mother of Bloodbath actually did it for the sake of eating it. However, its goal of doing so was the same as humans contracting source-type lifeforms. It was for the sake of getting stronger. The law of survival of phase was the survival of the fittest, let alone the mother of Bloodbath. Since birth, it had completely relied on itself, and reached suzerain mythi step by step with no contracts with a spirit kite professional. From a young age, it had experienced countless killings to get to where it was today, so consuming a source-type life form to get stronger was a matter of course. After the Shadow Bat King took out these 3 source-type items, he pointed at the middle-aged woman who had come forward to speak just now and said, "I'll let the Lightning Sparrow King introduce the contract conditions of these 3 source-type items." She took over from the Shadow Bat King and said, "Many of the people present should know me better. Besides being a combat class spirit kite professional, I'm also a pinnacle class 3 creation master. So I shall introduce these 3 source-type items contract conditions to everyone." Lin Yuan had discovered that the middle-aged woman, who was called Lightning Sparrow King, was actually popular there. Clearly, besides having something to do with the fact that the Lightning Sparrow King was a king-class expert, the more important reason was that she was a pinnacle class 3 creation master. Based on the status and position in the Radiance Federation, king-class experts actually had a comparable status to that of class 3 creation masters. However, pinnacle class 3 creation masters had vaguely surpassed pinnacle king-class experts in terms of connections and power. King-class experts looked up to class 4 creation masters. Any class 4 creation masters was a target for the king-class experts to curry favor with. The Lightning Sparrow King picked up that source-type item that was like an amber button-shaped crystal and said, "This source-type item is an elemental source-type item." As she said that, a clamor ensued. There were many types of source-type items, but the most precious ones were elemental source-type items. When nurtured properly, they would often be formidable. At the same time, they were comprehensive and could combine attack, control, and defense all in one. Many people in the audience looked at this source-type item as their eyes lit up. However, the Lightning Sparrow King changed the topic and did not introduce how strong this source-type item was. Instead, she said, "This source-type item has very harsh contract conditions. It would need 2 willpower runes for a contract, and these willpower runes should conform with each other. When it reaches legend, it will automatically become a fantasy breed." The Lightning Sparrow King's expression somewhat twitched. God knew how happy the King-class expert squad had been after obtaining this elemental source-type item. But then again, how speechless had they been after learning its contract conditions. Lin Yuan had been waiting for this. However, the contract conditions that the Lightning Sparrow King had mentioned were much easier than that of this amber button-shaped crystallic source-type item. It was not comprehensive enough. Besides requiring 2 willpower runes, only after this source-type item became a fantasy breed would it then have an exclusive skill. Its special feature was that it had no abilities. Instead, when it became a fantasy breed, it would get 3 exclusive skills. One of the exclusive skills was randomly generated like other phase, while the other 2 were related to the 2 willpower runes used in the contract. Each willpower rune corresponded to 1 exclusive skill. Therefore, if this elemental source-type item could not reach legend and become a fantasy breed, it would be like wasting 2 willpower runes and obtaining a useless amber button-shaped crystal. Of course, Lin Yuan would not make all of these known. Since it needed 2 willpower runes, no one would want to contract this source-type item. As expected, the expression on those who had been eager was as disgusting as eating cat litter that had not been changed in 3 years. It was not acceptable, even if only 1 willpower rune was needed. With a willpower rune, they could just contract a high-quality bronze fae and evolve it into a fantasy breed before gold, which was the most accurate way to use the willpower rune. Only a fool would purchase a source-type lifeform and spend 2 willpower runes to contract it in most people's eyes. The Lightning Sparrow King did not mind the bidder's reaction below. Her squad had taken out 3 source-type items for auction due to their harsh contract conditions and the fact that they were not of any use to her squad members. If they had obtained a source-type item that was good to contract and nurture, the squad definitely would not have taken them out for auction. The Lightning Sparrow King continued to introduce the second source-type. Many of you should have heard of this source-type item. It's an insect egg with a source-type hurricane owlet moth inside. There's information on it on the Radiance Federation star web. The hurricane owlet moth can use the hurricane generated by its wings to control the target. While the wind blades in the hurricane have a strong penetrating effect and can cut through thick armor, its contract conditions are very simple. You only need to contract a breeze hibiscus. The lightning sparrow king was generous with her words. Unlike when she had introduced the amber button-shaped crystal-like source-type item, when she introduced the hurricane owlet moth, she spoke of all its advantages that she could come up with. The people sitting below waiting for the auction immediately became interested when they heard it was the hurricane owlet moth. Obviously, many of them knew about the hurricane owlet moth. When the lightning sparrow king introduced the hurricane owlet moth, Lin Yuan realized that Liu Jai was clenching his fist tightly. His lips pursed together. He was looking at the hurricane owlet moth egg in the brocade box. Lin Yuan immediately knew that he was interested in it. So he said, "Big brother Liu, this hurricane owlet moth is quite suitable with your insect queen's platinum ability." Liu Jai's insect queen was a platinum fantasy breed source-type life form and should have 5 abilities theoretically. But it only had 4. Liu Jai had been keeping the platinum ability slot that relied on devouring insects to replicate the template. This hurricane owlet moth fit well with his gold fantasy breed insect queen's combat style. Furthermore, the hurricane owlet moth had a very simple template. Producing one would not cost the insect queen too much energy. Liu Jai smiled bitterly when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He had known about the hurricane owlet moth a long time ago. When his insect queen was at silver, he had seen the detailed information on the hurricane owlet moth and felt that it was very compatible with his insect queen. However, source-type life forms were rare, and many of them were unique. They were unlike phase that could be searched for. When the insect queen had been promoted to platinum, Liu Jai found that there were no suitable insect species phase. It was either they were phase with compatible abilities but a complicated template, or phase with a simple template but incompatible abilities. So far, Liu Jai's insect queen was lacking the most in an insect template to play a control role. The source-type hurricane owlet moth had unexpectedly appeared now, so the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was very suitable for his insect queen. Chapter 215 Unconventional Bidding. Liu Jai's biggest problem was money, as he had lent all his money to Bai Hao before his insect queen had been injured. Not long ago, Bai Hao had returned the money to him, but over 10 Iranian dollars was clearly insufficient for him to buy the hurricane owlet moth. Although Liu Jai said nothing, Lin Yuan could see his desire for this source-type life form through his eyes. Lin Yuan could not help but ridicule in his heart. "I didn't come to this private auction for nothing. I need all these 3 source-type life forms sewn for myself. One for Liu Jai, and the other for the mother of Bloodbath." The lightning sparrow king did not pause and continued to introduce the 3rd source-type item. As she held the bloodred egg-shaped item in her hands, she said, "It should be the first time this source-type item is appearing, so it is unknown what exactly is its role. However, its contract condition is very simple. You just have to spend a large amount of spiritual energy for the contract. After the contract is successful, wait for the life form inside this egg to absorb all the blood energy inside until it can break through the eggshell. Only then will it appear. If you want to speed up the hatching, you can feed a large amount of your own blood." An auctioneer who was interested in this source-type life form stood up and asked, "Lordess Lightning Sparrow King, how long does the source-type life form in this egg take to hatch? How much spiritual energy will it consume?" The lightning sparrow king hid nothing. The hardness of this eggshell can withstand the full force of a diamond fey, so the life form inside needs to be able to break this eggshell first before it can hatch. It will consume around the spiritual energy needed to contract 3 platinum feys. You'll probably also need to feed your own blood for around 10 years. The lightning sparrow king's words made the onlooking Zhao Xiaochen smile. Lin Yuan did not know what to say. Even people with very strong bodies could not feed this source-type life form a huge amount of their blood for 10 years. They would die within a year. Ordinary people could not even survive a month. Only A-rank Spirit Kai professionals could reach the spiritual energy required for 3 platinum feys. However, which one of them would spend so much spiritual energy to contract an egg that would only hatch in a decade or so? Even though the fey would at least reach diamond when it hatched, the gains did not make up for the losses. rank Spirit Kai professionals' limit was phase up to Pinnacle Diamond. Even if they did not have a fantasy breed and had been nurturing a fae, it was really not a big problem when it reached Diamond. Therefore, this source-type life form in this bloodred egg was incomparably useless. However, thanks to Lin Yuan's true data, if the deep-sea blood mosquito really hatched, it would not only just be at Diamond. Nevertheless, even if he irrigated it with a huge amount of blood daily, it would take at least 15 years or so for it to hatch. Without blood nourishment, it could not hatch even in almost 100 years. It would take an unknown time for the deep-sea blood mosquito larva to absorb the majestic blood energy in this egg. Although it could withstand the full force of a diamond fae, it was easy for the mother of bloodbath, a suzerain mythi expert, to break this bloodred egg gel. After the Lightning Sparrow King introduced the 3 source-type items, the bidding began, but most people focused on the second source-type lifeform in the brocade box, the Hurricane Owlet Moth. Upon seeing this, the Lightning Sparrow King simply said, "Let's auction the Hurricane Owlet Moth first." Lin Yuan did not bid right away. The price of this Hurricane Owlet Moth soared all the way to 30 radiance dollars before slowing down. At that moment, a young man with dreadlocks stood up and said, "Senior Lightning Sparrow King, I wonder if I can exchange a bronze epic gold devouring rat for this Hurricane Owlet Moth." As soon as he spoke, the venue fell silent. A bronze epic fae was currently the highest quality bronze fae appearing in the Radiance Federation. Any bronze epic faes had the potential to reach legend at gold, and those with stronger potential could even reach legend at silver. Therefore, any such phase was akin to a great opportunity. Even king-class experts would be moved when they heard of such phase. When Lin Yuan saw the hesitant look on the Lightning Sparrow King's face, he knew that he should make a move. Otherwise, it would be too late. When the Lightning Sparrow King agreed, he stood up and said, "Senior Lightning Sparrow King, I also have a bronze epic fae. I would like to use it to participate in the bidding." Upon hearing that, the Lightning Sparrow King immediately asked, "Little friend, what kind of species is your bronze epic fae?" The Lightning Sparrow King's question made Lin Yuan not know how to answer for a while. He could not say that he had whatever species she wanted or that he had any species she could not think of. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly seem like a troublemaker. When the youth with dreadlocks noticed that Lin Yuan was bidding with him, he frowned and said, "Summon it out if you have one. We'll see which of our faes interest the Lightning Sparrow King." The youth with dreadlocks summoned a golden rat from the diamond fae storage box at his chest. After saying that, he walked up and handed the rat to the Lightning Sparrow King before he said, "Senior, please check it. If you intend to exchange with me, I can add another 10 radiance dollars." He sounded very sincere, his eyes full of the determination to win the bid. When the Lightning Sparrow King took the golden rat and had a look, she nodded in awe and answered, "It's really a bronze epic gold devouring rat." Although she sounded to be in awe, she had no expression of joy on her face. Clearly, this bronze epic gold devouring rat did not match the willpower runes that the 2 king-class experts had comprehended. Due to the rarity of bronze epic source-type lifeforms, very few people could perfectly match the willpower rune with such lifeforms. Those who had comprehended a willpower rune would first choose a bronze epic fae that matched the willpower rune that they had comprehended, which was like winning the lottery. If the faes were compatible with their own aptitude, they would not consider whether they matched their willpower rune. For many of those who had awakened with the willpower rune, the choice of the bronze epic phase would be secondary. It was hard for the vast majority to find a compatible bronze epic fae with their own aptitude. Despite their painstaking pursuit of it, they were still unattainable. The youth with dreadlocks was equivalent to setting Lin Yuan on fire. If Lin Yuan could not take out a bronze epic fae, he would be akin to be a troublemaker. Many people's gazes gathered on Lin Yuan, including the Lightning Sparrow King and Shadow Bat King. When Yu sensed that the youth with dreadlocks looked at Lin Yuan with a gaze full of ill will, her expression changed, and she immediately radiated the aura of a Radiant Moon Palace's spirit attendant. Such aura came from her level and scope and not her strength. When Lin Yuan sensed the change in Wen Yu's aura, he shook his head at her and said to the Lightning Sparrow King in a clear voice, Senior Lightning Sparrow King, I will not add radiance dollars. But you can choose your own species of bronze epic phase. Chapter 216 Not enough to trade. When the Lightning Sparrow King heard Lin Yuan's statement, her pupils contracted, and she was stunned for some time. Are you serious? Lin Yuan let out a sunshine smile and said calmly, this junior is here to bid for the source-type lifeform. Therefore, I wouldn't deceive you, senior. Even if I am bluffing, senior will not allow me to take the source-type lifeform away. Dao Xiaochun smacked Fang Duduo's thigh with force and excitement. She then said, what the hell, this handsome young man is simply too handsome. Fang Duduo, after seeing this handsome young man, I am feeling a little hungry and wish to eat some braised pork trotters with pickled tofu. When Zhao Xiaochun smacked down on Fang Duduo's thigh, she suddenly felt that the feeling wasn't right. Fang Duduo had curled up like a prawn and responded with a face that was flushed red. Zhao Xiaochun, you are too ruthless. If you are feeling infatuated, you can hit your own thigh. Why do you want to stop my Fang family from having future descendants? Zhao Xiaochun looked at Fang Duduo with apologetic eyes as she said awkwardly, meow. Fang Duduo rolled his eyes and said with teary eyes, bark. The youth with the dreadlocks had a face that turned dark as he said, all talk and no proof. You need to show some proof for your words. Since there are so many people present, I don't think my friend will try to pull a joke and intentionally seek trouble. Right. As soon as the youth with the dreadlocks finished his words, Liu Jai had a stern expression and was preparing to stand up. Lin Yuan placed his hand on Liu Jai's shoulder and patted as an indication for Liu Jai to continue sitting. Liu Jai had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. When Lin Yuan stood up to compete for the source type, Hurricane Owlet Moth, Liu Jai felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Originally, when Liu Jai saw the Hurricane Owlet Moth on auction, he had an abnormally heavy heart. It was obvious that the Hurricane Owlet Moth was very suitable for his insect queen, but his current savings weren't enough to bid for the Hurricane Owlet Moth. But when Lin Yuan stood up to bid for the Hurricane Owlet Moth, Liu Jai recalled what Lin Yuan said to him. This Hurricane Owlet Moth is suitable for your insect queen's platinum ability. At that moment, when Lin Yuan spoke, he must have already decided to bid for this Hurricane Owlet Moth for Liu Jai. Liu Jai had already treated Lin Yuan as his own faith. But Lin Yuan's actions still made Liu Jai involuntarily moved. Liu Jai knew that a retainer knight was actually still a servant. But Lin Yuan had never treated him as a servant before. Being saved from a crisis and being treated sincerely was something that made Liu Jai feel all sorts of feelings. But he didn't know what to say. Saying thank you was too easy, and it felt too empty. Thus, the only thing that Liu Jai could do was to protect this youth with everything he could do. Faith wasn't heavy, as faith had always been a kind of trust. This trust had now unknowingly grown into something called undying loyalty. Lin Yuan saw the expression on the youth with the dreadlocks and couldn't help raising his brows. Lin Yuan could see that this youth with the dreadlocks really wanted this Hurricane Owlet Moth. Furthermore, he had already brought out the bronze epic gold devouring rat, which was of equal value to the Hurricane Owlet Moth, and even added 10 radiance dollars. It was already enough to see the sincerity of this youth with the dreadlocks. However, Lin Yuan wasn't going to give in, as an auction worked in this way. Anyone who could offer a higher price would win the auction. Moreover, this Hurricane Owlet Moth was very useful for Liu Jai. Liu Jai's insect queen was already a platinum fantasy fae, but its platinum ability was still empty. Liu Jai's insect queen might already have 4 abilities that formed a complete battle style with a close-range attack, long-range attack, and defense. But if the Hurricane Owlet Moth could be carved into the insect queen's gene model and become Liu Jai's platinum ability, he would have an additional control ability. This would allow the insect queen's combat style to have a qualitative leap. The Lightning Sparrow King was a little displeased when she heard the statement from the youth with the dreadlocks. Ever since Lin Yuan had stood up, the Lightning Sparrow King had been observing Lin Yuan. He was emitting an aura that the Lightning Sparrow King admired. It was a faint aura that made the Lightning Sparrow King feel that the youth was a little unfathomable. However, When she saw the material used for Lin Yuan's black suit, she knew that this youth wasn't going to deceive her. As a Class 3 creation master, the Lightning Sparrow King's experience and knowledge were superior to regular people. She immediately recognized that the embroidery on the suit was from the web silk of a platinum dark death creepy spider. The platinum fey, dark death creepy spider, wouldn't produce web silk normally and would only do so to protect itself when it was shedding its skin. Therefore, it showed how difficult it was to obtain the web silk of a dark death creepy spider. Furthermore, the Lightning Sparrow King identified the person seated beside the youth, and it was none other than Liu Jai. He was a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, and no expert of the Radiance Federation wouldn't recognize Liu Jai. Moreover, Liu Jai's heroic deed had caused a commotion in the Radiance Federation. Young friend, I wonder if I stayed a species of Fae. How long will it take before I can obtain that bronze epic Fae of that species? Lin Yuan replied softly. The species that Senior Lightning Sparrow King stated can be delivered to you by the same time tomorrow, and it will be a bronze epic Fae. Just as the Lightning Sparrow King wanted to respond, the youth with the dreadlocks spoke first. Lightning Sparrow King, apart from this bronze epic gold devouring rat, I am willing to add on another 5. Radiance dollars on top of the 10. Radiance dollars I stated earlier. The Lightning Sparrow King didn't bother about the youth with the dreadlocks. To a king-class expert, 5. Radiance dollars weren't considered important. What was most important was one's compatibility and willpower rune to the bronze epic Fae. It might not be a willpower rune comprehended by the Lightning Sparrow King herself, but members of a king-class team were intimate partners. Furthermore, the stronger one's team members were, the more beneficial and less dangerous it would be when exploring the wilderness or dimensional rift. When the youth with the dreadlocks saw the Lightning Sparrow King's expression, he knew that if the black-suited youth wasn't intentionally seeking trouble, he would not be destined to obtain the Hurricane Owlet Moth. The Lightning Sparrow King exchanged glances with the Shadow Bat King and said, Young friend, power offensive-type winged insect species phase and defensive-type deer species phase. If you have either kind of Fae that is at bronze epic, then this Hurricane Owlet Moth is yours. After speaking, the Lightning Sparrow King paused for a moment and continued saying, However, you said that I could only obtain the bronze epic Fae tomorrow. Therefore, you need to use something as collateral. Plenty of eyes were gathered on Lin Yuan as they wanted to see what Lin Yuan would use as collateral. Since it was collateral, then the value must be comparable with the Hurricane Owlet Moth or just slightly lower. Everyone wanted to see what this youth could bring out that would have a value matching with the Hurricane Owlet Moth. Lin Yuan didn't expect that one of the 2 bronze epic Faes in his diamond face storage box would be the power offensive type winged insect species that the Lightning Sparrow King stated. It was truly a coincidence. However, since the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly had stayed in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, which had extremely concentrated spirit chi, it had already awakened the ancestral bloodlines of the Silurian period's tyrant. Huge-veined dragonfly. Lin Yuan would truly be at a loss if he used the flame-veined dragonfly, which was a superior bronze epic Fae to trade for the Hurricane Owlet Moth. However, Lin Yuan still swung his hand and summoned the flame-veined dragonfly, which had awakened the huge-veined dragonfly's bloodline. After summoning the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly, Lin Yuan reached out. The bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly was already more than 2 meters in size, so it was no longer able to land on Lin Yuan's finger. It was flying and revolving around Lin Yuan's palm instead. Lin Yuan looked at this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly and said, For the power offensive type winged insect species Fae that Senior Lightning Sparrow King mentioned, this junior just happens to have one. However, Senior should understand that the Hurricane Owlet Moth isn't enough to trade for this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly that has awakened the bloodline of the Silurian period's huge-veined dragonfly. Chapter 217 Truly a quick-witted brat. When Lin Yuan summoned the flame-veined dragonfly, the Lightning Sparrow King and the Shadow Bat King's eyes were fixed on the flame-veined dragonfly. Green patterns covered the flame-veined dragonfly's fiery red body, and when it flapped its wings, it would bring about illusory shadows. The flame-veined dragonfly that Lin Yuan summoned might only be at bronze. But if one carefully observed it, they would be able to feel the violent fire and wind elemental energies within its body. Such violent energies could only come from the awakened bloodline of the huge veined dragonfly. When such bloodlines were awakened, it was the same as a fish species Fae awakening the scarce dragon species bloodline within their bodies. The ascension of genetic models was a crucial transformation during the evolution of life. This flame-veined dragonfly had already gone through a transformation. Thus, although it might be of the same grade and quality as the gold-devouring rat, the flame-veined dragonfly was obviously much more superior than the gold-devouring rat. Of course, these weren't the only reasons why the Lightning Sparrow King and the Shadow Bat King were paying close attention to the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly. The main reason was the flame-veined dragonfly's ability to use wind and fire. It just so happened to be compatible with their King-class teammate's talent and the willpower rune their teammate had comprehended. Even if a King-class expert comprehended a willpower rune, when searching for a bronze epic Fae, they could only hope to find one that was compatible with their talent. As to finding a bronze epic Fae that was also suitable for the willpower rune that they comprehended, it was truly something akin to a fantasy. But now, there was actually a bronze epic Fae that wasn't just compatible with their King-class teammate's talent, but even the willpower rune was suitable. In addition, this Fae had awakened such a powerful bloodline. If the youth with the dreadlocks was passionate about the source-type lifeform, Hurricane Owlet Moth, then now, the Lightning Sparrow King and the Shadow Bat King were also as passionate about the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly. In fact, they were more passionate. Even as a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master and a King-class expert, the Lightning Sparrow King couldn't help getting nervous. A single glance was enough for the Lightning Sparrow King to see how outstanding this flame-veined dragonfly was. This made her even more determined to trade this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly for her teammate. As for everyone present at the auction, they couldn't help but feel shocked when Lin Yuan summoned the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly. One of them even revealed an expression of desire. However, when that person saw the Lightning Sparrow King and the Shadow Bat King's faces, which were also filled with desire, that person could only smile bitterly and suppress the thoughts. If the Lightning Sparrow King and the Shadow Bat King weren't the hosts of this place, this person would have stood up to compete for the flame-veined dragonfly. The person would definitely try to use a huge price to secure this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly that had awakened the huge veined dragonfly's bloodline. The Lightning Sparrow King pondered for a moment and said, "Young friend, to be honest with you, your flame-veined dragonfly is very compatible with one of my teammates who possesses winged insect species phase, and is also very suitable for the willpower rune my teammate comprehended. I wonder if we can use this Hurricane Owlet Moth and provide additional reward until you are satisfied to trade for this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly." The Lightning Sparrow King was already mentally prepared. As long as she could keep the diamond spiritual ingredient, deep blue soul awakening petals, whatever this youth wanted her to use for the trade, and if it was too exaggerating, she would agree. Lin Yuan didn't reserve himself either. He knew clearly of how outstanding and rare this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly was. Furthermore, a trade was something where both would benefit. And it was a contest. Lin Yuan wasn't a philanthropist and would just trade a bronze epic Fae just because he had an easy time enhancing Faes. It was the same when the Lightning Sparrow King wanted Lin Yuan to provide collateral at the negotiation's early stage. Lin Yuan estimated the value of the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly and said clearly, "Senior Lightning Sparrow King, since the two other source-type lifeforms aren't easy to sell, as they will either use 2 willpower runes or use a massive amount of spiritual energy. As for the continuous pouring of fresh blood for 10 years, it isn't something a normal person could withstand either. I wonder if Senior Lightning Sparrow King feels that it is possible to trade my flame-veined dragonfly, which had awakened the bloodline of the huge veined dragonfly for all 3 source-type lifeforms." When speaking, Lin Yuan intentionally mentioned the awakening of the bloodline. In fact, even if Lin Yuan didn't mention it, the Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master, Lightning Sparrow King, And the rest of the people here who knew a little about the flame-veined dragonfly would know that if this flame-veined dragonfly had awakened huge veined dragonfly's bloodline, otherwise, its size would only be around 30 centimeters, not the giant size of 2 meters. When the Lightning Sparrow King heard of Lin Yuan's request, she couldn't help but hesitate and went into deep contemplation. The two other source-type life forms might have hard contract conditions, but they were still source-type life forms after all. At the same time, these two source-type life forms made their appearances for the first time in the world, and no one had heard of them before. If all three source-type life forms were added together, their overall value should be higher than this bronze epic flame vein dragonfly. Even if this bronze epic flame vein dragonfly had awakened huge vein dragonfly's bloodline, as compared to all three source-type life forms, there was still a disparity in value. When the Lightning Sparrow King was in deep contemplation, Lin Yuan had a relaxed expression. A trade was a contest, and it was the same as a game of chess. In addition, Lin Yuan was holding the upper hand. What Lin Yuan had to contest was whether the Lightning Sparrow King would agree to his stakes. If she agreed, Lin Yuan would be at a profit, and all three source-type life forms would belong to him. If the Lightning Sparrow King didn't agree, then it wasn't a big problem for Lin Yuan, as he simply needed to up his stakes a little. Since the Lightning Sparrow King was already in contemplation, Lin Yuan knew that his conditions were within Lightning Sparrow King's acceptable range. Just as the Lightning Sparrow King was in deep thought, the youth with the dreadlocks had an expression of utter despair. He knew that he was already not fated to obtain the Hurricane Owlet Moth. The Lightning Sparrow King wasn't even considering who would buy the Hurricane Owlet Moth right now. It was whether it was worth it to use the two other source-type life forms to trade for the bronze epic flame vein dragonfly. The youth with the dreadlocks looked at Lin Yuan with anger, but his mind suddenly opened a new door as he was fuming. He was raking his brains and putting in all the effort to purchase this Hurricane Owlet Moth because he was a support-type spirit kite professional. His compatibility range was toward support-type plant species phase, so he had been lacking an effective attack method. Moreover, among his contracted phase, the breeze hibiscus fit the requirements for the Hurricane Owlet Moth. In fact, there were other support-type plant species phase that had attack methods, but such phase were truly rare to find. However, this youth in the black suit had mentioned to the Lightning Sparrow King that she could pick any species of phase she wanted to be bronze epic. Why am I harped on getting this Hurricane Owlet Moth? Why don't I just look for this black-suited youth and see if he could help me obtain a bronze epic support-type plant species Fey with attack capabilities? The youth with the dreadlocks, who originally had an expression of despair, suddenly revealed an expression of expectations. He couldn't help praising himself silently. I, Gao Feng, am truly a quick-witted brat. Chapter 218. It can be more expensive. Except for the youth with the dreadlocks, everyone present could not help but look at Lin Yuan with a thoughtful gaze. Those who could come to this private auction did not have simple identities. When they looked at the youth clad in black, they felt he was very unfamiliar and had never heard of him before. Besides his aura, they were more concerned about his identity. What kind of foundation had allowed him to say that any species of the bronze epic phase could be chosen at will and take out the bronze epic flame vein dragonfly, which had the bloodline of the Silurian overlord? The huge vein dragonfly. This was a kind of foundation. Based on the youth's calm expression, they knew he put little attention on this fey. The Lightning Sparrow King was silent for a moment and glanced at the Shadow Bat King. Upon seeing the Shadow Bat King hesitate for a moment and nod very firmly, the Lightning Sparrow King said, "Little friend, I agree to the deal. These three source-type items are yours." Lin Yuan answered with a smile and nod. "Senior Lightning Sparrow King, this bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly is now yours." He touched the flame-veined dragonfly's wings, which was a farewell to this fey he had nurtured. He had wanted to find a suitable home for it. The Lightning Sparrow King's King-class squad member was clearly an excellent choice. As soon as the flame-veined dragonfly was promoted from epic to legend, it could immediately evolve into a fantasy breed with a willpower rune. It was very hard for Fays to obtain a willpower rune to evolve into a fantasy breed after a contract with a human. After Lin Yuan bade goodbye to the bronze epic flame-veined dragonfly, he stored it in a bronze face storage box and handed it to Wen Yu. She walked up with the face storage box and handed it to the lightning sparrow king. At the same time, she also took the 3 brocade boxes from the lightning sparrow king and handed them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan handed the source-type hurricane owlet moth to Liu Jai and said, "Big brother Liu, your insect queen's platinum ability is supported now." Liu Jai took it and revealed an honest smile on his face. He did not thank Lin Yuan but clenched his fists tightly. With the hurricane owlet moth, his platinum fantasy insect queen's combat system would also be truly perfected, and it would reach a pinnacle state. Liu Jai did not know what to say at this point. He was going to constantly become stronger and protect this young man before him. Wen Yu, who had witnessed all of this, looked at Lin Yuan before looking at Liu Jai and revealed a bright smile. She had never imagined such a life, which was carefree and comfortable. There were faith and emotions. In fact, the real bridge between humans was their feelings toward each other. Be it family, love, or friendship. They were different means to the same goal. It was just a kind of emotion and responsibility. When you had treated this present manor as a small home long ago, this feeling was just like a sense of security. This feeling of home felt superb. At this point, the private auction was completely over. Dao Zouchen dragged Fang Duoduo, waiting to find Lin Yuan and Liu Jai for a sumptuous meal. It was because of Liu Jai's return. As a Radiance 100 sequence member, she wanted to hold a welcoming meal for him. On the other hand, both of them wanted to get acquainted with Lin Yuan and befriend him. However, Fang Duoduo's expression immediately changed after receiving a phone call. Fang Duoduo spoke to Xiao Zouchen, and her expression immediately changed from being an all-smile to a serious one. She seemed like a completely different person. After Xiao Zouchen bade farewell to Lin Yuan and Liu Jai, she dragged Fang Duoduo to leave in a hurry. Lin Yuan, Liu Jai, and Wen Yu were not in a rush to go home. Instead, they were prepared to go to the night market next to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion to eat supper. When they just left the Rare Lifeform Pavilion, Lin Yuan saw the youth with the dreadlocks running toward him with a smile on his face. Liu Jai immediately took a step forward and blocked Lin Yuan's front. The youth with the dreadlocks dashed as he giggled and said to Lin Yuan ingratiatingly, "Brother, let's get to know each other. My name is Gao Feng. We might have some misunderstanding during the auction just now." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and replied, "It was just bidding. No worries." After saying that, he was ready to continue forward with Liu Jai and Wen Yu when he noticed Gao Feng had no intentions of leaving. At that moment, the youth with the dreadlocks asked cautiously, "Brother, I wonder if you still have other kinds of bronze epic phase." When Lin Yuan heard this, he knew what was going on. After this youth with the dreadlocks had heard what he had said to the lightning sparrow king back at the auction, the youth became interested in his other species of bronze epic phase. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and did not refuse him right away. Instead, he answered, "I have bronze epic phase here, but they are not cheap. Plant phase may be a bit more expensive." Because this youth with the dreadlocks wanted to obtain the source-type hurricane owlet moth, Lin Yuan knew that he certainly could contract a breeze hibiscus. Therefore, it was easy to guess about his phase compatibility. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Gao Feng was elated, especially when he heard bronze epic plant fey. His eyes nearly became 2 big green shiny bulbs under the night. Gao Feng exclaimed, "The price doesn't matter. My Gao family is rich. Can I have a look at what species you have? Are there any that specialize in attacks?" Lin Yuan answered, "It won't be possible soon. Leave me your contact number, and I'll contact you when you can take a look at them." Gao Feng immediately gave Lin Yuan his contact number and responded, "No hurry. You can summon me whenever you have time." He waved his hand and watched Lin Yuan and the other 2 leave as though he was looking at the traffic light. Wen Yu said softly to Lin Yuan, "The Gao family that Gao Feng mentioned should be the wealthiest Gao family from Wind Mist City." Ever since Wen Yu had become Lin Yuan's assistant, she had crammed the information of the Radiance Federation's major powers, thinking that it would come in handy one day. Information like this might be extremely rare to other people, but not for Wen Yu. She just had to browse through the Radiant Moon Palace's database. Her hard work could now be put to use. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded. He would consider Gao Feng as his first customer for his face store. He hoped he could exchange some interesting things with Gao Feng. Lin Yuan was no longer short of radiance dollars. When his face store opened, since he would be selling high-end phase, he would not choose to trade with radiance dollars, but barter for something that interested him. Lin Yuan, when you and Liu Jai ate supper in the night market, and Lin Yuan and Wen Yu became fussy at this point. The snacks in the royal capital's night market were not as good as the ones Liu Jai had made. As they ate, Liu Jai received their storm praise, at which he could not help but giggle. It was already very late when they returned to the mansion. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to sleep. He took out the amber button-shaped crystal-like source-type item and was ready to contract it. Chapter 219 Source-type item. Source sand. Lin Yuan examined the source-type item. Thanks to true data, he found it was called source sand. It represented the sand element of elemental source-type items and was considered a mutation of the earth element. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to contract the source sand. Instead, he took the blood-red eggshell containing the deep-sea blood mosquito, which he had won at the private auction, out of the diamond leaf-shaped face storage box on his chest. He walked out of his room and came to a long hallway outside the mansion. The eaves at the top of the long hallway did not look special in the night, but he knew that the Mother of Bloodbath was there. When he returned to the mansion, the Mother of Bloodbath would not follow him in. It usually stayed on the eaves and beams outside the manor as it absorbed the spirit Kai of the world and comprehended the law rune in its body. Mother of Bloodbath, I've brought you the source-type item you asked for at the private auction. Lin Yuan tossed the blood-red eggshell containing the deep-sea blood mosquito toward a corner of the eaves. A red shadow flashed, and the blood-red eggshell vanished into the night. The Mother of Bloodbath's pleasant and peculiar voice sounded. Lin Yuan, I owe you a favor. Thank you. Then it did not utter a word anymore. Lin Yuan knew that the Mother of Bloodbath should be preparing to absorb the majestic blood energy from the deep-sea blood mosquito's egg. As his path protector, if it could improve its strength, he would naturally be thrilled. Moreover, both of them had slowly developed an affection for each other after getting along in the past few months. Although the Mother of Bloodbath hardly spoke, was not good at words, and was cold, Lin Yuan could sense its concern for him. The Mother of Bloodbath had always said that it would not help him unless his life was in peril. However, just when the Pinnacle Class 1-dimensional rift had opened outside Millstone Town, it actually did not need to take out the source-type item from the dimensional rift for him. Thanks to the acid corrosion Queen Bee that the Mother of Bloodbath had taken out, Lin Yuan's current strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Otherwise, based on his two attacking units, the Silver Eye Fantasy Eye Chimey and Bronze Ivy Epic Red Thorn, Lin Yuan would not have been able to reach the Celestial Stairway promotion duels, let alone having a record of competing to the 100th floor without losing. The night breeze blew the green jade bells hanging on the four corners of the eaves outside the mansion, producing a subtle bell sound that was clear and crisp in the night breeze and sounded especially beautiful. Lin Yuan took a deep breath of the late autumn night's cool air and felt much more energetic. He looked at the beauty of the mansion at night and went back to his room. After he picked up the elemental source-type item, the source sand, and carefully examined it, he used his spiritual energy and summoned the yin-yang willpower rune and the myriad form willpower rune. Regardless of which willpower rune it was, the core of their true source was about change. This was also why Lin Yuan had not fused this myriad form willpower rune to the Bronze X Legend Genius and allowed it to become a fantasy breed. For this elemental source-type source sand, such a change-based willpower rune was really more than suitable. Few people could comprehend two nature-related willpower runes like Lin Yuan. Even if people could comprehend such willpower runes, they would not be willing to use two of them as a prerequisite for contracting a source-type item. Lin Yuan looked at the yin-yang and myriad form willpower runes, and his heart was slightly moved. These two willpower runes shot into the source sand, and he contracted it and soon completed the contract. Two willpower runes shot into the source sand without making any ripples, just like a stone sinking into the sea. And the source sand shape did not change at all either. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh that the source sand was really magical. He used Morbius True Data to check its attributes. Fey name source sand. Fey species elemental sand. Upon seeing its true data, Lin Yuan could not help but smile and shake his head. Its data was really so simple that it was obvious at a glance that it did not even have an ability. Actually, at the auction, when Lin Yuan had used True Data to check the source sand, he knew it was special. The source sand originally had no abilities. Only when it was promoted to bronze would it have an exclusive skill. Like other phase and source-type lifeforms, when it reached legend, it would directly become a fantasy breed without consuming a willpower rune. It would fuse with the 2 willpower runes at that time, giving rise to 2 exclusive skills that would be determined based on the 2 willpower runes traits. In other words, after it became a fantasy breed, it would be a peculiar elemental source-type item without abilities but with 3 exclusive skills. Lin Yuan controlled the source sand, and it actually turned into a large amount of fine sand at his feet. He found that he could command it to transform into a large amount of fine sand, just like commanding his own arm as he wished. For example, when he raised his hand, a wisp of fine sand would form a thin wall of sand in the air to block based on his intention. At that moment, he found that a wisp of fine sand had the intention of drilling into the ground, so he hurriedly stopped its next action. As it was of high concentration, it wanted to drill into the ground to smash the underground ores and soil to create sand. If Lin Yuan did not stop its action, he was afraid that the source sand would destroy this newly built mansion. Therefore, he took it into the spirit lock spatial zone. What he wanted to do next was to evolve it into a fantasy breed, and see what kind of qualitative leap there would be when it obtained 3 exclusive skills. Chapter 220 Flaring Sand. Proliferation Sand. Sand Control. After entering the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan immediately noticed it differed from before. Previously, many low-grade energy ores, which he had bought not too long ago, and piled them up on the side of the spirit pool, had been consumed. At that moment, he found that the gold wind speed rapid antelope, which had always been placed in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, was pushing one batch after another of low-grade energy ores into the spirit pool. He was a little surprised at this discovery. Lin Yuan had always put up the wind speed rapid antelope on Star Web. Many people had asked about its price, but he never sold it. This was because he had been busy in hunting phase at that time and was not really short of money. Even though the Gold Elite Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was in Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss Star Web store, he had never thought of looking at the requests about purchasing it. Although the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was a Gold Elite, few Silver, Sword Horn Speed Antelopes could spiritually evolve into Gold Wind Speed Rapid Antelopes. Therefore, despite the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope's low quality, it was still very much in demand. As a Gold Fae, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope could sense the Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone gathering in one direction and decreasing. As a Fae who instinctively loved highly concentrated Spirit Chi, it constantly kept pushing the low-grade energy ores into the spirit pool. Lin Yuan could not help but ponder. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope is actually useful. As batch after batch of low-grade energy ores was pushed into the spirit pool, they were soon broken down into pure Spirit Chi that constantly gathered on a new glazed stone pillar in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. It had a small limestone bowl, and when the Spirit Chi gathered in it, it constantly compressed. Lin Yuan knew that Morbius Spirit Chi condensation after it had been restored to its complete state was condensing the Spirit Chi crystal. He had previously thought this ability would condense Spirit Chi crystals by consuming many energy ores, but he did not expect it would consume so many low-grade energy ores. Morbius would need at least 7 days to condense a Spirit Chi crystal, provided that there was sufficient Spirit Chi. The low-grade energy ores in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone could at least last 3 more days. Lin Yuan's current goal was to enhance the source-type source sand, so he did not immediately care about the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's low-grade energy ores. When the Gold Elite Wind Speed Rapid Antelope saw Lin Yuan, it immediately galloped over. He rubbed its head and could not help but think, Raising this gold elite wind speed rapid antelope here in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would be an excellent choice. At the very least, the wind speed rapid antelope can constantly push the low-grade energy ores into the spirit pool, which would save me a lot of trouble. Lin Yuan planned to take this wind speed rapid antelope down from his purchase with no loss face store. Instead of selling it away, it would be better to let it do hard labor in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As Lin Yuan looked at the Spirit Kai constantly condensing on the limestone bowl, he looked forward to the Spirit Kai crystal that Morbius would condense after 7 days. After sensing the change in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he started enhancing the source-type source sand. As he injected a large amount of pure Spirit Kai, the source sand's grade and quality constantly improved. During that continuous process, its amber button-shaped crystal-like appearance became more and more exquisite. If it was like a roughly carved citrine button before, then it was now a finely polished artwork. In a short while, Lin Yuan enhanced the source-type source sand from normal to Elite X Epic. He took a deep breath and did not stop as he raised the source sand to bronze. It was now very easy for Lin Yuan to enhance Elite Phase to bronze. Since the source-type source sand was Elite Epic, it had 3 exclusive skills when it was promoted to bronze, which Lin Yuan was shocked to see. What kind of luck did he have? He had actually obtained 3 Suprema-grade exclusive skills. However, he could only keep 1. He had always been a very decisive person, but he could not help but hesitate as he looked at the 3 exclusive skills. The first exclusive skill was Flaring Sand. If he chose this exclusive skill, then the source sand's gravel would contain burning traits. The degree of heat would increase as the source sand's grade improved. The flaring sand would enhance the source sand's attacking ability, making it a very powerful exclusive skill. The second exclusive skill was the proliferation sand. This exclusive skill enhanced the source sand's growth ability, allowing it to quickly smash the sand and ores underground to produce a huge amount of gravel. The first exclusive skill increased its attacking ability, while the second one increased its ability in all aspects. Although the proliferation sand was not as effective as the flaring sand, it was clearly more all-rounded in terms of defensive and control ability enhancement. Among these 2 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan would choose the proliferation sand without hesitation. Even though the flaring sand was very powerful, it would clash with Red Thorn Sea of Flowers. In the flaring sand's heat, Red Thorn Sea of Flowers would have difficulty surviving, let alone battle. As a Spirit Kai professional, it was a huge taboo if 2 phase abilities or exclusive skills limited each other. This would undoubtedly be the same as debasing oneself in a battle. The exclusive skill that made Lin Yuan worried was the third exclusive skill, the sand control. It could enhance Lin Yuan's control of the source sand and reduce the spiritual power consumed to command it. He was very satisfied with such an exclusive skill, as every Spirit Kai professional was like a bucket in a battle. Their spiritual power was like water, and every bit of water used was akin to lesser water in the bucket. Chapter 221 Source Sand Upgrading to Fantasy Breed. During the first duel for the Star Towers promotion duels, Lin Yuan had suffered due to his insufficient spiritual power. Therefore, Lin Yuan put extra priority into the usage of spiritual power in combat. As an all-rounded source-type life form, Lin Yuan would naturally be using the source sand frequently during combat. If spiritual power consumption could be reduced during combat when using the source sand, Lin Yuan felt it would be much more useful than to increase the source sand's attack power. Before Lin Yuan enhanced the source sand, he had already tried using it. He already felt that when he was commanding the source sand, it felt just like a part of his body, and it was very smooth. Therefore, what would it be like if he chose the exclusive skill, sand control? Finally, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before he made his decision to choose sand control. Putting aside the ability to control, just the reduction of spiritual power consumption was enough for Lin Yuan to pick the exclusive skill, sand control. When Lin Yuan picked the exclusive skill, the source sand was now considered a bronze, source-type lifeform. At present, the source sand was no longer a blank slate. It might not have any abilities still, but it had its first exclusive skill. Lin Yuan didn't rush to continue increasing the source sand's quality to legend and upgrade it into a fantasy breed. Instead, he checked on the newly obtained exclusive skill, sand control. First, after evolving into the bronze grade, the source sand looked like a crystal button with distinct grains. The grains looked just like the patterns on the gravel. Each gravel had entirely different patterns. And just by looking at this source-type lifeform, the source sand's distinct gravel patterns looked as though they contained all possible grain patterns that existed. When a person looked at the source sand for a long time, they would feel as though they were looking at the desolate desert. Lin Yuan commanded the bronze source sand. This time, the source sand turned into gravels that were close to 100 katas in weight. Lin Yuan could feel that if he allowed the highly concentrated source sand's gravel to dig into the ground, it wouldn't take long to produce a huge batch of fresh sand. As Lin Yuan commanded the source sand to form various shapes again, he realized that it was much easier than before. Lin Yuan was using some physical movements to control the gravels previously. But now, as soon as Lin Yuan had a thought in his mind, the gravels would start to move according to his subconscious thoughts. After some experimentation, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that his control of the source sand wasn't just limited to shape. He noticed he could control the gravel's density and the mutual pressure from each of the gravels. Lin Yuan tried controlling a bunch of yellow sand to wrap around a low-grade energy ore at the side of the spirit pool. The solid and tough low-grade energy ore was easily crushed by the yellow sand that was split off from the source sand. This discovery made Lin Yuan extremely delighted. He then continued to see how strong of a pressure could be produced from the yellow sand. In the end, Lin Yuan realized that the pressure and power were directly related with the amount of spiritual power he used. At the same time, Lin Yuan realized that when he was commanding the yellow sand to change shapes, it was basically using a negligible amount of spiritual power. Only when he tried to increase the pressure between the yellow sand to crush objects, it would use up a small amount of spiritual power. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the exclusive skill sand control really helped him to save up a huge amount of spiritual power consumption. At the same time, it also increased the combat capability of the source sand. Furthermore, the sand's increase of pressure and density was invisible to the eye and made it unexpected. Wherever the yellow sand could reach, it would be Lin Yuan's fangs. Lin Yuan was amazed as he looked at this amber-colored crystal button, which was more exquisite than any artwork. The source-type source sand might not have any abilities, but just this single exclusive skill was enough for it to be evenly matched with other source-type lifeforms. If a serious comparison was made, the source sand would be superior. For the next 5 days, Lin Yuan entered another state that was like seclusion. Apart from having meals with Wen Yu and Liu Jai and ensuring he had 5 hours of sleep, Lin Yuan would spend the rest of the time enhancing the source sand. After 5 days of diligent work and not paying attention to anything else, the source sand was finally enhanced from Bronze X Epic to Bronze X Legend. The moment the source sand was upgraded from Epic to Legend, grains of gravel started to rise up into midair. The 2 willpower runes that were concealed inside the source sand started to glow. At that moment, the 2 willpower runes were really fusing together with the source sand. It was the yin-yang willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended when looking at the rise of the sun and moon, and the myriad willpower rune that he had comprehended when observing the changing mountains on the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp's body. The crystal button-shaped source sand was shining brightly with amber light. Lin Yuan had a feeling that he was looking at a mysterious painting that existed in the desolate land. The beautiful scenery was constantly changing over countless rotations of sun and moon. At the final rotation of the sun and moon, the beautiful mountains turned into barren ruins. There was a breeze that blew the yellow sand into the sky. From the 2 types of changes, be it the rotation of sun and moon, or the flowing of the mountain river, they all ended up as gravels. The gravels were then all gathered into a small artwork of an amber-colored crystal button that was extremely exquisite. When all of the radiance gathered into the crystal button-shaped source sand, the yellow sand enveloped the source sand. When the source sand was revealed again, Lin Yuan realized that the crystal button was already significantly different. The crystal button had reverted to the form when Lin Yuan just contracted it. It was simple and unadorned and very unassuming. However, after careful observations, Lin Yuan realized that the simple-looking crystal button actually contained a world of yellow sand inside. Lin Yuan had heard of the term complexity into simplicity. It was something that Lin Yuan had never really understood. Lin Yuan had witnessed the process of how the source sand evolved from its initial state to become exquisite. Thus, when it finally upgraded into a fantasy breed and turned back into its original state again, it allowed him to understand the meaning of complexity into simplicity. In fact, it was the same for a person. No matter how wealthy a person was, they were still mortals. But an ordinary person must not remain mediocre. Lin Yuan held onto this crystal button-shaped source sand, which didn't forget its origin. He then used true data to check on the source sand, which was already bronze X fantasy I. After seeing the two exclusive skills comprehended when being a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan couldn't help raising his brows. Because the two exclusive skills that the source sand comprehended were related to changes. However, the two types of changes were entirely different. Chapter 222 Fantasy Breeds 2 Exclusive Skills. At present, the bronze X fantasy I source sand possessed 3 exclusive skills. Apart from the first exclusive skill, sand control, the other 2 exclusive skills were metal consume manifestation and gravel spirit acceptance. Metal consume manifestation and gravel spirit acceptance were the 2 exclusive skills that the source sand obtained when upgrading into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan felt that these exclusive skills were indeed worthy for the willpower runes they inherited, be it metal consume manifestation or gravel spirit acceptance. Both of them had extreme characteristics and transformation. When looking at the exclusive skill, metal consume manifestation, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. It allowed the source sand to consume a type of metal and possess a part of the metal's characteristics. In fact, during combat, the source sand could quickly condense the same type of metal it had consumed and form into a specific shape for offense, defense, or control. The amount of the metal the source sand could consume would be determined by the source sand's grade. This exclusive skill allowed the source sand's combat style to immediately change qualitatively. The source sand was actually just a pile of yellow sand, and even if its attack power was strong, it was still limited. However, the exclusive skill metal consume manifestation made it no different than concealing a sharp sword within the sea of gravel, which could be brandished at any moment. After some considerations, Lin Yuan decided that the source sand would use the metal consume manifestation to consume the bronze ferromanganese, a metallic spiritual ingredient, which was refined from manganese ore. The metal that was consumed using the metal consume manifestation was able to change after a certain metal type was specified. On the contrary, the metal consumed by the source sand could be replaced at any moment with Lin Yuan's command. The source sand was only bronze X fantasy I now, so the bronze ferromanganese was definitely the most suitable for the source sand at this moment. Ferromanganese's characteristics were very simple: toughness and sharpness. The ferromanganese's surface wasn't smooth, and there were plenty of jagged edges. If the jagged surface was to rub against the enemy's skin, it would be able to deal serious damage and act just like a sharp file. If the jagged edges stabbed into the enemy's skin, it would simply be a sharp object to release blood. The source sand could turn itself into gravels, but they were simply produced from the soil and rocks on the ground. The bronze X fantasy I source sand still wasn't competent enough to use highly concentrated sand to dig deep into the ground to smash up the hard rocks during the battle and produce large amounts of tough gravel. But if the ferromanganese was chosen for the source sand's metal consume manifestation, it would immediately enhance the gravel's toughness and also the ability to produce more gravel. Moreover, it would allow the source sand's gravel to have a sharp surface. As a bronze spiritual ingredient, the ferromanganese could be bought in the rare lifeform pavilion from an auction. Therefore, Lin Yuan immediately purchased a huge supply of ferromanganese from the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion. At the same time, he ordered another huge supply of low-grade energy ores from Zhu Jiexan. This time, Lin Yuan purchased way more low-grade energy ores and stored them in several silver face storage boxes. He then put them in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. They should last for a very long period. Lin Yuan then took out the ferromanganese. The pieces of ferromanganese were dark blue in color and had a metallic luster that manganese ores didn't have. The quality of the ferromanganese was also much tougher. Lin Yuan immediately allowed the source sand to consume the ferromanganese that he had just obtained. While the source sand was consuming the ferromanganese, Lin Yuan was constantly observing the changes that were happening to the source sand. He realized that the source sand didn't have any obvious transformation. However, the source sand's toughness was constantly increasing. Moreover, when Lin Yuan clenched a pile of sand, he could already feel that the sand felt like sharp spikes and was rather painful to the touch. He knew that the ferromanganese's metal characteristics had been transferred to the source sand. Lin Yuan had purchased a huge bulk of ferromanganese, but he had still underestimated the source sand's metal consume manifestation and the amount of ferromanganese it could consume. Lin Yuan had purchased close to 8 katas, but there were less than 300 katas left now. After the source sand consumed the ferromanganese with metal consume manifestation, Lin Yuan made a careful consideration of the ferromanganese shapes he wanted during combat. The form and shape of the ferromanganese wasn't something that Lin Yuan could directly change during combat, due to the ferromanganese's toughness. If Lin Yuan wanted to change the forms during combat, the source sand would have to refine the ferromanganese and turn them into the weapon of choice. It was unknown how much spiritual power Lin Yuan would need to supply. Thus, Lin Yuan had to condense the forms and shapes of the weapons he required from the ferromanganese and allow the source sand to memorize it. By then, Lin Yuan only had to give the command in combat, and the source sand would be able to produce the weapon shape that it had already memorized. Because the source sand could only memorize one weapon form, Lin Yuan had to be cautious. There were all sorts of weapon forms. A shield could be used for defense, while a sharp sword could be used for damage. A chain or whip would be used for control. Be it the shield, sword, chain, or whip, their effects were too simple. But Lin Yuan was a quick-witted person and quickly thought of a solution. The solution was a chain blade. The chain blade incorporated the advantages of a sword and chain, combining attack and control. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan made the body of the blade wider, allowing it to be used as a shield. Lin Yuan's design wouldn't reduce the combat capabilities of the weapon formed by the source sand's metal consume manifestation. On the contrary, the ferromanganese's irregular surface allowed the body of the chain blade to become a huge file. Once the chain blade wrapped around the target, the blade didn't have to slash, it only had to rub against the target to rip apart a layer of flesh. Simultaneously, if multiple chain blades were used, the thick body's intersection would create a giant metal prison. The target would be trapped, and once the target was controlled, the source sand could bury the target deep into the ground along with the metal prison. The source sand could then use pressure and density to suffocate the target to death underground. After making the decision, Lin Yuan transmitted the unique chain blade's design in his mind to the source sand. Subsequently, the source sand reverted to its crystal button state. In order to form the chain blade with metal consume manifestation, the source sand would need to go through a memorization process. It would then be able to produce high purity ferromanganese from the yellow sand as soon as Lin Yuan commanded, and turned it into the chain blade. Chapter 223 Second Celestial Stairway Promotion Duel. Lin Yuan had previously wanted to let the source sand consume a high-grade metal. Even if the source sand could only consume a small amount of high-grade metal, its burst damage output would be great. However, after some considerations, Lin Yuan gave up on that. Be it the Silver Fantasy Chimey or the Gold Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, they had terrifying singular burst strength. Lin Yuan didn't need the source sand to produce extremely powerful burst damage by itself. On the contrary, now that the source sand consumed the ferromanganese, it gave Lin Yuan immense overall strength. When looking at the source sand's second exclusive skill, Lin Yuan was already overwhelmingly satisfied. However, when Lin Yuan saw the third exclusive skill, he felt that the source sand was truly damn straightforward in terms of what it comprehended from the two willpower runes. Of the two types of transformation, one was related to life while the other wasn't. The third exclusive skill, Gravel spirit acceptance allowed the source sand to consume a type of Fey or dimensional lifeform. The kind of Fey and dimensional lifeform that source sand could consume would be determined by the energy and genetic model's complexity. This made Lin Yuan carefully consider whether he wanted to let the source sand consume more types of Feys and form a small army within the sand, or consume just a single type of Fey, allowing that single unit to reach the gravel spirit acceptance skill's limits. Ultimately, Lin Yuan gave up on the first idea. After some experimentation, Lin Yuan realized that if he allowed the gravel spirit acceptance skill to consume class 1 dimensional lifeforms, due to the different genetic models, the source sand could only contain around 10 to 25 phase or lifeforms. If the source sand contained so many class 1 dimensional lifeforms, its strength would be equivalent to a similar number of bronze phase. Having such overall strength wasn't really useful for Lin Yuan. It was actually inferior to the sea of flowers that Red Thorn could produce. Lin Yuan realized that if the source sand consumed the class 2 horn demon from the abyss dimensional rift, it just so happened to be the gravel spirit acceptance skill's limit. Furthermore, this class 2 horn demon was an all-rounded unit and had the strength of a silver X-Fey. Although it was still rather meaningless, Lin Yuan was reluctant to give up on the class 2 horn demon. Lin Yuan's leaf-shaped Fey storage box had all sorts of dimensional lifeform corpses. Just as Lin Yuan was looking through them, he suddenly noticed a dimensional lifeform that he had personally slain. It was the class 3 alien insect, heart-penetrating iron line. The gravel spirit acceptance skill's limit was determined by that phase or lifeform's energy and genetic model's complexity. If there was a dimensional lifeform with the simplest genetic model, it would definitely be the heart-penetrating iron line. The heart-penetrating iron line may have a simple genetic model, but it was a class 3 alien insect that its mere mention would strike people with fear. Apart from its extreme ability to conceal itself, it also had terrifying penetrative power. If Lin Yuan made the source sand turn into a sea of sand, it would be enough for the heart-penetrating iron line to hide as it pleased. Every patch of yellow was the optimal hiding place, and it would allow the heart-penetrating iron line to easily launch sneak attacks, just like an invisible assassin. However, in Lin Yuan's mind, the heart-penetrating iron line's best attack method was to wait for the target to sink into the sea of sand first. Once the target was struggling to get out of the sea of sand, the heart-penetrating iron line could find an opportunity to penetrate the heart and complete the kill. If the chain blade formed a prison and buried the target underground, the heart-penetrating iron line could simply supplement with a fatal attack. It was truly a hidden and invisible assassin that could take lives without any sound in the sea of sand. Lin Yuan took the heart-penetrating iron line out of the leaf-shaped Fey storage box, which was equivalent to a gold normal Fey. He then commanded the source sand to use its exclusive skill, gravel spirit acceptance. Lin Yuan discovered that this heart-penetrating iron line, which was equivalent to a gold normal Fey, actually didn't reach the gravel spirit acceptance skill's limit. Through some experimentation, Lin Yuan found out that the bronze X fantasy source sand could accept a heart-penetrating iron line with its gravel spirit acceptance skill that was equivalent to gold III elite. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting at the class 3 heart-penetrating iron line genetic model, as it was too simple. However, it was truly useful for the gravel spirit acceptance skill. Even after the gravel spirit acceptance skill consumed the heart-penetrating iron line, the latter could be replaced. But now, the source sand was already in a hibernation state. It was memorizing the chain blade form for the metal consume manifestation skill, as well as the heart-penetrating iron line, which had the strength of a gold III elite Fey now, for the gravel spirit acceptance skill. As the source sand had to conduct a rearrangement to form the heart-penetrating iron line, it would need to be in deep hibernation for a few hours. At that moment, the source sand finally revealed its true strength when at its prime. Fey name source sand amber button. Sand control increase the contractor's control toward the source sand and also reduce the spiritual power consumption when controlling the source sand. Metal consume manifestation consume a type of metal into the source sand and allow the source sand to possess characteristics of the metal that was consumed. At the same time, the source sand can rapidly condense the metal within the gravel forming a specified form. Ferromanganese chain blade. Gravel spirit acceptance. The source sand could consume a type of Fey or dimensional lifeform. The consumption would be determined by the lifeform's energy and genetic model complexity. Class 3 alien insect. Heart-penetrating iron line. Without Morbius, spirit kite condensation to condense the spirit kite crystals, Lin Yuan would probably have to go into another month of seclusion to enhance the source sand from Bronze X Fantasy I to Silver I Fantasy I. Thanks to the spirit kite condensation, Lin Yuan didn't have to waste an entire month now. At present, Lin Yuan's precious time would be used to increase his strength. The most important thing for Lin Yuan was to increase his combat skills and spirit kai professional rank. He would then be able to make it into the Radiance 100 sequence. A single spirit kai crystal condensed by Morbius spirit kai condensation was enough for the source sand to upgrade from Bronze X to Silver I. There were still 2 more days before the first spirit kai crystal would be formed. After exiting his spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan took a thorough shower and exited his room to have a sumptuous dinner with Wen Yu and Liu Jai. When the trio finished dinner, they had a casual conversation and started playing a rather popular game in the Radiance Federation Fey Battle Chess. During the time when Lin Yuan had been in seclusion, Wen Yu and Liu Jai had also been desperately increasing their strength. Wen Yu was increasing her creation master capability, hoping she could be of better help to Lin Yuan. After allowing the insect queen to consume and embedding the hurricane owlet moth's genetic model, Liu Jai's insect queen acquired its platinum ability. During the past 5 days, Liu Jai had been training with Bai Hao on the star web in order to perfect his ability combination and tactics. Liu Jai wasn't like other spirit kite professionals that only had to control a few Feys. He was just like a commander and had to command 5 different species of insects, forming an insect army. Therefore, his tactics and strategies had to be very elaborate. Liu Jai also hoped that by becoming stronger, he could better protect Lin Yuan. It was already deep into the night. During the past few days of seclusion, Lin Yuan had maintained a tensed-up state when enhancing the source sand. Thus, he really required a good sleep to recover his energy. However, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to rest, and he logged into the star web instead. He was preparing to fight the second Celestial Stairways promotion duel. Chapter 224. You are black. When Lin Yuan logged into the star web as black, he suddenly recalled that 8 days had already passed since he had used that large batch of jade texture red sandalwood to make the fish tank. According to the previous agreement, the Class 4 Spirit Craftsman would be delivering the fish tank to the address that Lin Yuan had stated previously. The spirit pool within Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone was close to 20 square meters in size, and it wasn't considered gigantic. The 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps had a body length of 1 meter and tail fins that were also around 1 meter. When they were put in the spirit pool, they had already affected the large batch of Elite 5 fortune ranches that were evolving toward bronze. As for Blackie, which was rather lively and energetic, it would always go looking for trouble with the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps whenever it had nothing to do. It caused many commotions within the spirit pool. The territorial desire of Fays that had awakened dragon species bloodline had always been aggressive. Had it not been for the dragon phoenix landscape carp's peaceful nature that made them naturally friendly with other Fays, as well as that Blackie knew Lin Yuan had placed the 3 bronze X epic dragon phoenix landscape carps there, Blackie would have already attacked them. However, Blackie might not be a match for the 3 bronze X epic dragon phoenix landscape carps. After all, their physical sizes were significantly different. Furthermore, Blackie was a spirit gather goldfish, a support type Fey, and didn't have much combat capabilities. Nonetheless, the territorial instinct was a kind of pride that was engraved in a dragon species Fey's bones. It was something they would use their life to protect. During this period, Lin Yuan had constantly been pacifying Blackie. But after the red sandalwood fish tank was delivered, the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps would be able to leave the spirit pool and would be nurtured in the fish tank that was going to be used as background decoration for the mansion. By then, the dragon phoenix landscape carps would be used as superior auspicious figures, and the exclusive skills they comprehended. Place of life. would also be able to prevent the plants in this mansion from withering and prevent the water from freezing. It would allow all living things in the mansion to live in the most comfortable environment and would keep away diseases. Lin Yuan was now at the Star Tower, and just as he was preparing to participate in the second promotion duel for the Celestial Stairway, he noticed he had over a dozen unread messages in his personal notification box. Previously, Lin Yuan had set Black's notification settings to reject all messages, so he wouldn't receive any messages from strangers. Black's friend list only contained Tian Ningning. Therefore, it meant that all these messages were sent by Tian Ningning alone. It was at this moment Lin Yuan finally recalled the Star Web reporter, Tian Ningning, who had been trying to contact him. Lin Yuan hadn't actually forgotten Tian Ningning, but during the past 5 days of seclusion, he hadn't had any extra time to think about anything else. Lin Yuan was originally planning to look for Tian Ningning after finishing his second promotion duel, but seeing that Tian Ningning had already sent him so many messages, Lin Yuan opened up the notification box and checked the messages. In the beginning, Tian Ningning had sent an article of his duel record. Afterward, Tian Ningning would send a message to ask whether Lin Yuan was around or whether he had any opinions on the article. From Tian Ningning's attitude, Lin Yuan could feel that she truly wanted to become his exclusive reporter. He then opened the duel record article and read it carefully. The duel record article wasn't considered long, but Lin Yuan read it for a few minutes. When comparing Tian Ningning's duel record article with other Star Web reporters' articles that added in plenty of finishing touches, her article was much duller. Nevertheless, her article was more impartial and also realistic. Tian Ningning managed to stand in Black's shoes and stated the facts of the entire duel. Furthermore, several points of Tian Ningning's analysis of the duel amazed Lin Yuan. Everything that Lin Yuan had comprehended and learned during the duel, Tian Ningning had also been able to point them all out. It was obvious Tian Ningning had her own understanding toward the duels between Spirit Kai professionals. She reported accurately on all the facts in the duel without missing out on any details. The pursuit of facts was a reporting style that Lin Yuan truly appreciated, so he immediately sent a reply. Black, your duel record article is rather good. If you can still use such a factual approach to write about my news and report on duel records, then you can become my exclusive reporter. I hope that we can have a good collaboration. When Tian Ningning had been writing the report on the duel record, she had been very apprehensive. That was especially so when she had sent the article to Black. The apprehensive feeling had become worse, as she had not received any reply from Black. She had been in an extremely disappointed mood for the past few days. This was a chance that Tian Ningning had pleaded for, so she couldn't help blaming herself a little. She had been thinking about why she had insisted on using such a factual method to report on this duel, wasting the chance that she had painstakingly acquired. However, she also had a feeling of relief because her factual report on the duel was considered a justification for herself. Back when Tian Ningning used such a factual and realistic style to report on this duel, she was consoling herself mentally. As a Star Web special columnist, Tian Ningning always had her own insistence. When imaging how Black had persevered outside Millstone Town to repel the insect tide invasion, the image of a young hero trying to resolve a crisis had appeared in Tian Ningning's mind. She couldn't bear to taint the feats of the young with pretentious writing. But even if Tian Ningning was thinking like this, she still couldn't keep calm. She was constantly thinking why Black hadn't replied. In fact, Tian Ningning would log into the Star Web repeatedly daily to check Black's ranking on the consecutive victory rankings to see if there were any changes. During the past few days, Tian Ningning hadn't done anything else and would be immersed in the Star Web. These 5 days had caused Tian Ningning to look much more haggard than before. All of a sudden, Tian Ningning realized that the missing Black had actually replied to her message. When Tian Ningning saw the notification, she rubbed her eyes as she was afraid that she had seen it wrongly. This was the message that she had been expecting all this while. But when Black actually replied to her, she truly didn't have the courage to open the message. Tian Ningning was afraid to see Black's rejection. When Tian Ningning mustered her courage to open Black's message, her nose went sore, and her eyes turned moist. Black agreed to let me be his exclusive reporter. This thought was resonating in Tian Ningning's mind. She was truly grateful and excited to become Black's exclusive reporter. But what touched Tan Ningning was how Black approved of her factual writing style on the dual record. That image of the silver-masked shining youth in black clothes and with determined eyes was now more realistic and vivid. After reading Black's reply for a long period, Tan Ningning finally shuddered as she replied, "Tan Ningning, thank you." At this moment, Lin Yuan was already waiting to be matched with an opponent for his second promotion duel. As soon as he chose to be matched, he was immediately paired with an opponent. The promotion duels for the Celestial Stairway were just like a drainage divide. The Star Tower duelists were sorted into the upper and lower brackets. The Celestial Stairway's promotion duel's difficulty would be determined by the number of duelists stuck in the promotion duels. Even for those duelists who were barely able to promote to the Celestial Stairway with luck, due to the Star Tower rule, they would need to go through a duel after a certain period. Because of this rule, most of the people who were barely competent to be in the Celestial Stairway would fall off from the Celestial Stairway again. Back when Lin Yuan had been climbing the tower, most of the duelists that he had been matched with were male duelists. This was actually the first time he was matched with a female Spirit Kai professional. The female Spirit Kai professional standing opposite of Lin Yuan was actually preparing to say something to the air. When she noticed Lin Yuan, she was stunned. After carefully checking Lin Yuan's duel record, the female Spirit Kai professional gnashed her teeth and said, "You are Black, tell me if you know the fan club leader. That dogshit. Named Ancestor Piece. Chapter 225 He called you auntie because he is rather young." As the female Spirit Kai professional was speaking while gnashing her teeth, she suddenly waved her hand and summoned a raven that was extremely ugly and strange looking. All of its feathers were grayish-white, but the beak was long and delicate. The moment the raven appeared, it immediately spat out a milk-like mist that was very turbid. The mist spread out and immediately enveloped the woman. It didn't allow Lin Yuan to see any trace of movements between the white mist. Lin Yuan summoned Chimey and Red Thorn in response. Under Lin Yuan's command, Red Thorn didn't produce a huge sea of flowers this time. Instead, Red Thorn produced a small patch of flowers that surrounded 5 meters around Lin Yuan. For this 5-meter range of flowers, Lin Yuan didn't provide any spiritual power to Red Thorn to help it enhance the child Ramets. Red Thorn was merely using its own energy to upgrade 7 to 8 Ramets to the Elite X. At that moment, Lin Yuan was carefully looking at the information on the female Spirit Kai professional he was matched with. After seeing her duel records, Lin Yuan immediately knew that this female Spirit Kai professional was purposely getting stuck in the promotion duels and didn't promote to the Celestial Stairway. After climbing to the Celestial Stairway from the Star Tower, the records would be separated into 3 parts. The first was the first 100 floors of the Star Tower. The second would be the Celestial Stairway promotion duels. While the Celestial Stairway's duels would take one of the parts. Name Poison Beauty, Spirit Kai Occupation Support Type Professional. Star Tower duels 542. Wins 321. Losses 221. Highest floor 100. Celestial Stairway promotion duels 988. Wins 698. Losses 290. Celestial Stairway duels 14. Wins 7. Losses 7. Consecutive wins 7. Highest floor 7. The female duelist called Poison Beauty had the highest record of Celestial 7-star. Furthermore, she merely had a total of 14 duels on the Celestial Stairway. However, she had 7 consecutive wins. It meant to say that Poison Beauty had started from Celestial 1-star and won 7 consecutive times. Reaching Celestial 7-star, she had then lost 7 consecutive duels. Falling from Celestial 7-star to the Celestial Stairway promotion duels, she then continued to fight in the promotion duels and already had more than won. Dinyanya duels. In addition, Lin Yuan saw this Poison Beauty actually talking to Midair when he entered. It was obvious that Poison Beauty was also a streamer, and it was easy to understand why Poison Beauty had been stuck in the promotion duels. It was probably a streaming effect for Star Tower duels. For opponents on the Celestial Stairway promotion duels, they were probably easy to crush for Poison Beauty because of her strength. Since she was able to control all of the factors during the duel, it was easier for her to entertain the viewers, and there wouldn't be that many surprises. There were two types of streamers on the Star Tower. One would constantly be pushing upward and challenging their limits. Those streamers would normally strive for ranks in the celestial stairway and hope they would become Hall of Fame duelists. The other type of streamers were like Poison Beauty, who would rather be stuck in promotion duels for the streaming effect, becoming a reliable goalkeeper for the promotion duels. This was also why the celestial stairway promotion duels were that difficult to pass through. It was because of streamers like Poison Beauty, whose strength was already far beyond promotion duels. When Poison Beauty saw Black summoning his phase and putting up a defense, she immediately revealed a bullet expression and said, "Black, the star web says you are a silent, aloof, brutal person that doesn't bother about others. However, you're no one fan bullied me, and you must do something." Poison Beauty was putting on a stance as though she didn't want to fight and just wanted to talk. In fact, she was already sitting on the floor when Lin Yuan heard Poison Beauty's statement. The face behind the mask nearly burst out. It was true that he didn't talk much when in duels, but he was here to polish his combat skills, coordination between phase and to increase his strength. Moreover, the Star Tower wasn't a place where you could talk your way to victory. There were times when words could be used physiologically to mess up the opponent's mentality, and it was something Lin Yuan knew how to use too. However, such a combat style conflicted with what Lin Yuan wanted, which was to rely on his combat capabilities. As such, Lin Yuan had never used words in duels. Lin Yuan could understand if he was silent and didn't bother about others. However, what was this description of being aloof and brutal? Lin Yuan was truly confused. As for his forum and fan club, Lin Yuan had some impressions. Previously, when Lin Yuan had logged in as a creation master and checked on purchase with No Lost Stores fan club, he had noticed the braised egghead and Ju JX and mentioning it before. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had never really minded. As for Black Snow, one fan, Ancestor Piece, Lin Yuan didn't know anything at all. At this moment, Poison Beauty's streaming room was bursting up. She was a veteran Star Tower duel streamer, and she had already severed the dreams of countless people who wanted to reach the celestial stairway. She had sent back people to the 99th floor of the Star Tower for them to restart again. Most of Poison Beauty's fans were loyal viewers, and even though many of them recognized Black, their topics still revolved around Poison Beauty. Sunny day, oh my. Little Poison actually encountered Black. I don't know if Black can win this time. Loss of youth. Any of you knows about the dispute between Poison Beauty and Ancestor Piece? I am in Poison Beauty's streaming room all the time. But why didn't I know of this piece of news? Responsible citizen. It seems like Poison Beauty said on Black's forum that Black doesn't look formidable and only had high-quality phase that are rather outstanding. In the end, she was given a heavy fist from Ancestor Piece. Stranger face. I wish to know how Poison Beauty received the heavy fist. I am curious. I wish to give Poison Beauty a heavy fist too, but I don't dare. And I am afraid of getting banned from talking. Deep Sea Divine Lord. I heard that Ancestor Piece only called Poison Beauty Auntie, and she has not forgotten it until now. Wind of Sleep. Why didn't he call her Anti-Poison? Sundir's Meow. The one above is truly a warrior. Those that call Poison Beauty Little Poison will receive love from Poison Beauty. Those that call her big sister Poison have all been banned. Right, it is obvious how much importance Poison Beauty pays to her age. Love isn't here yet. Is there someone who didn't follow Poison Beauty and started to tease her again? Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about how to reply to Poison Beauty's question, he suddenly revealed a smile behind his mask. It seemed like this Poison Beauty wasn't really acting like what she was talking like. Poison Beauty actually had a total of 4 contracted phase. Excluding the raven that was spitting mist, Poison Beauty had already summoned the 3 other phase within the mist quietly. Had it not been for Genius that had transformed into a mask, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to see through this effect. He wouldn't have been able to detect that Poison Beauty had already summoned the 3 other phase and was already setting up her formation. Poison Beauty was a support-type Spirit Kai professional. And for support-type Spirit Kai professionals, preparation time was very important. When Poison Beauty was summoning her 3 phase in the mist, the amber button on Lin Yuan's sleeve already fell into the flowers and vanished without a trace. At that moment, The source sand had already gone deep into the soil underneath Lin Yuan, and was creating a large amount of sand. Lin Yuan didn't provide the source sand with any spiritual power and was only using the source sand's fundamental ability to create sand. Everything looked calm. While Poison Beauty was constantly talking, Black was standing there peacefully. In fact, for Lin Yuan's source sand to exhibit the greatest strength, it too required time to expand its large-scale sand formation. When Poison Beauty saw that Black didn't reply to her, she stood up and stomped her feet. Tell me, why did you know? One fan call me auntie. Don't you know that age is very important for a young beauty? Lin Yuan was already prepared to fight with Poison Beauty mentally. He didn't really pay attention to what Poison Beauty said and subconsciously replied. You look to be around 30. Right, you already have some wrinkles on your neck and eye corners. Perhaps Ancestor Peace is calling you auntie because he is rather young. He might only be 6 years old. Chapter 226 Dumbstruck Liu Jai. Just as Lin Yuan was dueling on Star Web with Poison Beauty as Black, due to Black's legendary achievements and high popularity, while the viewers in Poison Beauty's live streaming room were fangirling her, they also did so for Black. Therefore, their duel between them spread. At that moment, many viewers frantically entered her live streaming room, causing it to become lively. Cold Wind, I'm here to cheer on my dream guy. What is Andy? Poison Beauty constantly blabbering about just fight if you want to. Wandering Soul. Poison Beauty is showing her skills more. It's simply a piece of art. If she didn't do this every time she's matched with an opponent, I nearly would have believed it. I have a story, so prepare your wine. Black has almost angered Auntie due to death. He's really a man who fails to understand women. He really doesn't know how to speak. What do you want from me? Poison Beauty is a support-type spirit Kai professional. After the mist, she should have pulled apart the formation. I'm really anxious for Black. I wonder if he knows. Are you stupid? The commenter in front must be old lady. Dus viewer. You even understand the setup so clearly. At that moment, Long Tao was supposed to be leading the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main players and reserve team members to the guidance battle. When he heard the people say that Black had gone for the second matchup in the Celestial Stairway promotion duel, he immediately ended the guidance battle and dragged them to the viewing room to watch it. Long Tao had not been able to get in touch with Black, although he knew that there were members of the Extreme Guild Club's tournament reserve team who knew Black. Everyone was preparing for the tournament at this stage. As an A-level Dragon Gate Guild Club main team's captain, he would not rashly contact the B-level Guild Club's tournament reserve team members. If people disseminated this news, it would probably cause a big storm in the tournament season. Long Tao naturally hopes to contact Black. Whether he succeeded or not, he at least needed to talk to him face to face. For Long Tao, Black's second Celestial Stairway promotion duel was akin to observing Black and allowing him to better understand Black's strength. Besides wanting to interview Black, Long Tao also felt Black had a familiar aura, as if he had seen him somewhere before. This sense of familiarity made him be at a loss and had driven him mad. The Dragon Gate Guild Club's members had been training like crazy during this period, and Black's name was what they had been hearing the most during this period of boring training. Therefore, they had a deep impression of Black and were very curious. Shen Hengfeng had also lost to Black in his previous promotion duel. He still felt unresigned at his loss and thought that if he had known that Black had a blue flash purple butterfly, he would have been able to take precautions and not let it control his huge-tailed swamp lizard. Thus, Shen Hengfeng was very interested in Black's second Celestial Stairway promotion duel and wanted to see whether he had lost unjustly. Compared to Poison Beauty's strength, Shen Hengfeng was not as powerful as her. After battling for 20 minutes, she would have exhausted him to death. However, Shen Hengfeng felt that he was 7 or 8 years younger than her. Sometimes, youth was capital. He was confident that when he was at the same age as her, he could shake her off. After playing the Fey Battle Flag game with Liu Jai and Wen Yu, Lin Yuan had returned to his room and had not chosen to sleep. Instead, he had logged on to StarWeb. It was the same for Liu Jai, who logged on to StarWeb to train with Bai Hao. He had become more and more proficient with his Insect Queen's combat system thanks to these few days of training. However, when Liu Jai looked for Bai Hao this time, Bai Hao sent a reply. Ranger Bai Hao, wait a while for me. I'm going to watch the live stream. Upon seeing Bai Hao's reply, Liu Jai could not help but feel speechless. Heart of insect swarm Liu Jai, it's that host sparrow voice lowly goddess. Who blocks her face again? Ranger Bai Hao, you're not allowed to insult her. What's wrong with blocking her face? Sparrow voice lowly goddess hopes we can pay more attention to her singing than her visuals. Which shows that she isn't a superficial person, but a person with great inner qualities and picturesque charm. Liu Jai was somewhat speechless. What did he even say? He had said nothing at all. Brainless fans sure are scary. Heart of insect swarm Liu Jai, what hosts are you watching? If it's not the sparrow voice lowly goddess, hurry up and train. Ranger Bai Hao, I went to watch Black's live streaming duel. His avian fae has an exquisite voice, which makes me feel like him listening to the sparrow voice lowly goddess singing. Since the sparrow voice lowly goddess isn't live streaming, I went to listen to Black's avian fae's voice and treat it as my yearning for the sparrow voice lowly goddess. Liu Jai felt brainless fans were not scary. A brainless fan called Bai Hao was. Liu Jai had seen great changes before, so he was not that curious. He had heard something about the recent emergence of Black. Many people had compared Black's heroic deeds at Millstone Town with his own heroic deeds. Liu Jai did not know what Black had done at Millstone Town, but he knew that it was hard to be a hero because when deciding to be a hero, he should already have the awareness of sacrificing for the sake of glory. In his opinion, it was probably the same for Black at that time. Since Bai Hao went to watch Black's live streaming, Liu Jai thought he would simply follow as well. He told Bai Hao to send him the link to Black's live streaming room, and entered it. When the Radiance 100 sequence people entered Star Web's live streaming room, there would be a special notification. If Liu Jai were to return to the Radiance 100 sequence, he would have to pass a special test within the Radiance Federation this year and join the Radiance 100 sequence rankings. Before the true ranking of the Radiance 100 sequence started, he could compete for one of the sequence based on his strength. This was a privilege given to Liu Jai as a hero who had been seriously injured and had retired, but was now back in the Radiance 100 sequence. Since he was not a Radiance 100 sequence member yet, there was no special notification when he entered Poison Beauty's live streaming room. However, it was different for Ranger Bai Hao. Radiance 100 sequence 87. When he entered Poison Beauty's live streaming room, he attracted countless people's attention. The attention shifted from the topic of the duel between Poison Beauty and Black to Bai Hao. Countless people flooded the screen to greet him and flooded the screen with good evening, Lord Ranger. This was enough to explain the status and prestige of the Radiance 100 sequence in the Radiance Federation. However, Liu Jai did not care about this at all, as he was focused on the fluttering azure blue bird above the silver-masked youth. The moment he saw this bird, he was dumbstruck. He was simply too familiar with his azure blue bird. Chapter 227 Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw and Poison Weaving Dark Spider. Wasn't this azure blue bird Lin Yuan's contracted silver fantasy breed fae? Liu Jai had become very familiar with Chimey during this period. Since Chimey knew that Lin Yuan was usually close to Liu Jai, it was also rather close to Liu Jai and would occasionally eat the usna Liu Jai fed it. Now that Liu Jai had seen Chimey in Black's Celestial Stairway promotion duel, Black's identity was self-explanatory. Before Liu Jai had become Lin Yuan's retainer, he knew that Lin Yuan had his bottom line and persistence, as well as his own perception and views on things. He was also very hardworking usually. Lin Yuan had always been an impenetrable mist to Liu Jai. At first, Liu Jai only knew that Lin Yuan was a Class 2 creation master. However, the more he had interacted with Lin Yuan, the more he would feel that Lin Yuan was even more mysterious when he felt that he should have already understood him. Liu Jai unexpectedly learned about Lin Yuan's identity. Accidentalith rising youth hero in the Radiance Federation. Black. Liu Jai remembered he could always hear people comparing Black's achievements and his. He had an instinctively favorable impression about Black. Perhaps this was like a type of acknowledgement between people with the same beliefs. However, he did not expect his allegiance was both to Lin Yuan and Black. Liu Jai recalled all his interactions with Lin Yuan. It was such a youth that had made the same choice as him in times of peril. As Liu Jai looked at Lin Yuan and the support-type spirit Kai professional Poison Beauty, he could not help but feel a little anxious. Given Liu Jai's combat experience, at a glance, he naturally saw that Poison Beauty was stalling for time, trying to get her own support-type Fei to expand the attack. Thus, Liu Jai was a little worried about Lin Yuan at this moment, afraid that he would lose this promotion duel because he let Poison Beauty have a lot of preparation time. Although Liu Jai knew that Lin Yuan had a silver fantasy breed, Chimey, he never knew how strong he was as a combat class spirit kite professional. When Poison Beauty had actually gotten up from the ground, her four contracted Fays had fully drawn their stance. She was now trying to find ways to converse with Black for entertainment effects and forcibly suppress her excitement. As a host who had always been stuck at the Celestial Stairway promotion duels, Poison Beauty could not have been unaware of the popularity caused by Chen Hengfeng's and Black's duel. This popularity had made the viewers in Chen Hengfeng's livestreaming room increase by over 10 times than before. Poison Beauty was very envious of his popularity. She had been imagining how good it would be to encounter Black in the promotion duels. In the duel between Black and Chen Hengfeng, she had carefully studied Black's combat power, and the conclusion she got made her envious of Black. In her opinion, even though Black was rather strong, most of his true strength stemmed from his Fae's extremely high quality and their species. Poison Beauty felt that based on Black's strength with the duel with Chen Hengfeng, she could likely have an absolute victory in this duel with Black. However, she had never expected that she would be lucky enough to meet Black when she matched with an opponent on the Celestial Stairway promotion duels for live streaming. Poison Beauty had a feeling that she would get 10 times more viewers in her live streaming room than before. She even thought of defeating Black with a magnificent stance. She believed that as long as she could defeat Black, she could become a top-rated Star Web duel host with absolute topicality and popularity. When she heard Black's words, she felt furious. But she did not show it. She just stood there, looking overbearing. At a closer look, she said with a comical look, "Black, you'll magnificently end your legend of being undefeated today." Lin Yuan felt that he really could not understand this old woman called Poison Beauty. How could someone be so delusional? He had only won some consecutive victories on Star Tower. But how had he become an undefeated legend? What the hell was ending it magnificently? Did she not know how ugly her contracted Fays were? At that moment, he ignored her. He used true data with the masked genius had transformed into to check Poison Beauty's 4 summon Fays. Fey name Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw. Fey species Feathered Crow Common Raven. Fey grade Gold 910. Fey type Water Poison. Crow Caw produced violent caws that can cause the target to feel irritable and annoyed. Turbid Mist releases thin mist that contains a large amount of water vapor with a hallucinogenic effect. Upon inhalation, it will put the target in a confused state. Eroding Cold Mist. The icy mist will gradually slow down the target and speed up the rate of energy loss in the cold mist. Flaring Poisonous Mist. When a healthy target absorbs it into the body, it will not cause any damage. But when the target has wounds, it will rapidly draw the target's vitality into the mist. Mist of Illusion causes the mist produced to turn into illusory white, which can perfectly isolate the target's vision in the mist. The target's visibility in the mist will reach the lowest level. Fey name Poison Weaving Dark Spider. Fey species Theridiides steminifantes. Fey grade Gold 710. Spider Silk Spray. Sprays sticky spider silk at the target that will greatly adhere to the target's body surface. Poisonous Spider Web. The poison web it spits out does not contain toxicity. But if the air contains toxicity, the spider web will quickly absorb the toxicity. At the same time, it will purify the toxicity in the air and attach it to the spider web. Misty Spider Web. The unformed spider web in the spinneret can be dispersed into the air into a misty spider web. It can survive in the air for a short while. Web attachment. After the unformed misty spider web comes into contact with toxicity, it will rapidly absorb the energy from the toxicity and form a complete poisonous spider web. Web attraction. The sticky spider silk has an innate attraction on the poisonous spider web. After the adhesive spider web is formed, it will automatically cover the sticky spider silk. Upon seeing Poison Beauty's 4 contracted phase true data, Lin Yuan immediately deciphered her combat style as a support-type spirit kite professional. She was truly a spirit Kai professional who had matched her phase completely for the Star Tower duel. Her contracted phase were not only unsuitable for field battles alone, but they were also unsuitable for a team. This was because if combat class spirit Kai professionals formed a team with her before they started the combat, they would be affected by her phase and get poisoned when they stayed near them. Besides having 2 gold phase, Poison Beauty also had 2 silver elite phase. One of them was a silver X elite carrion parasol mushroom that could release a large amount of fungus that accelerated the festering of wounds and toxins that caused healthy skin to fester and bleed. These fungi and toxins would be in the air when released, except for the contractor Poison Beauty. Other phase, including her other contracted phase, would be affected by the carrion parasol mushroom's poisonous gas when they were within the range. Chapter 228 The Twilight Starbird with the Willpower of the Sun. Fortunately, Poison Beauty had poison-type phase, so the carrion parasol mushroom had less effect on them. Her 4th Fae was an Earth Ailment Silver X Elite Tainted Toad. It was her 2nd Silver Fae, and it could pollute a small area of land, leaving the land with strong toxicity. If a Fae stepped on it, they would be poisoned instantly. Upon contact with this contaminated land, their body would fester and bleed. In fact, this phase land pollution was considered Poison Beauty's means of defense against land phase. Lin Yuan had seen her talents now. She was a spirit Kai professional with compatibility for support poison-type phase. Such a talent was strong, but her choice and combat style of her contracted phase made Lin Yuan feel she was making an unconventional gambit and going down the wrong way. This was simply letting down her rare talent, as a spirit Kai professional could not only be a Star Tower duelist. The Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw spewed out a milk-like mist that should be mixed with the 3 kinds of poisonous mist from the Turbid Mist, Eroding Cold Mist, and the Flaring Poisonous Mist. Coupled with its exclusive skill, Mist of Illusion, it could provide a very good control and weakening effect. There were many kinds of control effects. The Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw's control effect was controlling the vision through the thick mist, and its flaring poisonous mist could also be used with the 2 silver phase. The Silver X Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom or the Silver X Elite Tainted Toad's abilities would cause the target's body to fester and thus destroy the body surface. With the target's body surface destroyed, the flaring poisonous mist could rapidly draw vitality from the target's body into the mist. At the same time, the Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw, Carrion Parasol Mushroom, and the Tainted Toad could work extremely well with the Gold VII Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider. These toxins overflowed in the air and paired with the Poison Weaving Dark Spider's silver ability, Mist Transformation Spider Web, and Gold ability, Web Attachment. The unformed spider webs in the Poison Weaving Dark Spider's spinneret could absorb the poisonous mist in the air without restriction, allowing its spider webs to be distributed in any location where the poisonous mist could reach. This combination gave it a superb group control ability. After the venom on the spider web and sharp spider silk dealt damage to the target, it would form a perfect match with the Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw's Gold ability, Flaring Poisonous Mist. The Poison Weaving Dark Spider's basic ability, Spider Silk Spray, and exclusive skill, Web Attraction, allowed it to turn its group control ability into a powerful single-target control. Lin Yuan had to admit that given Poison Beauty's strength, she was indeed qualified to obtain notable achievements. After analyzing her contracted phase, he formed plans for this duel. In this duel, Redthorn and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee could not play much use. Redthorn's current grade was too low, so it could only control in the tower climbing duel. The Star Tower's duels were unlike the real world's dimensional rift, where there was so much flesh energy for Redthorn to spawn the Sea of Flowers without holding back. When Poison Beauty was setting up the field behind the mist, Lin Yuan could see that she should not be a crank spirit Kai professional through the mask that Genius had transformed into. Instead, she should be a Brank spirit Kai professional. Otherwise, the field range laid by her phase would never be so large. Thus, if Redthorn's Sea of Flowers competed against Poison Beauty's phase in terms of consumption, Lin Yuan would be the one who would be killed first. Besides, if the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee did not hide in Redthorn's flowers, it could not achieve such a stealthy killing effect. Moreover, there was the gold VAI flawless poison-weaving dark spider. Coupled with the toxins scattered in half the field, it could absorb enough energy from the toxins to generate the poisonous spider web. These obstacles would impact the acid corrosion queen bee sting greatly. Thus, Lin Yuan only had one way out. Despite setting up an image for a long time and saying many harsh words, Poison Beauty noticed Black was still indifferent and ignoring her, which caused her to feel awkward right away. She considered herself to be a wonderful actress, but no matter how superb her acting skills were, if her opponent did not act along with her, it was also a waste. This had instead made her look like she was doing monodrama like a drama queen. Poison Beauty's gaze changed, and she asked, Black, do you know you're really weak? Actually, when she had provoked him before, her live streaming room had been in turmoil, as most of the people who had flocked into her live streaming room were Black's fans. Poison Beauty had said that Black was very weak and had been provoking him, so it naturally caused great discontentment among Black's fans. She also knew that her provocation of Black would cause this situation, but this could really bring her a lot of popularity. As a star web host, Poison Beauty had been scolded a lot when she had been stuck at the Celestial Stairway promotion duels. In her opinion, Black's popularity was also a kind of popularity. Only when she was popular could she obtain a large sum of radiance dollars to enhance the gold VII flawless poison weaving dark spider into epic. Lin Yuan raised his brows when he heard Poison Beauty's words. Since she had always wanted to screw his mentality, he would play along with her. However, he believed that Poison Beauty was going to get her mentality screwed instead. She was worried that Black would not take up the fight, but it made her feel relieved when he suddenly spoke. Nonetheless, after she heard his words, she immediately turned silent before exploding after a short period. Black faintly said, There shouldn't be any team willing to want you. Right. These words were like a sharp knife stabbing into the everlasting pain in her heart. She hid in the mist and replied, 20 minutes from now is when you fall off the star web streak list. Lin Yuan had only started to screw her mentality, but she had exploded. He still had a lot to say, but it seemed that he would not have the chance to say so. Don't worry. Even if I fall off the streak list, I'll still be the first unless you can win 102 duels in a row and squeeze me down. Suddenly, he heard teeth gnashing and could not help but think, how angry is Poison Beauty to be gnashing her teeth so hard from such a distance. Given her mentality, she still wants to play a mind war. Poison Beauty's indignant voice came from the mist. Black, the poison and spider web will teach you what torture means in a moment. Lin Yuan glanced at Chimey, which was flying in the air, when his eyes behind his mask met its eyes. Their gazes instantly became firm. He said clearly, No need for a moment. Chimey, use clear sky. Chimey flapped its wings and made a clear chirp high in the sky. The chirp was so clear and pleasant that it made Bai Hao, who was in Poison Beauty's live streaming room, feel goosebumps from listening. After Chimey's clear chirp, it was as if a rising sun appeared in the sky. The searing sun scorched the milk like poisonous mist and instantly evaporated it. Chimey's clear sky had restrained the illusory mist Western Jackdaw's poisonous mist. The illusory mist Western Jackdaw was a poison and water-type fae. The mist contained a large amount of water, which was evaporated by the burning sunlight. However, the toxins still remained in the air. They had only weakened a lot after the water element had been drawn away. After Chimey used clear sky, Lin Yuan shouted at the sky, Chimey, use radiant body. At that moment, Lin Yuan had only 110 of spiritual power in him, and gave the rest of it to Chimey to help its radiant body absorb sunlight and accumulate energy. The sun had appeared in the sky because of its exclusive skill, and all that sunlight fused into Chimey's petite azure blue body. As it absorbed the golden sunlight, all the feathers on its body instantly turned into a light golden color the moment the sunlight fused into it. This faint golden glow was as if it was more dazzling than the blazing sun. The cloud patterns on Chimey's back produced ethereal clouds, and the stars shone brightly in the clouds. As Chimey constantly absorbed the sunlight into its body, the stars in the cloud gathered into a glorious sun. Its body instantly ignited. just like the sun's glazed flames. Its body size had also grown to 1 meter long, and it was now like a magnificent divine bird adhering to the willpower of the sun. At that moment, Shadowy flapped its golden wings and ignored any barrier as it flew straight toward Poison Beauty. Chapter 229, Breaking All Laws with One Force. Shadow's body was burning with a glazed flame like a clear glow, just like a divine bird that had added radiance to its body. It had turned from an azure blue sparrow into its current state in just a moment. This instant was so fast that Poison Beauty could not react in time, nor could she command any of her contract's phase. While Poison Beauty was stunned, the gold VII flawless poison weaving dark spider instinctively used its silver ability, Mist Transformation Spider Web, and gold ability, Web Attachment, to produce poisonous spider webs to protect itself and its contractor. It wanted to use the poisonous spider webs to stop the momentum of Chimy's impact. But the glazed flame on Chimy's body was simply too hot, coupled with the fact that it had been releasing scattered light while charging over. The burning scattered light and the glazed flames on its body caused these poisonous spider webs to be burned to ashes immediately at 10 meters away from it. The Silver X Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom was desperately releasing fungi and toxins into the air. But before any toxins could get close to Chimy, the glazed flame had burned them into nothing. As a duelist who had experienced one, star web duels, Poison Beauty had come back to her senses. 2 words flashed in her mind: fantasy breed. This petite azure blue sparrow fae had not exerted its full strength in the previous Celestial Stairway promotion duel, but had instead used its body to help Black block the energy beam. However, it was actually a fantasy breed. Poison Beauty no longer had the mood to think so much. She relied on her deep combat consciousness and commanded the tainted toad by her side. Swallow me and then quickly jump away. The tainted toad's limbs were buried deep in the land beneath it, incessantly polluting the land. When it received Poison Beauty's order, it shot out its tongue and swallowed her into its stomach. She had discarded this tainted toad at this moment. In this duel, she wanted to use this tainted toad as a meat shield to protect herself. It was a kind of life form very good at jumping. It could jump dozens of meters due to its hind leg's strong muscles. Poison Beauty believed that as long as the tainted toad could jump away, she could still survive even if she was severely injured. However, when it was about to pull out its limbs from the polluted land and jump to the side, it found that its limbs were firmly locked in the soil and could not move at all. There was no time for the tainted toad and Poison Beauty to think. The Twilight Starbird, Chimy, was burning with glazed flames as it crashed into the tainted toad that had swallowed Poison Beauty. Such a collision was not bloody because when the tainted toad and Chimy made contact, the tainted toad's body also ignited with glazed flames just like the sun's clear glow. Under this glazed flame, it was as though the dirty and ugly tainted toad was purified. It vanished into the air with Poison Beauty. At this point, Lin Yuan's second Celestial Stairway promotion duel came to an end. He had now ascended the Celestial Stairway and climbed to the top of the Star Tower. Lin Yuan looked at where Poison Beauty and the tainted toad had vanished and said in a clear and cold voice, "Breaking all laws with one force." He was not saying these words in order to show off the victory he had obtained. Rather, he wanted to let Poison Beauty be inspired if she could once again watch this duel in the live streaming room. Not only was her Fae pairing not good for a team and would not be accepted by any teammates, but as a support-type Spirit Kai professional, she also did not have a pillar in her lineup that could carry the battle. It was up to her to think about the Fae to fill in this position as the pillar. In a combination without a pillar, she could not make effective moves during a sudden attack and could only bear with it. This would prevent her from displaying her strength. Poison Beauty's current flaw was the same as his flaw he had exposed during the last Celestial Stairway promotion duel. In fact, the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw's Mist could not effectively protect her. It was just that before this duel started, Lin Yuan had made up for his missing defensive ability from his last duel. By the time he left the dueling ground, Poison Beauty's live streaming room was in a buzz, with the entire screen being flooded with 6 words: breaking all laws with one force. This phrase perfectly explained how this heroic silver-masked young man had revered the battle with absolute power in a flash. There were occasionally 1 or 2 comments saying, Why was there some flash where poison beauty had disappeared? However, they were soon drowned by the countless breaking all laws with one force comments. Lin Yuan would certainly give a knowing smile if he saw these comments. The soil's reflective part was due to the sand created by the source sand that was baked into glass by the glazed flame on Chimy's body. The unsolidified glass reflected the residual light left by the scattered light in the polluted soil. The Radiance Hun Sequence 87, Ranger Bai Hao, was staring at Poison Beauty's live-streaming room, feeling dumbfounded. He suddenly felt gloomy. Since he had felt that the azure blue bird's chirp was pleasant, was that considered mentally cheating on the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess? He was the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess top fan. How had this happened? Bai Hao felt guiltier and guiltier. Thus, he entered the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live-streaming room. Even if she was not live-streaming, he still gnashed his teeth and rewarded her with the remaining 5 radiance dollars in his star web card. As he looked at himself at the top of the list and the huge gap from the second top contributing fan, Bai Hao felt comfortable. In the Dragon Gate Guild Club's viewing room, Long Tao glanced at Fang Duo after watching Black's duel, and he said, "I misjudged the last time. This avian fae is actually a silver fantasy breed." Fang Duo gulped and nodded with great difficulty. Black had displayed 2 silver fantasy breed fays. Regardless of his talents or whether his 2 silver fantasy breed fays were source-type life forms or fays, he could be called the Radiance Federation's true pride with the ability he was revealing now. Although Black's current strength was infinitely higher after this silver fantasy breed avian fae had launched its power, there was still a considerable gap between him and the Radiance 100 sequence members. At present, he did not even qualify to enter the Radiance 100 sequence without a platinum combat ability. Of course, if he had a gold fantasy breed fae, that would be another story. Long Tao pondered for a while and replied, "Well, settle with the current members of the Guild Club's main team. If Black joins the team, the main team of this year's tournament will bring him along. If he doesn't, Little Feng will join the main team. For this year's tournament, we'll continue with our 5 outputs fiercely." Shen Hengfeng should be hoping that Black would not join the team in any case when he heard Long Tao's words so that he could enter the main team. However, the showdown sincerely convinced him that he had lost fairly to Black previously. Even though he wanted to enter the main team and gallop around the dueling ground, he knew he was a Dragon Gate Guild Club member. Shen Hengfeng knew that if Black joined, he would be much more useful to the team than himself. Given his healing abilities, as a spirited young man, Shen Hengfeng might be an utilitarian or jealous of geniuses similar to himself, but he also had a sense of honor and mission as a Dragon Gate Guild Club member. Such a sense of honor and mission made him hope more that Black could join the main team. Although this sense of honor and mission seemed very weak, there was actually a faint radiance hidden in it. Fang Duo touched the back of his bowl-cut head and asked, "Boss, can you get in touch with Black?" Upon hearing that, Long Tao shook his head and answered, "He'll think of a solution. You don't have to worry about this." Then he added seriously, "Review the duel between Black and Poison Beauty first. I feel that there's a problem with the land under her feet. After watching it, well, no longer train in the training room. There's still more than a month to the tournament opening. Well, go to the Class 2-dimensional rift to undergo real training." Chapter 230. Why did you call me? After Bai Hao rewarded the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess with the remaining 5 radiance dollars in his star web card, he contacted Liu Jai right away. Liu Jai, who had been urging him for dual training, unexpectedly said that he had some matters to attend to and then logged off star web. He stood by the window, looking at the night as a decision emerged in his heart. As Liu Jai's retainer knight, he would have to seek Lin Yuan's opinion for any decisions he made. Liu Jai intended to train in the wilderness, because only when he experienced life and death would it be the most effective way to improve his strength. It was just like how some people could hear the voices in their hearts and act on them, who either became crazy or legends. The same was true for a spirit Kai professional's improvement. Only when they were in the midst of a crisis could their potential burst forth with the fiercest sparks and be transformed into a strength that they could grasp in their hands. That night, Liu Jai had gone to bed early and had a dream. He tried hard to become a barrier that could block the danger in front of the youth in his dream. But the youth's figure was getting further and further. That barrier was a little too weak. The sense of oppression in his dream made Liu Jai frown, which showed how eager he was to improve his strength. After this second Celestial Stairway promotion duel, Lin Yuan had truly ascended to the Celestial Stairway. He had received a system message from the Star Web's officials. At a glance, he knew that since he had ascended to the Celestial Stairway with consecutive wins, he had qualified for the Celestial Stairway's achievement. The Celestial Stairway achievement was a kind of very prestigious honor. There were unknown numbers of Celestial Stairway experts working hard to break the Celestial Stairway's record and wanted to obtain the Celestial Stairway's achievement. Any holder of the Celestial Stairway achievement would have a virtual image on the Star Tower and stand on the Celestial Stairway achievement altar for the duelists to look up to. Lin Yuan could not help but feel dumbfounded that he had earned such a Celestial Stairway achievement for winning back-to-back duels. His personal identity card changed at that moment. Star Tower Floor Celestial Stairway 0 star. Source and Bronze X Fantasy I. Star Tower Duels 100. Wins 100. Losses 0. Highest floor 100. Celestial Stairway Promotion Duels 2. Wins 2. Losses 0. Celestial Stairway Duels 0. Wins 0. Losses 0. Highest floor 0. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his refreshed personal identity card. However, he did not plan to participate in Celestial Stairway duels anytime soon. He was not afraid he might encounter strong opponents, causing him to lose the duels and fall back into the promotion duels. Rather, it was because Lin Yuan felt that honing his skills and combat consciousness in the Star Tower came to be too shallow after all. Previously, he had still not been strong enough to walk recklessly in the endless lands of the Radiance Federation. But now, he felt that he was primed to have such ability. Lin Yuan, who had lived 2 lives, had seen the prosperous world of flowers in his previous life. In this life, he also wanted to see this world's splendor, as well as the good and evil. Lin Yuan noticed Tian Ningning's message and simply asked her to sign the contract as his exclusive reporter. If she became his exclusive reporter, she would write all his news and combat records on Star Web. As his exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning could only write for him. This made Lin Yuan feel as if he could indeed save a lot of unnecessary trouble. After sending a message to Tian Ningning, Lin Yuan arranged to meet her on Star Web Center. The Star Web Center on the Star Tower and the Royal Capital was the same, except that the one on the Star Web was much more convenient and efficient. Since Lin Yuan had negotiated the terms with Tian Ningning, the process of signing the contract of an exclusive reporter was very simple. In the contract, it was stated that he still would not give any interviews. At the same time, Tian Ningning also promised to write all the news about Black with true writings, regardless of whether it was his combat record or news report. Lin Yuan also needed to make a corresponding commitment to Tian Ningning. For example, when there were some major events, she could directly learn about the actual situation. To put it shortly, the terms of the signed contract were completely biased in favor of Lin Yuan, with the main reason being Tian Ningning did not use the speaking rights. Instead, she was doing her best to meet his demands. It was not because she was deliberately ingratiating herself to become Black's exclusive reporter. Rather, it was because she preferred to believe in this youth who had once clad in radiance in Millstone Town. After Lin Yuan logged off Star Web, he washed up and went to sleep. 5 consecutive days of enhancing the source type, source, sand, and this Celestial Stairway promotion duel had made him somewhat exhausted. A room that was decorated in a very stylish and magnificent way was empty. The window was completely opened, and the autumn breeze poured into the room through the window, creating a layer of chill in the room that would make people's hair immediately stand up. Countless crows with scarlet eyes and black bodies flew in through the window, and they gathered together to become a middle-aged man with a triangular scar at the corner of his eye. The moment he appeared, he closed the window and respectfully knelt on the ground and said to a pot of golden thorn apple in full bloom on the table, "Chanter Crow greets Lord 7th Page War." After the middle-aged finished speaking, the golden thorn apple that was in full bloom emitted a powerful and desolate intent that contained death. upheaval, unpredictable darkness, and chaos lurking in the darkness. The man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye immediately hid his head lower when this desolate intent appeared, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. At that moment, a majestic voice that seemed to show pity yet endless mockery said, "Why did you call me?" The man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye did not dare to raise his head and could only lower his head so that his voice could be maintained at being more and more respectful. Lord 7th Page War. In the current Radiance Federation's dimensional rifts that have yet to be closed, I've placed the source-type items that can increase the cracks in all the dimensional rifts. He then paused and cautiously added, "But Cheng Wu has been killed. I don't know if he has exposed the plan, and whether it will affect your next arrangements." "My lord." Suddenly, the man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye only felt a burst of pressure coming toward him, causing him not to even have the courage to breathe. At that moment, the voice that betrayed pity and mockery said, "Oh, he has been killed." The man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye hurriedly replied, "The Radiance Federation's Moon Empress killed him." After a long time, just when the man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye felt that his heart was almost up to his throat, he heard the voice again. However, it carried a tinge of deep fear. "The Moon Empress killed him, so she's the one who did it. Put a halt to our plans concerning the Radiance Federation." Lord 7th Page War. What should we do about the plans for the ocean? Continue as usual. That voice suddenly carried a hint of ruthlessness. "You're the leader of this operation in the Radiance Federation. But it went wrong. You've been stuck at suzerain myth Roman 2 for a long time, right?" The man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye suddenly turned pale and answered while trembling, "Yes, my lord." An endlessly contemptuous peal of laughter boomed it, desolate and ruthless. "Heh, well done. As one of the 8 pages and the lord of the Tower of War, I can grant you a position as the 12 lead chanters of the Tower of War. But if you can't get this done, you'll be deemed useless. Useless people will be destined to be reduced into dust under the iron hoofs of war." As this voice fell, the pressure completely disappeared, and that golden thorn apple that had bloomed also instantly withered. The cold sweat on the forehead of the man with the triangular scar at the corner of his eye had dripped to the ground. Even though the pressure had disappeared, he was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up, even when it was dawn the next day. Chapter 231. He in black. The next day, the early morning sunlight shone into the house and caused the furniture made of jade-textured wooden materials inside to give off a soft light. With a kind of simple charm circulating in the room, Genius nestled on Lin Yuan's chest, sleeping soundly, while Chimey was nestled on his neck. The feathers on the top of its head rubbed against his neck when it moved its little head. This subtle commotion made him open his eyes. Such a relaxing rest had washed away the exhaustion he had before. Lin Yuan put Chimey and Genius carefully on the pillow and moved the blanket upwards so that both of their heads were exposed. Then, he picked up a set of clothes that Wen Yu had helped to prepare in advance last night, put them on, and left the room. He basically never wore white clothes. Now that he had put on a white silk robe, it made his youth aura more outstanding. As he was heading downstairs, he saw Liu Jai walking out of the kitchen with porridge and side dishes. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Liu Jai smiled and said, "Good morning, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan quickly walked down the stairs. "Big brother Liu, I'll help you." At that moment, Wen Yu came in from outside and said, "Young master, your delivery has arrived." When Lin Yuan heard that, he put the plate of freshly cut fruits he had taken from Liu Jai on the table before he hurriedly headed toward the door. Since the Class 4 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan, was going to deliver the fish tank made of jade-textured red sandalwood tomorrow, Lin Yuan still had a lot of arrangements to prepare for the fish tank. These newly bought fays from the Star Web had really wasted a lot of Lin Yuan's effort, as he had been buying them at a high price for the past 10 days. Lin Yuan was a creation master. He had never felt how rare the silver usnias and elite spirit siphon goldfish, which were in high demand, were. But the acquisition of this large batch of fays made him deeply understand how valuable rare fay resources were. These fays were low-grade ones that creation masters had not enhanced. but it had cost Lin Yuan a huge sum of radiance dollars. The courier that he had signed for was carrying 2 gold phase storage boxes. After signing the receipt, he put them in his spirit-locked spatial zone, and went to the dining hall to eat breakfast with Liu Jai and Wen Yu. Wen Yu came out of the kitchen and raised the peppermint meat patty and said, "Yum, master. I don't know what ingredients Big Brother Liu added to the peppermint meat patty this morning, but it smells much better than usual." Liu Jai said with a smile as he carried a pot of freshly boiled milk. "I used gold pig phase meat for the peppermint meat patty this time, so it smells extra fragrant." During the meal, they chatted as usual. However, Lin Yuan could vaguely sense that Liu Jai was much quieter than usual this morning, as if he had something on his mind. Lin Yuan asked straightforwardly, "Big Brother Liu, is there something on your mind?" Upon hearing that question, the decision that Liu Jai had made last night became firmer, and he replied, "Yum, master. I feel that my progress is a bit slow here in the royal capital, so I want to go out to train for some time. Is that okay?" Lin Yuan raised his brows as he had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be just this. "Big Brother Liu, although you're my retainer knight, I've never thought of controlling your life. You still make the decisions in your life. Rather than being my retainer knight, I think we're more like friends." Upon hearing that, Liu Jai felt indescribably touched. He spread a smile on his face, raised the milk in his hand, and said, "Cheers to friendship." 3 cups hit together, emitting a clear collision sound, and they finished all the milk in the cup. Liu Jai did not expose Lin Yuan's identity as black because he knew he would naturally tell him when he wanted to. Upon seeing that Liu Jai had nothing more on his mind, Lin Yuan asked, "Big Brother Liu, what are the requirements to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence selection?" Liu Jai was not surprised by Lin Yuan's question. In his opinion, given Lin Yuan's strength and age, it would be a pity if he did not compete for the Radiance 100 sequence. Thus, Liu Jai told Lin Yuan what he knew. The competition for the Radiance 100 sequence members is nothing but a test of character, strength, and talent of the younger generation. There are 3 ways to join the selection. The first is the most basic way, which is to become a city 100 in each of the Radiance Federation's 32 cities, so as to obtain the qualification for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The second way is that those who have made great contributions or outstanding achievements and are younger than 24 years old have the chance to apply to the Federation officials to qualify. The third way is to get a letter of recommendation from the top experts of the Radiance 100. Upon hearing Liu Jai's words, Lin Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. There was no doubt that the third method was much easier for Lin Yuan, as long as he had the recommendation letter from his master, the Moon Empress. He could join the Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, he still asked, "For the second way, what kind of contribution or achievement is needed?" Liu Jai answered, "The second way is actually the most difficult compared to the other 2. You'll get merits when you guard the Radiance Federation, obtain some Federation-wide awards, or have your own exclusive achievements on Star Tower. For example, Black's merits are probably in line with the conditions of the second way." Liu Jai's words made Lin Yuan's eyes light up. It seemed that he really met the requirements of this second requirement to enter the Radiance 100 sequence, regardless of his merits. Based on his exclusive achievements on Star Web, Lin Yuan completely met the requirements. However, he had received news from the Star Web's officials, and Black's virtual image on the Celestial Stairway achievement altar would still take nearly a month. This included the design and other issues, so it would take more time. It seemed that it was the easiest if Lin Yuan made use of the Star Tower's exclusive achievements to obtain the qualification to enter the Radiance 100 sequence. Moreover, Liu Jai had mentioned Black, so Lin Yuan said, "Hee, Big Brother Liu, I'm Black." Lin Yuan had never told him about his identity as Black. As Liu Jai and Wen Yu had never mentioned this, he also felt no need to do so. Now that he had heard Liu Jai mention it, Lin Yuan naturally had nothing to hide. Anyway, Wen Yu and Liu Jai were one of his own. There were not many obvious changes on Liu Jai's face, and the same applied to Wen Yu. Liu Jai had long been surprised when he had found out about it last night. Since he already learned the truth, There was nothing to be surprised about. However, Lin Yuan had revealed his identity without hiding anything, which made Liu Jai very happy about being trusted by Lin Yuan. Wen Yu was eating the peppermint meat patty like a hamster, and felt nothing at all except expecting it to be a matter of course. In her opinion, Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple would probably be more prestigious than being the chief sequence. Not only was the Moon Empress a Class 5 creation master and the Radiance Federation's pinnacle expert, but she had also been a Radiance envoy when she was young. Lin Yuan looked at Liu Jai and Wen Yu's expressionless faces and felt stunned. Were they really not surprised at all? Lin Yuan was surprised by this. If Lin Yuan were to suddenly find out that Liu Jai was a boss dressed in women's clothes, he would certainly be astonished. Lin Yuan took 2 bites of the peppermint meat patty and asked, "Big brother Liu, what kind of strength do the Radiance 100 sequence members have?" Chapter 232 The Radiance 100 sequence is shady. When Liu Jai heard Lin Yuan's words, he pondered for a moment. He replied, "I can't be exact about each Radiance 100 sequence member, but you definitely cannot trust the data publicly available on StarWeb. If you believe it, things will definitely take a turn for the worse." Lin Yuan was a little surprised to hear that. "Big brother Liu, why do you say that?" Liu Jai hurriedly explained. All the phase that the Radiance 100 sequence members used during all the open-end performance duels, as well as the Celestial Stairway duels, are those they used for the selection. When each member is shortlisted for the Radiance 100 sequence, they will receive a large number of resources from the Federation. So they should have already shifted their focus long ago on their phase and used the comprehended willpower rune to nurture new fantasy breed phase. However, each of these people is so shady that they hold back their strength at each year's sequence ranking and won't reveal their strength. That's because their goal is to accumulate strength and charge forward in one go, moving up greatly on the rankings. Therefore, either the members' ranking will not change, or it will change tremendously. Each year, people will drop and rise in the rankings. Take me for an example. 4 years ago, I became a Radiance 100 sequence member, but when I took part in the sequence ranking in the 2nd year, I still used the Insect Queen's normal, elite, and silver abilities. Even though I have the gold ability, Lightning Gathering Moths, I've always hidden it and never used it. For Lin Yuan, there was nothing Liu Jai could not say. Outsiders simply would not be clear about such insider secrets of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lin Yuan was a little stunned. He had understood the strength of the Radiance 100 sequence in vain. If he hadn't asked Liu Jai and had instead taken the information on StarWeb seriously, it would probably have been his own fatal trap. This made him could not help but recall that a few months ago when he had been able to sense the spirit Kai of the world, he had watched the performance duel between Sequence 18 White Devil and Sequence 47 Unknown Flame. Regardless of the two, in Lin Yuan's current opinion, the strength they had revealed was no longer that surprising. It turned out that they had hidden their strength, and had shown their strength when they had just been selected into the Radiance 100 sequence. A sense of urgency crept up in him due to such news. After eating, Lin Yuan returned to his room and entered his spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan also intended to go out for training in the near future, but he had not thought about going with Liu Jai. There was a far discrepancy in their strength, so if he went out with Liu Jai, he would not be able to achieve his goal of training in life and death situations. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was easier for the Spirit Kai crystals produced by Morbius Spirit Kai condensation to enhance Silver Fantasy breed phase than him doing it. Thus, he still focused on raising his Spirit Kai professional's rank. He opened the 2 gold phase storage boxes that arrived in the morning. One of them contained 99 spirit-containing hibiscuses, while the other contained 99 glow-winged butterflies. Lin Yuan had spent nearly $500 Radiance on buying each of these spirit-containing hibiscuses from StarWeb that ranged from normal I to Elite V. Just like the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, the spirit-containing hibiscuses were phase that could exhale Spirit Kai. However, it was slower to raise the Spirit Siphon Goldfish grade, while the spirit-containing hibiscuses could only grow in an environment with a large amount of Spirit Kai. They would wither in less than a day when there was a small amount of Spirit Kai. The more Spirit Kai there was, the better the growth and the fuller they would open. It was considered as a very delicate plant fae. The spirit-containing hibiscus exhaled spirit chi in a very special way. Each of its flowers was the size of a bowl, and the color of the blooming flowers ranged from dark pink to light purple. These flowers opened in the day and withered in the night, and the spirit chi released by the spirit-containing hibiscus was contained in these fallen flowers. The fallen spirit-containing hibiscus flowers were very suitable food for the spirit siphon goldfish and dragon phoenix landscape carps. The glow-winged butterflies were as delicate as the spirit-containing hibiscus, as they both needed a large amount of spirit chi to survive. The glow-winged butterfly was only the size of a thumb, and its wings would constantly change with the color of the flower it perched on. The more spiritual power they absorbed, the more magnificent would the color on their wings be. Although these glow-winged butterflies could not be compared with the blue flash butterfly's beauty, their wings were more deftly when they fluttered them. At the same time, their abilities contained dust avoidance. While the glow-winged butterfly fluttered, it could expel all the dust and harmful particles in the air, making the air unusually fresh. Lin Yuan started and promoted all the 99 spirit-containing hibiscuses and 99 glow-winged butterflies to bronze, flawless. He would still need 1 or 2 hours to promote them into bronze X epic in the spirit lock spatial zone. However, he only needed less than 10 minutes to promote them to bronze flawless. After some time, the spirit-containing hibiscuses and glow-winged butterfly reached bronze flawless. Then, he picked 99 5 fortune ranchu of the best quality from the spirit pool. The 5 fortune ranchu had not awakened with the dragon species bloodline, so they were not large, only palm-sized. They had reached around elite Roman 9, and those determined ones had reached bronze. Lin Yuan also raised all the 5 fortune ranchu into bronze flawless. He exited the spirit lock spatial zone, and within a moment, the phone rang. He picked up the phone and heard the class 4 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan, speaking. Kid, I've already made that red sandalwood fish tank. Tell me, when should I deliver it? It was already dusk the next day now. The sky was even lit up with rosy clouds, with a very spectacular red color. Senior, if it's convenient for you, you can deliver it to me now. Lin Yuan had been busy for dozens of hours for this red sandalwood fish tank's arrival. While enhancing his phase, he was also raising the spiritual power in his body. In less than an hour, the class 4 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan, arrived at Lin Yuan's mansion. Lin Yuan went out to receive him and brought him in. Hu Quan was dumbfounded. FCK, what kind of noble, immortal lair is this? A moment later, the middle-aged man returned to his senses and sized up Lin Yuan before he said secretly, Damn, who exactly is this youth? He's living in such an environment all day long, it's simply too great. Hu Quan placed the red sandalwood fish tank where Lin Yuan had requested. It was Lin Yuan's turn to be surprised when it was used as a feature wall. This completely jade-textured red sandalwood was a supreme treasure. Thanks to Hu Quan, it had been carved into something extraordinary. Chapter 233, The Mother of Bloodbath's Mutation. Based on Lin Yuan's request, the top of the red sandalwood fish tank was made into a huge flower bed, which was carved with longevity mantras and all sorts of mountain and river scenery. Every stone and wood carved vividly. In the tank, a darker colored jade-textured red sandalwood was carved into a strange pine tree. The trunk was like a young dragon. The branches were lofty, and the leaves were spirited. There were also pine cones at the top, signifying happiness and longevity. The bottom of the tank was carved into 8 cities, with cold water carvings. These 8 cities arched over this strange pine, just like holding up a mountain peak. Lin Yuan gently recited, The cold water descends in the 8 cities. The divine tree holding up the peak is young forever. This scenery alluded to the saying of longevity, which was exactly in line with the jade-textured red sandalwood's longevity mantra. Only when longevity was combined with longevity was it considered endless. At that moment, when you came over with a pipe and connected the mansion's ground and the red sandalwood longevity fish tank, this place had only been recently built and was connected to the man-made lake. Soon, she filled the 9M3M4M red sandalwood longevity fish tank with water from the man-made lake. Even if Wen Yu was used to seeing good things in the radiant moon palace, she also could not help but be at a loss upon seeing this fish tank. It was not because of how rare this fish tank's material was, but the design. Lin Yuan said to Hu Quan, the Class 4 spirit craftsman, who was at the side, "Senior, please give me a hand." Hu Quan was actually a bit reluctant looking at the fish tank and felt heartbroken at the thought that he would never see it again. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Hu Quan was naturally willing to help him. Hu Quan would like to see what the youth in front of him wanted to raise in such a good fish tank. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he really did not think any worthy phase could be raised in a fish tank. "Senior, see if you can help me lift the flower bed on top of the fish tank first." A Class 4 spirit craftsman naturally made objects with skills. Therefore, if Lin Yuan wanted to figure out how to dismantle it, he would really take a good long while. Wen Yu brought a ladder over, and Hu Quan took it and climbed to the top of the formidable fish tank. There were cracking sounds as Hu Quan lifted the flower bed on top of the fish tank. When Lin Yuan saw this, he waved his hand, and the 3 bronze epic dragon phoenix landscape carps and 99 bronze flawless 5 fortune ranches that he had stored in the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box entered the fish tank carved with jaded textured red sandalwood. Since Hu Quan was lifting the flower bed, he could not see what Lin Yuan had placed in the fish tank. He only heard splashing sounds. And before he could see them, the fish tank lit up at once. It was like a propitious omen. Hu Quan was amazed, as the jaded textured red sandalwood would only produce such an effect with a large amount of spirit kai. He became increasingly curious about what Lin Yuan had put in the fish tank. When he repositioned the flower bed on top of the tank and came down the ladder, he glanced at the fish tank. If Lin Yuan had not supported him, the ladder would have fallen to the ground with him alongside his actions. Hu Quan was a Class 4 spirit craftsman and a King-class expert, but he was just not good at combat. Despite his King-class expert strength, he could not help but marvel at the scene before his eyes and gasp. These gasps were not entirely due to surprise. It was because he found the scene beautiful. The 3 bronze epic dragon phoenix landscape carps in the red sandalwood longevity fish tank were swimming freely like dragons and phoenixes. The 99 bronze flawless 5 fortune ranches released majestic spirit kai, making the entire house's spirit kai significantly higher. The 5 fortune ranches species had 5 colors: red, white, yellow, blue, and black. Among them, red was the most, while black was the least. When they swam in schools, they were like huge hydrangeas. The dragon phoenix landscape carps swam around the 5 fortune ranches and formed hydrangeas, just like a dragon and phoenix chasing after a pearl, which symbolized a scene of auspiciousness. As a spirit craftsman, Hu Quan constantly pursued art. Now that he had seen such a scene, he only felt his heart surging and said to Lin Yuan, "The pairing of these phases simply superb. Superior auspiciousness with inferior auspiciousness paired with the purple cloud and longevity pattern is really a kind of great elegant music." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan scratched his head and replied, "Senior, I'm not done yet." Lin Yuan carried out the 2 gold face storage boxes. Unlike before, the spirit-containing hibiscuses and glow-winged butterflies had become bronze flawless. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu planted these bronze flawless spirit-containing hibiscuses on the flower bed at the top of the tank. It was now dawn, so the spirit-containing hibiscuses were the most splendid. However, the bloomed flowers had withered, and in another hour, the flowers of the spirit-containing hibiscuses that contained spirit kai would fall into the fish tank through the cracks in the flower bed and become food for the dragon phoenix landscapes carps and 5 fortune ranches. These 99 bronze 5 fortune ranches also happened to meet the growth conditions of the spirit-containing hibiscuses. The 2 complemented each other and became an excellent cycle. Under this rich spirit kai, each of the bronze flawless spirit-containing hibiscus could produce dozens of bowl-sized flowers. When so many purple flowers clustered together, it was like a sky formed by the rising purple clouds. Look at the flowers blooming in the early morning and wilting in the evening, with a smile behind the window. Don't plant flat peaches because they only bloom once 1,000 years. 1. Referred to the hibiscus phase. The spirit-containing hibiscus blooming and wilting represent the cycle of a day, and each wilting was in order to bloom more gorgeously during dawn, alongside the constant setting and rising of the sun. It was as if spring and autumn had arrived, and the 4 seasons rotated. But it was endless. Therefore, the spirit-containing hibiscus represented the sky in this red sandalwood fish tank. The dragon and phoenix chase after the pearl and give rise to purple clouds. The heavens bestow good fortune known as the dew of grace. This was the scene in Lin Yuan's heart. Hu Quan could not help but clap and praise as if he was joking. This is the most beautiful object I've ever seen. If I hadn't widened my horizons today, I would thought that you would destroy this red sandalwood fish tank. If you can come up with any new ideas, I'll also want to close my store. I can even work in this mansion as long as you can afford to pay me. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Hu Quan's words. He had just completed his mansion, so there were still many places that needed to be carefully carved. If he could have a class 4 spirit craftsman, it would be effortless to construct his mansion. Lin Yuan asked, "Really, Senior?" When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's question, he was stunned and then laughed out loud. "Of course. What I've said is true. Ask around at the Spirit Craftsman Association and see if my words are reliable." Lin Yuan could not help but think of Hu Quan's Star Web store with 90 bad ratings. However, Lin Yuan was straightforward and opened the other gold face storage box. And 99 bright white bronze eye flawless glow-winged butterflies flew out and headed straight to the blooming flowers of the spirit-containing hibiscuses. In a short while, these glow-winged butterflies changed into light purple alongside the change of the environment. In the purple clouds from the flowers, they were just like dancing lively in the sunrise and playing in the sky. The rosy clouds in the sky were far from being more gorgeous than the red sandalwood longevity fish tank, dragon and phoenix, hydrangeas, divine wood, cold water, hibiscuses, fireflies, purple clouds, auspiciousness, blessing, longevity, 9 kinds of elegant music. The 9 meters long red sandalwood longevity fish tank, 99.5 fortune ranchu, spirit-containing hibiscuses, and glow-winged butterflies symbolized the lack in the heavenly law. Due to this shortage, there were endless variables that made it more beautiful. The bronze-eye flawless glow-winged butterflies danced around the house once, as though the wind blew the blooming hibiscus flowers into the air. Due to the glow-winged butterflies' dust avoidance, the air in the house immediately became fresh, and the clean house became more immaculate. Hu Quan's current expression was completely interesting. It had just been temporary interest, so he had said that, but he had not expected that it would be hard for him to get out of the situation. But looking at the spectacle in front of him, Hu Quan suddenly felt as if a new world had opened in his mind. Perhaps a different kind of life was not bad. Hadn't this extreme beauty in front of him always been exactly what he was seeking? At that moment, Lin Yuan could not appreciate the result in front of him in time as he suddenly heard the mother of bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice that was full of oppression and pain. "Lin Yuan, take me outside the city, as far away from the royal capital as possible." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he ran out without saying a word. Hu Quan was startled and said, "No need to close the door. I didn't say I wouldn't stay in your mansion." Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuan, who had run to the door by now, replied, "When you entertain Senior Hu Quan, I don't know when I will return. Senior Hu Quan, if you have any matters, you can leave." The moment Lin Yuan stepped out of the mansion, the mother of bloodbath immediately collapsed in his hands. Its body had become the size of a basketball. Clearly, the mother of bloodbath could not even maintain its camouflage for some reason. The majestic blood energy rose on the mother of bloodbath's hideous and magnificent body that was as though it was carved with a red crystal. It was as if it could erupt at any time. The mother of bloodbath's body trembled gently, and it was obvious that it was painfully oppressing. Chapter 234 The Goblet of Bloodbath. As a creation master, Lin Yuan could sense the mother of bloodbath's current body condition. It obviously could not suppress the blood energy that was about to churn and surge out of its body. Lin Yuan used true data to check its current condition and finally determine the problem it was experiencing. It turned out that the mother of Bloodbath was about to get promoted from Myth I into Myth Roman II. This was a good thing, but Lin Yuan was furrowing his brows, looking unusually anxious. This was because after phase reached suzerain and the willpower rune metamorphosed into the law rune as it metamorphosed from a fantasy breed Fey into a myth breed Fey. Each time myth breed Feys had their quality improved, they would receive the world cleansing. When suzerain fantasy V phase broke through fantasy breed's limit and metamorphosed from myth breed into myth I, they received the world cleansing so that the comprehended willpower rune in their bodies could be metamorphosed into a law rune. Such world cleansing was extremely difficult to bear for Feys. However, when suzerain myth breed Feys evolved from myth I to myth Roman II, the second world cleansing was one of the most difficult hurdles to pass in their life. This was because if myth I Feys wanted to reach myth Roman II, it was a process of the Feys genetic model promotion and complete metamorphosis. After reaching myth Roman II from myth I, the Feys could condense a human body and switch back and forth between a beast and a human form. Thus, the world cleansing this time was the complete destruction of a Fey's body and remodeling it before achieving promotion and metamorphosis. They would be annihilated if there were slight mistakes under the world cleansing. Lin Yuan had fully understood all the secrets of suzerain myth breed promotion and metamorphosis due to the Moon Empress' detailed explanation when he had a question and answer exercise with her. However, the mother of Bloodbath's situation was much more bizarre than what his master, the Moon Empress, had told him before about suzerain myth breed Feys evolving into myth I. Usually, a suzerain myth breed Fey would have to accumulate energy on their own to promote from myth I to myth Roman II. When they accumulated the energy to a certain degree, they would use the law rune in their bodies to trigger this energy and communicate with the world to descend the world cleansing. However, the mother of Bloodbath was clearly in a passive state, and its law rune had not triggered such huge blood energy. Lin Yuan asked anxiously, "Mother of Bloodbath, what do I have to do?" The mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded hoarse and answered as it stammered, "I can only hold on for another 40 minutes. Within this period, bring me to the wilderness as far away from the royal capital as you can." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan ran out of the mansion as he used his cell phone to book a Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow with 800 Federation dollars. It flew more than 10 times faster than the Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow. Lin Yuan estimated the time for the Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow to arrive and then ran toward the south of the royal capital to meet it. The endless forest was 300 meters from the south of the royal capital. The Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow flew for 40 minutes into the depths of the endless forest, allowing the mother of Bloodbath to receive the world cleansing there. When Lin Yuan saw the painful look on the mother of Bloodbath, he did not know what comforting words to say. He also did not dare to risk helping it, afraid that his pure spirit Kai would trigger negative effects when he channeled it into the mother of Bloodbath. After running wildly for 3 minutes, Lin Yuan saw the Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow that had just landed there. He leaped onto its back with the mother of Bloodbath. The Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow immediately flapped its wings and headed toward the destination that Lin Yuan had just input in the cell phone. When Lin Yuan hopped on the Divine Travel Black Swallow's back, he immediately took a deep breath. The 3 minutes of strenuous running just now had exhausted most of his physical energy, making him feel a burning pain inside his chest when breathing. The mother of Bloodbath's situation was becoming worse, and the blood energy around it had turned bright red to dark red. It was just like a burning blood Kai flame, causing the clouds in the sky to be scattered into mist and drift away. When the Diamond Divine Travel Black Swallow sensed the energy in the mother of Bloodbath, it immediately chirped in fear, appearing somewhat flustered. However, under Lin Yuan's appeasement, it flew even faster into the depths of the endless forest. Lin Yuan was constantly sensing the energy change in the mother of Bloodbath's body and suddenly felt that its blood energy contained extremely weak, but unusually fresh blood energy. He was shocked. Was the mother of Bloodbath actually injured? It was very hard for a suzerain myth, a Fey at peak state to go through the myth Roman II world cleansing. However, now that the mother of Bloodbath was in a very terrible state and even injured, could it really survive that? After interacting with the mother of bloodbath for some time, Lin Yuan had regarded it as an elder that secretly protected him. Therefore, his heart was kept in suspense at this moment. The diamond divine travel black swallow was quick and reached nearly 500 kilometers deep into the endless forest in less than 30 minutes. At that moment, the mother of bloodbath in Lin Yuan's hand leaped toward the sky and let out a mournful sound. He could see as though broken red crystal-like things had separated from its basketball-like body and fell in the endless forest, immediately making the nearby plants grow wildly. A 30-meter tall tree had grown to 100 meters in a flash. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. These red crystal-like things were no other than the mother of bloodbath's highly pure blood. A harsh sound echoed in the air, and the mother of bloodbath's basketball-sized body instantly became the size of a mountain peak. Its 8 long and slender spider legs were sharp, and the mountain peak-sized dark red spider body was covered with blood-red hair. The jewel-like compound eye flashed with a scarlet flare that suddenly flourished and immediately dispersed the sky of clouds, clearing the sky. The mother of bloodbath turned to glance at Lin Yuan and said in a hoarse voice, "Lin Yuan, ride the divine travel black swallow, and leave 50 kilometers away from this place. Come back when the world cleansing is over. If it's successful, we'll go back together. If it's not, what remains of my body after the world cleansing is yours." The mother of bloodbath spoke in a very calm voice, with just a hint of reminiscence, but not sadness. Wild fays were raised by the world. From a young age, they had to go through countless dangers and competition, and every suzerain myth-breed fae had stepped on countless fae corpses to reach this peak. From the time it had set out on this path, the mother of bloodbath had a realization that there would be a day like this sooner or later. Chapter 235 Feeling moved for not abandoning. The mother of bloodbath knew well that it would either metamorphose into a more powerful being or leave behind a broken body under the world cleansing, and everything in the world would be separated from it. In its opinion, without the Moon Empress' casual help, it would probably have been dead when it had evolved from suzerain fantasy V into a myth breed. How would it have been able to reach myth? Fays were clear between gratitude and revenge. For the mother of bloodbath, the only person in this world it was grateful to was the Moon Empress, which was why it had not hesitated to become Lin Yuan's path protector. It had very simple thoughts right now. If it died, its broken body was at least useful. This was also all that it could give the Moon Empress in return. After saying that, the majestic blood energy on the mother of bloodbath's body rushed to the clouds, exploding the deep blue sky into a dark hole. A brighted law rune flew out of the mother of bloodbath's back, producing a majestic presence as if it could contend against the heavens. Such a majestic presence revealed an indefinable truth. It was as though it should have been a part of the core of this world. This was the power of law, as the law rune was a law that the world recognized. At that moment, the mother of bloodbath withdrew all its consciousness back into the depths of the mind and mustered all its strength to prepare to resist the world cleansing. The mother of bloodbath did not realize that Lin Yuan had never thought of leaving the place. When it had summoned the law rune, the diamond divine travel black swallow had fled in fear, and the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet had turned into yellow sand. The soil in the endless forest was very soft, but the inner layer of ores was hard, which was very suitable for creating high-quality yellow sand. The source sand was rapidly creating sand instinctively. Lin Yuan was communicating with Morbius in his mind. "Morbius, what do you think the probability of the mother of bloodbath surviving this world cleansing is?" Morbius' voice sounded in the depths of his mind. "It's 0. After Morbius had awakened, its true data had been enhanced. Besides being able to see through an object's nature, it could also analyze it based on its nature. Therefore, when Morbius had said that the success rate was 0, the mother of bloodbath was doomed to die today. As Lin Yuan's contracted fae, Morbius could sense his thoughts. So it said, "You're my contractor, and I'm your fae, so you don't have to think so much. Just do what you want to do." After saying this, Shimei's and Genius voices also sounded in his mind. There was also Redthorn's faint affection and dependence. As though the world would be around if Lin Yuan was. Lin Yuan transformed Genius into glasses through tool transformation and put them on the bridge of his nose. Then, He let Chimey and Redthorn cooperate with source sand that was creating yellow sand to form a fortress, and let the spirit gather goldfish release spirit injection on him. The jasmine lily was also in the yellow sand's line of defense and ready for healing. Lin Yuan's spirit Kai imprint was flickering with blue flare, as if he could open this imprint at any moment. However, the mother of Bloodbath was still unaware of Lin Yuan's presence. It was there, mustering the majestic energy within its body, ready to receive the world cleansing. Lin Yuan gave a knowing smile as he looked at the mother of Bloodbath. The duty of his path protector was protecting him, but when his path protector was in a precarious situation, although he did not have the capabilities, he could still fight for a ray of life with the world. Lin Yuan knew that the world cleansing was very dangerous, but he was not a fool either. At that moment, he was not very near to the mother of Bloodbath. As long as the mother of Bloodbath did not fail in metamorphosis, it would receive all the world cleansing energy. Even though Lin Yuan might get hurt from the aftermath, it was stoppable. Lin Yuan was going to unleash all his strength. Although it might not help the mother of Bloodbath go through the tough times and pull it back from the gates of hell, it would at least add a ray of life that would give him a clear conscience without regrets. The sky showed its most tyrannical side. The dark hole shrouded the area within a few kilometers with a layer of thick and like dark clouds. Thundersnakes were roaming in the dark clouds, and a downpour started. The raindrops hit the fortress that the source sand had formed, creating a half-inch deep sandpit on the layer of ferromanganese. After resisting this wave of rain, although the fortress formed with yellow sand had become thinner, the fortress had become more solid since the rain mixed with the yellow sand. If the world cleansing's drizzle was like this, how would the thunder rolls and lightning flashes be like in a while? Lin Yuan's contracted source sand had created a large amount of yellow sand that formed a thick layer of yellow sand cushion around the mother of Bloodbath. This yellow sand cushioning contained precipitated ferromanganese that could conduct electricity and part of the lightning damage the mother of Bloodbath received from the world cleansing into the depths of the earth. Lin Yuan's method immediately shocked the mother of Bloodbath, which had concentrated its thoughts deep in its mind. But now, the unusual changes made the mother of Bloodbath check it with a trace of its mind. After looking, the mother of Bloodbath's mind was immediately awakened. It saw a youth in a fortress formed by yellow sand seriously helping it set up yellow sand cushioning around it. He looked serious and determined. Something sparkled in the mother of Bloodbath's spider eyes. After living for so many years, it was shocked by this youth's gaze. The mother of Bloodbath's will to live had been extremely weak, because nobody in this world knew its body condition better than itself. But at that moment, it surprisingly wanted to live. This will to life made the law rune in midair become brighter at once. In the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, Lin Yuan's behavior was akin to overrating himself and attempting something impossible. At the moment of its death, the world's overflowing energy could annihilate Lin Yuan without its resistance. Nevertheless, the mother of Bloodbath was moved by his affection. Before it could say a word, the world cleansing's thunderclap struck on its bloodred law rune, causing it to tremble. The mother of Bloodbath leaped and took the law rune back into its body. Red crystal-like luster lit up around the mother of Bloodbath's body as it welcomed the thunderclap and lightning that kept descending from the world cleansing. Chapter 236 Myth Roman 2 and Unexpected Joy. Layer after layer of lightning, coupled with thunderclaps that seemed they could explode the vault of the sky, landed on the mother of Bloodbath and split its body into a bloody mist. That bloodred law rune was vaguely circulating in the bloody mist. However, the mother of Bloodbath could not transform into a human, thanks to the thunderclap. The brighted, magnificent bloody mist became gradually weakened. Lin Yuan suddenly heard the mother of Bloodbath's voice. Lin Yuan, I can't hold on any more. Run with all your might. He pursed his lips and did not utter a word. At this very moment, he unlocked the Spirit Kai imprint that he had accumulated for months. The spiritual power in the Spirit Kai imprint differed greatly from back then. The bronze epic Spirit Gather goldfish with the dragon species bloodline had constantly been gathering Spirit Kai in the Spirit Kai imprint day and night, forming a scalable Spirit Kai current. When the Spirit Kai current entered Lin Yuan's body, his white robe fluttered. Lin Yuan looked at the mother of bloodbath's constantly weakening blood-colored red mist and shouted, "Pure land of bliss." The white sand of 10 square meters suddenly emerged on the yellow sand beneath the mother of bloodbath and was filled with the smell of new life and purity. Lustrous light arose from the white grains of sand in the pure land of bliss that unhurriedly fused with the mother of bloodbath's constantly weakening blood-red mist because of the thunderclap and lightning. The mother of bloodbath, which had been struck into a bloody mist, had wanted to use its last bit of energy to send Lin Yuan away. However, as this white sand's lustrous light charged toward its body, the mother of bloodbath could clearly feel its injured and damaged roots constantly recovering. Suffering damaged roots and suffering serious injuries were two different things. Injuries could be healed, but it was hard to restore damaged roots. At that moment, the mother of bloodbath could sense its damaged roots constantly getting better and better. The spirit Kai current in Lin Yuan's spirit Kai imprint was conducted into this pure land of bliss. Otherwise, given Morbius' current strength, the pure land of bliss could not heal a fae like the mother of bloodbath that was at suzerain myth I and was nearing myth Roman 2. Actually, Lin Yuan could not help the mother of bloodbath to fully recover by using the pure land of bliss. However, there was a chance for the mother of bloodbath to break free from the world cleansing, metamorphose into a human form, and alternate between human and beast before advancing into myth Roman 2. The pure land of bliss constantly healed its damaged roots, allowing it to seize this opportunity. The source energy within its red mist fused into the law rune and constantly tempered it. Finally, the red mist burst out with an earth-shattering force. A blood-red pillar of light full of pressure hit the black hole in the sky, causing it to scatter. Then, a beam of soft light fell from where the black hole had disappeared and shone on the mother of bloodbath's blood-red mist, allowing its damaged roots to recover rapidly. Lin Yuan had heard of this beam of soft light from his master, the Moon Empress. It was the world grace that fays could get after experiencing the world cleansing. The moment this beam of world grace appeared, it meant that the mother of bloodbath had successfully advanced to myth Roman 2. The red mist dissipated, and Lin Yuan only saw a very freakish yet unusually beautiful woman appear in the air. She had red hair and red eyes, and even her eyelashes were red. She looked very heroic being clad in red leather armor. As Lin Yuan watched the mother of bloodbath turned into a human form and succeeded in tribulation transcendence, he revealed a smile of relief. The spiritual power in Lin Yuan's body had actually been completely exhausted just a few minutes earlier. He could barely maintain the pure land of bliss by relying on Blackie's constant use of spirit injection to restore his spiritual power. Lin Yuan summoned all his fays back into the spiritual spatial zone with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, he crouched on the yellow sand while being covered in dirt, looking somewhat in dire straits. Lin Yuan's body was covered with a lot of yellow sand, and even his hair had some yellow sand mixed with rain, making him look less handsome than usual. But to the mother of bloodbath, he was still that youth with a firm gaze who had saved itself from desperate straits, allowing it to be saved from the world. That youth stood like a mountain against the wind and rain and the rumbling thunder. When the mother of bloodbath saw Lin Yuan, who was in dire straits, it suddenly felt that becoming this youth's path protector was perhaps the best decision it had made in the past 1,000 years. Not only was it because Lin Yuan had helped it successfully go through the world cleansing, but he had also shown the friendship of never abandoning it. The mother of bloodbath used to be the most thankful to the Moon Empress, but Lin Yuan's name would be engraved in its life with equal importance as the Moon Empress for the rest of its life. The mother of bloodbath stepped on the void, walked up to Lin Yuan, and revealed a bright smile. "Thank you, Lin Yuan." Upon hearing the mother of bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice, he was finally relieved. He smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. "Mother of bloodbath, you've successfully reached myth Roman 2. That's great." After saying that, he lost consciousness and passed out. The overdraft of spiritual power made it difficult for him to even maintain standing, and had caused him to reach the limits of what his body could withstand as he held on. When the mother of bloodbath saw the unconscious Lin Yuan, it reached out and picked him up from the yellow sand. As it looked at the relieved look on his face, A drop of a cold tear fell from the mother of Bloodbath's red eyes onto Lin Yuan's hair. Its freakish yet pleasant voice sounded in the world. I, the mother of Bloodbath, have formed a Path Protector contract and became Lin Yuan's Path Protector. The path I protect has now reached a level I'm satisfied with. I will spend my life guarding the path in front of me. I swear by the law rune that if I break the oath. The mother of Bloodbath looked at the yellow sand beneath its feet and spat out. I will become the Lois. When Lin Yuan woke up, he realized he was lying in his room. So he touched his head. The long-term spiritual power overdraft had caused him to feel some swelling pain inside his head. Lin Yuan got off his bed and greeted Wen Yu and Liu Jai, who were guarding outside his door before he buzzed downstairs to the long hallway at the entrance of his mansion. At that moment, he heard the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice. Just like usual. Only then did he feel relieved. He no longer disturbed it that was sensing the changes in its body. Instead, he rubbed his tummy and walked toward the dining room. What he was feeling the most now was hunger. Liu Jai's boiled nutritional porridge had been stewing in the earthenware pot, waiting for Lin Yuan to wake up. Lin Yuan was eating the hot nutritional porridge when he suddenly felt the quietness of the passage of time. When Liu Jai and Wen Yu saw that Lin Yuan was fine, they were relieved. They had been worried since he had been unconscious for an entire day. Lin Yuan ate the porridge and suddenly recalled someone. He asked Wen Yu. Wen Yu, Senior Hu Quan went back yesterday. Right, Wen Yu answered. Young master. Senior Hu Quan did not leave yesterday. When he saw you come back unconscious, he waited another half a day for you. Since you still did not wake up, he went back and said that he would come over to visit you tomorrow. Lin Yuan did not expect that Hu Quan had really taken his joke seriously. However, if Hu Quan, a class 4 spirit craftsman, stayed in the mansion and worked, it would definitely be a piece of good news for Lin Yuan. At that moment, Morbius' voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, after the mother of Bloodbath reached Myth Roman 2, a trace of the world grace landed on the pure land of bliss. Come into the spirit lock spatial zone to have a look when you have the time. After finishing Liu Jai's nutritional porridge, Lin Yuan returned to his room and immediately entered the spirit lock spatial zone. He was surprised to find 20 spirit kite crystals in the small bowl from Morbius' spirit kite condensation and almost choked on his own saliva. This situation was simply akin to something falling into his lap. He had gotten something only to find out later that it was valuable. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he could raise any of his fantasy breed phase or source-type lifeforms into gold with these 20 spirit kite crystals. He pondered whether he should promote the fantasy breed jasmine lily, shimmy, or source sand into a gold fantasy breed first. Chapter 237 The Source Sand's Request. Lin Yuan carefully looked at the 20 thumb-sized spirit kite crystals in the small limestone bowl and could not help but admire them. These spirit kite crystals showed a crystal-clear texture. It was as though there was some indistinct gas flowing inside. And when the light shone on it, it emitted a less obvious 7-colored color. But if one did not look carefully, these crystals really looked like some irregular broken glass crystals. However, these irregular broken glass crystals' value was incomparable to that of the spirit kite crystals. Lin Yuan looked at the 20 spirit kite crystals and smacked his lips. If these crystals had not formed when the wisp of world grace had landed on Morbius' pure land of bliss after the mother of Bloodbath reached Myth Roman 2, and instead formed based on the spirit kite condensation, then it would take at least 140 days. This was provided that there was a sufficient supply of energy ores. Lin Yuan could use these spirit kite crystals to raise one of his 3 fantasy breed phase to gold I fantasy I and allow his strength to undergo a qualitative change. However, he still needed careful consideration whether to raise his jasmine lily, shimmy, or the source sand to a gold fantasy breed first. Whichever he enhanced would become his trump card, and his combat style would also change and shift toward it. After knowing the Radiance 100 sequence member's strength was not as simple as it appeared, he had a sense of urgency. Since he had decided to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence competition, he would naturally not back down. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. These 20 unexpectedly obtained spirit kite crystals could allow him to have a trump card. Lin Yuan thought that if things went on like that, he could likely raise 2 of his fantasy breed phase to gold by the time he joined the Radiance 100 sequence selection. He could even enhance the Gold Eye Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. A Gold Eye fantasy breed Fae had Platinum combat power. This Platinum combat power was the most basic strength for those who wanted to enter the Radiance 100 sequence. After some selection, he gave up on the Silver Eye Fantasy Eye Jasmine Lily, as he would only enhance his healing abilities by raising its grade. Although healing-type spirit kite professionals were very rare and highly sought after, and his healing abilities could be greatly increased, if the Jasmine Lily became a gold fantasy breed Fae, it would not be of any substantial help in the Radiance 100 competition. Thus, he had to choose between Chimey and the Source Sand. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan gave up his intention to enhance Chimey from Silver Eye Fantasy Eye to Gold Eye Fantasy Eye, even though it was his strongest Fae now, and could even instantly kill a Platinum Fae in one strike with its radiant body after becoming a gold fantasy breed. There was a low mistake tolerance despite its strong lethality. If Chimey could not set the battle while it used radiant body, Lin Yuan could likely face defeat. In addition, the Gold Eye Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee played a similar role to Chimey to a certain extent. Both were single target damage units with high burst power. After Chimey became a gold fantasy breed Fae, it would indeed obtain a gold ability, which was not something Lin Yuan could choose. Chimey was now only Silver Eye, and its combat system was not yet fully determined. Its gold, platinum, and diamond abilities were still unknown. Hence, the boost by enhancing its grade was merely a big uncertainty. Although Chimey would only become stronger and stronger, Lin Yuan felt that the all-rounded Source Sand was more suitable. No matter how strong Chimey became, it would only be strengthening its attack. Even though the Source Sand's attack could not be compared to half of Chimey's attack when it was enhanced, the Source Sand was more focused on defense and control. After the first Celestial Stairway promotion duel with Chen Hengfeng, Lin Yuan had learned the importance of increasing his self-protection ability in a battle. After the second one with Poison Beauty, he considered self-protection even more important and even felt that it was the most important element for spirit kite professionals. If Poison Beauty had the ability to protect herself and survive Chimey's killing blow, it would have been impossible for Lin Yuan to defeat her. Although the Source Sand was all-rounded, it was just a Bronze X Fantasy Eye Source-type lifeform. Despite its full potential, it was still too weak. What Lin Yuan had to do now was to enhance its grade and promote it from Bronze X Fantasy Eye to Gold Eye Fantasy Eye. Since he had decided, he no longer hesitated. He picked up that small limestone bowl and let the Source Sand hanging on his sleeve turn into a pile of yellow sand. Then, he picked up one Spirit Kite crystal and threw it into the pile of yellow sand. The yellow sand immediately formed a vortex flowing at high speed with the Spirit Kite crystal as the center, was rapidly absorbing the energy from the Spirit Kite crystal. The Source Sand was the most special among Lin Yuan's contracted phase and Source-type lifeforms. No matter how high its grade was, it would not have additional abilities or exclusive skills. Hence, after the Source Sand reached gold, Lin Yuan reckoned it should enhance its existing exclusive skills. Soon, the Bronze X Fantasy Eye Source Sand absorbed all the huge amount of energy in the Spirit Kite crystal and reached Silver Eye Fantasy Eye. The amber button-shaped Source Sand's previous appearance did not change, but it became more understated and less noticeable. At that moment, after the Source Sand was promoted from Bronze X Fantasy Eye to Silver Eye Fantasy Eye, Lin Yuan immediately felt the Source Sand trembling slightly as it cautiously and affectionately transmitted a very vague mental request to him. Chapter 238 Gold Fantasy Breed Source Sand. Every creature had spirituality, and the elemental Source-type Source Sand was the same as well. Its low wisdom was akin to a baby that had yet to be born. After sensing the Source Sand's mental request, he could not help but nod secretly. It was really as he had guessed. The Source Sand's exclusive skill would be enhanced alongside its grade. The Source Sand had asked him which exclusive skill to enhance by sending a mental request. Its 3 exclusive skills were Sand Control, Metal Consume Manifestation, and Gravel Spirit Acceptance. Its bronze raid sand control could not be enhanced again, so only metal consume manifestation and gravel spirit acceptance were left. It had comprehended these two exclusive skills from the two willpower runes when it had metamorphosed into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan sensed the enhancement methods for these two exclusive skills and pondered. If he chose to enhance metal consume manifestation, it could only devour an additional kind of metal or change into an additional form. On the other hand, if he enhanced gravel spirit acceptance, it could devour an additional kind of fey or dimensional lifeform. It could then devour two kinds instead of one, regardless of metal consume manifestation or gravel spirit acceptance. The source sand's limit was all based on its grade. There was not the slightest improvement after enhancing, so enhancing it was merely a diversified change. However, Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. This additional change was equivalent to raising the source sand's strength to another level. Nevertheless, he did not decide right away. Instead, he let the silver eye fantasy eye source sand once again transform into yellow sand. He threw the spirit kai crystals one after another into the yellow sand and allowed it to absorb them. After consuming 9 of them, the source sand advanced from silver eye fantasy eye to silver X fantasy eye. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and continued to throw the spirit kite crystals into the yellow sand until all the remaining 10 were gone. The pile of yellow sand on the ground suddenly flared and gave off an amber luster. Wisps of yellow sand rose into the air and condensed into an amber crystal button. As Lin Yuan saw the source sand become a gold fantasy breed, he could not help but clench his fist. After the source sand reached gold eye fantasy eye, his strength would no longer be stuck at the tier 2 level of the younger generation. If he really reached the tier 1 level, that would be the strength of the Radiance 100 sequence. At that strength level, he would have to hone his combat skills. A duel between experts was usually a fierce one. Just a move or a chance would decide the real victory or defeat. If you are one move ahead, you win. If you are one move behind, you lose. There were some changes to the gold fantasy breed source sand's appearance, although it was still as simple without a sense of existence. Just like when it was at silver, there was an imprint on its amber button shape. At a closer look, Lin Yuan gave a knowing smile. This was an imprint due to the chain blade and heart-penetrating iron line. The pattern on the imprint was a little like the ferromanganese pattern. It was as though a silk thread encircled a chain blade and was sealed in a small amber button, with an indescribable gentle texture. As Lin Yuan calmed down, he gave a command to the source sand, which had a clearer mind than before. When he promoted it from silver to gold, he had chosen the direction of enhancing its exclusive skills. If he enhanced the gravel spirit acceptance, frankly speaking, it was just to increase the diversity of the phase consumed by the source sand and enhance its multi-target ability. If Lin Yuan only had this source type item with no other phase, he would not hesitate to enhance this exclusive skill. However, he had Red Thorn that had the advantage in multi-target attacks. Also, the source sand had a certain attack ability in terms of multi-targets. Rather than letting gravel spirit acceptance consume 2 kinds of phase, he would be more willing for it to consume only one kind, which was the dimensional lifeform heart-penetrating iron line. Lin Yuan took out the leaf-shaped phase storage box and searched before finding out there were nearly 300 gold heart-penetrating iron line. However, there were also a dozen of them that had their strength raised from class 3 alien insects to class 4 alien insects. This was akin to a platinum fey. Lin Yuan let the gold eye fantasy eye source sand spit out the previous heart-penetrating iron line. Then, he tried to let the source sand use gravel spirit acceptance on a heart-penetrating iron line that was akin to a platinum eye elite. The gold fantasy breed source sand spent little effort to devour it. Clearly, this heart-penetrating iron line was far from the gravel spirit acceptance's limit. After some experiments, the gold fantasy eye source sand used gravel spirit acceptance on a heart-penetrating iron line that was akin to a platinum III flawless fey. This heart-penetrating iron line was the limit that gravel spirit acceptance could withstand. When the source sand was at bronze X fantasy eye, it could accept a heart-penetrating iron line akin to a gold fey. Therefore, when it was at gold eye fantasy eye, It could accept a heart-penetrating iron line akin to platinum, III flawless. It was something that didn't surprise Lin Yuan. This heart-penetrating iron line hidden in the source sand's gravel spirit acceptance was Lin Yuan's hidden trump card. It could deal a fatal blow to the enemy in the most unexpected moment. After that, he did not enhance gravel spirit acceptance but chose to enhance its second exclusive skill, metal consume manifestation. Lin Yuan had used the 2 chances to upgrade its exclusive skills to enhance the metal transformation form and the type of metal that it could consume with metal consume manifestation. In other words, the gold I fantasy, I source sans metal consume manifestation could now devour 2 kinds of metal and memorize 2 kinds of changeable metal forms. Chapter 239 Day and Night Spirit Silver. Lin Yuan had chosen the chain blade for the source sans metal consume manifestation first form because it was good for attack, defense, and control. However, he chose to enhance his self-protection capabilities for the second form change. There were only 2 ways to enhance one's self-protection capabilities. One was to enhance the ability to resist blows, while the other was to enhance one's speed and dodging abilities. Regardless of which one it was, they were an excellent choice for enhancing protection. Lin Yuan was a person with a mature mind, so he wanted to do all of them. Previously, the source sand was only a bronze X fantasy I source type item. Thus, Lin Yuan had chosen the strong and sharp ferromanganese with metal characteristics that could be used with the chain blade to deal damage to a target. Even though the source sand was a gold fantasy breed, Lin Yuan still did not intend to replace the ferromanganese. The lower the grade of the metal, the more metals the source sand could devour. Therefore, Lin Yuan intended to let the source sand devour a large amount of ferromanganese. For the other metal choice, he planned to choose a gold metal. All the metals in this world were priced according to their weight, but there was a kind of metal that was excluded: day and night spirit silver. The day and night spirit silver had almost no weight, so its price was dependent on its volume. It was an extremely black metal. Such an extreme black could make someone feel as though the day and night spirit silver could absorb the surrounding light. However, after channeling spirit Kai, it would become an extremely white color. This white was like the mutton fat jade. Although it did not emit any light, it would make people have an illusion that the day and night spirit silver could do so. This was also how it had gotten its name. The black day and night spirit silver only had one metal characteristic: sharpness. As a gold metal, a thin piece of day and night spirit silver could cut other gold metals. It did not rely on cutting strength but the day and night spirit silver sharpness. However, with an input of spirit Kai, the day and night spirit silver would become white and very flexible. It could rapidly disperse the attack to the surrounding air. The white day and night spirit silver only had one kind of metal characteristic: shock absorption cushioning. This metal characteristic allowed the day and night spirit silver to become a metal with an extremely strong defense. Lin Yuan planned to let the Soursan's metal consume manifestation devour the day and night spirit silver as its second type of metal. He left the spirit lock spatial zone and logged onto Star Web with his identity as a creation master. He went to the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion to inquire about ferromanganese and the day and night spirit silver. He found a lot of information about the ferromanganese, but there was only one piece of news about the day and night spirit silver. 10 cubic meters of day and night spirit silver was up for auction in the rare lifeform pavilion for 20 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan did not feel that the price of this gold day and night spirit silver was inflated. On the contrary, the 20 radiance dollars price was not enough to buy the 10 cubic meters of the day and night spirit silver. He actually did not need so much of this metal, but only 1 cubic meter, as he intended to let the source sand devour more ferromanganese. A metal like the day and night spirit silver was simply too rare, and Lin Yuan did not have any access to it. However, Lin Yuan did not want to bother his master, the Moon Empress, either. He sent a private message to the day and night spirit silver's sellers through the rare lifeform pavilion. Deep Mountain Elder Lin Boss, I want to buy a cubic meter of the gold day and night spirit silver in the Star Web rare lifeform pavilion. I can offer 5 radiance dollars. After sending the message, Lin Yuan continued to buy ferromanganese in the rare lifeform pavilion. There was no shortage of ferromanganese there, but many sellers sold ferromanganese at 5 kilograms. For those buyers who needed little ferromanganese, it was a very big burden. However, this was just what Lin Yuan wanted. After a big purchase, he bought nearly 100 kilograms of manganese. He could not guarantee how much ferromanganese the gold fantasy ice source sand could devour, but after it devoured 1 cubic meter of gold day and night spirit silver, these 100 kilograms of bronze manganese would definitely be enough. Just after buying the ferromanganese, Lin Yuan noticed that the seller he had sent a message to had replied, ushering in wealth and prosperity 5 radiance dollars is too low. I'm not selling no spec emoji. When Lin Yuan saw the seller's message, he frowned. The 10 cubic meters of day and night spirit silver would never exceed 800 radiance dollars even after being sold at the end of the auction 10 days later. Therefore, Lin Yuan had offered 5 radiance dollars to buy 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver, which was already very sincere. From the other party's attitude and no spec emoji, Lin Yuan could feel that the other party was not sincere in selling it. However, he still replied patiently. Deep Mountain Elder Lin 500 radiance dollars for 1 cubic meter of gold day and night spirit silver. Is that okay? Boss, ushering in wealth and prosperity, I'll consider selling it to you if you offer 6 radiance dollars. When Lin Yuan saw the reply, he closed the chat window. Although Lin Yuan was not short of money, he would not waste his money like an idiot. Lin Yuan could obtain the gold day and night spirit silver if he really wanted to. Why let someone deceive him with such an attitude? He returned to his face store and posted a purchasing request. In fact, instead of saying that he issued a purchasing request, it would be better to say that it was a bartering request. The message he posted was, I'm using a bronze epic fey of your choice to exchange for 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver and 2 source type items. Lin Yuan did not immediately go offline after posting it, but went back to the rare lifeform pavilion to pick up some spiritual ingredients that were not available in Jujiaxin store, and that he needed. At the same time, his StarWeb account totally exploded while he was looking for spiritual ingredients in the rare lifeform pavilion. When Lin Yuan checked his notifications, countless messages flooded his chat. Chapter 244 Wings on the Back. Lin Yuan clicked on the StarWeb messages automatic filtering function to filter and sort the buyers who wanted to purchase. The filtering of messages was based on the message content, which also meant that the buyer's messages included the verification of 2 source-type lifeforms and 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver. Lin Yuan found that among the messages that StarWeb helped to filter, there was the seller that he had wanted to buy the day and night spirit silver from just now. Ushering in wealth and prosperity. Lin Yuan opened the message and saw the verifications for the 2 unorthodox source-type items and 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver, as well as a message that made him raise his brows. Ushering in wealth and prosperity. Boss, I was busy just now, so I was slow in replying. It's a pet phrase when I refer to myself as young master. Don't mind that. Lin Yuan was not a fool, so he could naturally understand what he meant. If that really was a pet phrase, then why would ushering in wealth and prosperity bother explaining it? Lin Yuan replied to him, Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I'll sell it to you if you give me 2 cubic meters of day and night spirit silver and 3 source type items. Then, Lin Yuan closed ushering in wealth and prosperity's message and chose among those who had sent him messages on the source type items and decided on a buyer with 2 source type items that were not too unorthodox. Lin Yuan could not use these source type items, and likewise, those around him could not either. However, source type items were a fortune that would never depreciate. Thus, storing up a bit of source type items was akin to enriching his reserves. In the end, Lin Yuan finalized the deal with a buyer called Listen, who chose a bronze epic power offensive type canine fey. It was not much of a skill to easily come up with the gold day and night spirit silver. But being able to take out 2 source-type items casually showed that person's great capability. Such a person was either a king-class and above expert or a core member of an affluent family. However, all these messages were very polite without exception. With a sense of ingratiation, Listen also wanted to ask for a slot in Lin Yuan's friend list. There was no risk of being cheated when trading on StarWeb, since the deal had been reached and the purchase order had been signed. The party that called the deal off would have to bear a large amount of penalty fee. At the same time, if the other party breached the transaction, StarWeb would contact the relevant departments to pursue responsibility. In serious cases, not only would they be punished severely in the real world, but they would also be disqualified from logging onto StarWeb. Therefore, Listen, who had just finished the transaction with Lin Yuan, mailed over 1 cubic meter of gold day and night spirit silver and 2 source-type items. This behavior was just like a bootlicker's. Listen's behavior was nothing but to get Lin Yuan's favorable impression so that he could have a chance to trade again. As Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store sent out the bartering message, his small store's reputation became completely known on StarWeb. His store had gotten a lot of attention previously, even when it was selling phase in high demand, such as the bronze usneas and elite spirit gather goldfish. However, only low-ranking spirit kai professionals were involved in such attention. Later on, even though his store sold silver usneas, causing its popularity to explode, it still did not have particularly high popularity on the entire StarWeb. The reason was that his store had never been able to interest experts previously. But now, as soon as the news of Lin Yuan's bartering spread, his store immediately welcomed countless experts' surprise. If there was anything in this world that was the rarest for spirit kai professionals, it would definitely be bronze high-quality phase. For Lin Yuan's bartering message, he would not exchange with a specific epic phase. On the contrary, the buyer could choose any species of epic phase. Such heroic spirit was enough to show the power behind this 1-star purchase with no loss store. The most shocked one among them all was Zhu Jiuxin. After she learned of this, she was lost in thought for a long time. Zhu Jiuxin had previously thought that a Class 3 Creation Master was backing Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store, but it now seemed that there was at least a Class 4 Creation Master or a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master was behind the store. Lin Yuan logged off StarWeb, and in less than 2 hours, he received the large amount of bronze ferromanganese purchased on StarWeb and the 1 cubic meter of gold day and night spirit silver and 2 source-type items from Listen. Lin Yuan did not pay much attention to the 2 source-type items. He just treated them as goods and stored them in his leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box. Then, he stored the 100 kilograms of ferromanganese inside 5 silver phase storage boxes and the 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver inside the gold phase storage box into the spirit lock spatial zone. He fed the day and night spirit silver to the gold fantasy source sand and let it devour it. After devouring the day and night spirit silver, the source sand did not seem to have many changes in characteristics, as compared to when it had devoured the ferromanganese. However, the gravel the source sand had formed became lighter and stronger. Although such a change might not seem obvious, it was undoubtedly a very significant enhancement to the entire sea of sand, as it enhanced the gravel's flexibility, allowing the sand to move faster in a battle. After the source sand devoured this day and night spirit silver, Lin Yuan started to feed it and let it use its exclusive skill, Metal Consume Manifestation, to devour the ferromanganese. Out of the 100 kilograms of manganese, the source sand only consumed 85 kilograms before stopping. The gold fantasy source sand's Metal Consume Manifestation had reached its limit at this point. The number of chain blades such a large amount of ferromanganese could form should be astounding. How many changes would the combination of the chain blades give rise to? The combination of chain blades could generate a cage and lock the target inside. Now, based on Lin Yuan's combat mode, the combination of chain blades would show more diverse changes. What Lin Yuan had done just now was to let the source sand's Metal Consume Manifestation become full. His top priority was to let the source sand manipulate the day and night spirit silver and take its second form. As Lin Yuan conveyed the shape formed in his mind to the source sand, it soon produced a black feather with a light texture and exquisite look that was formed entirely of the day and night spirit silver. Then, thousands of feathers like this one were spawned and combined on Lin Yuan's back. He gently flapped the 2 pairs of black wings. They were so black that they seemed to be able to suck the light into it. While flapping them, hundreds of the black feathers were shaken off from the 4 wings and returned to the 4 black wings in a cycle. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to have turned into a dark angel with 4 wings that could absorb light into it in the spirit lock spatial zone. Chapter 241 Black and White. Lin Yuan looked at his current state and involuntarily took a deep gasp. Immediately after, Lin Yuan controlled the 4 wings that were formed with the day and night spirit silver feathers. When the 4 wings fluttered, Lin Yuan's legs started to float off the ground and into midair. Now that he was in midair, Lin Yuan attempted to brandish the black feathered wings. The day and night spirit silver didn't have much weight. However, the feathers were abnormally tough. When shot out, they felt just like black thunderbolts that could devour light. The black feathers were shot at Lin Yuan's designated target. The day and night spirit silver feathers fell into the source sand's yellow sand. They instantly vanished and fused into the yellow sand. Subsequently, the feathers that fused into the yellow sand were reproduced, forming a perfect cycle. After experimenting with the day and night spirit silver feathers' attack speed, Lin Yuan took a piece of very durable ferromanganese out of the gold phase storage box. He then threw it far away with strength. 5 black feathers turned into thunderbolts that directly penetrated the ferromanganese, leaving behind 5 indistinct marks. Lin Yuan nodded silently. The black feathers formed by the day and night spirit silver might not be able to break platinum phase defense. However, gold defense type phase wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was the damage that the black feathers could deal. The source sand's second exclusive skill, metal consume manifestation, didn't really use up spiritual power. At the same time, the first exclusive skill, sand control, further reduced the low spiritual power consumption. It meant to say that if Lin Yuan didn't pour spirit kai into these black wings formed by the day and night spirit silver to negate damage, the spiritual power consumption was nearly negligible. When Lin Yuan chose to use the day and night spirit silver to form the black wings, one of the factors was because he wanted to increase his defensive capability. On the other hand, due to the day and night spirit silver being a light metal, the air currents produced when the wings fluttered were enough for Lin Yuan to take flight. As a spirit kai professional, only those at the S rank would be able to stand in midair and travel across the sky. However, Lin Yuan was still a crank spirit kai professional, but already possessed the ability to fly. Being able to fly in combat would allow Lin Yuan to be more agile. He could even fly into the air to avoid attacks from the ground. Such agility was actually more effective than enhancing the defensive capability. Immediately after, Lin Yuan attempted to inject spiritual power into the black wings. The moment spiritual power was poured into the wings, they turned white and looked as though they were glistening with white light. The pitch-black wings earlier gave off a mysterious and dark feeling. Now that the wings were white, they gave off an unspeakable brightness and determination. The contrast of the transformation made Lin Yuan feel as though his own aura had extreme changes too. Lin Yuan commanded the pure white wings to extend forward and fold up with a thought, completely protecting Lin Yuan as they formed the firmest defense. Lin Yuan's wings were formed by feathers that were made of the day and night spirit silver. When Lin Yuan's spiritual power was injected into the wings, the day and night spirit silver had a split moment of change in metallic attributes. The moment the day and night spirit silver contacted with spiritual power, it allowed the 4 wings to have extreme ductility. The wings extended and folded up, forming a cross to protect Lin Yuan within. This was Lin Yuan's most powerful defense now. However, the wings made with the feather formation weren't good enough. The current wings and feathers were still a rough model. If Lin Yuan wished to enhance the wings' strength, he would need to carve a pattern on each feather. This would give them shock absorption and make the edges sharper as well. Afterward, the source sand would need to go into hibernation for a period just like before. It would then memorize the metallic attributes specified by Lin Yuan and input them into the metal consume manifestation. Lin Yuan looked at the source sand's exclusive skill and felt that it was definitely the best choice to obtain this amber button-like source-type lifeform. Fey Quality Fantasy 15. Metal consume manifestation. Consume a type of metal into the source sand and allow the source sand to possess characteristics of the metal that was consumed. At the same time, the source sand can rapidly condense the metal within the gravel, forming a specified form. Ferromanganese Chain Blade Day and Night Spirit Silver Feathers. Gravel Spirit Acceptance. The source sand can consume a type of Fey or dimensional lifeform. The consumption will be determined by the lifeform's energy and also genetic model complexity. Class 4 Alien Insect. Heart-penetrating iron line. Strength is equivalent to Platinum III Flawless Phase. The source sand might not have any abilities, but under Lin Yuan's nurture, its combat capability was already comparable with other phase and source-type lifeforms. It might even be superior. When Lin Yuan exited the spirit lock spatial zone, he stretched his body. For the next period of time, Lin Yuan didn't need to enhance his phase grades. He had other things to focus on, and when everything was done, he could venture out for training. He planned to return on the eve of the Radiance 100 sequences selections. Lin Yuan had quickly upgraded the source sand to Gold Fantasy, and enhanced the exclusive skill mainly because of the buyer on the star web Listen. Although it was a trade between Lin Yuan and Listen, the latter didn't have to deliver the Day and Night Spirit Silver and 2 source-type items to Lin Yuan in advance. Therefore, Lin Yuan noted down this favor. Lin Yuan logged on to the star web and was preparing to ask Listen if there were any requirements for the power offensive-type Canidi species Fey. In any case, Lin Yuan would need about an hour to enhance any species of Fey to Bronze Epic within the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Since Listen had given him convenience, then Lin Yuan thought he could also return the convenience to Listen. If Listen wanted to trade for a Bronze Epic Fey, then it should be for someone who had just comprehended a willpower rune. Therefore, Lin Yuan was offering to Listen a chance to have a compatible Bronze Epic Fey with the willpower rune. Listen had specified the Bronze Epic Fey to be power offensive type Canidi species, but the Canidi species was a huge category, which included dogs, wolves, foxes, jackals, and so on. If Lin Yuan were to randomly pick a Canidi species, the selection range would truly be vast. As Lin Yuan was preparing to send a message to Listen, he realized that Listen had left 2 messages for him after he had logged off the star web previously. Chapter 242 Really Fastidious. Lin Yuan raised his brows when he saw the 2 messages Listen had sent. Listen Master. If you have any Bronze Epic Phase in the future, can you give me a chance to trade first? I will not let you lose out. Listen Master. I've sent another 1 square meter of Day and Night Spirit Silver to your previous address. Hee. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that Listen should stop solicitously currying favor with him. Or were all creation masters treated like that? This was Lin Yuan's first time receiving bribes from others. However, this 1 cubic meter of Day and Night Spirit Silver was more of an ingratiation than a bribe. Lin Yuan replied, Listen. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, there are a total of 13 genera and 36 species of power offensive type canine phase, including dogs, wolves, doles, foxes, and many more. The range is vast. After sending a reply to Listen, Lin Yuan saw that he was currently online and wanted to wait for his reply. In less than 3 seconds after he sent that, Listen replied, Listen, wow. Expert, you mean I can choose the species of the canine Fey? Deep Mountain Elder Lin, yes. Since Listen had accommodated him, he accommodated him as well. This had nothing to do with the 1 cubic meter of Day and Night Spirit Silver that Listen had sent over. However, Lin Yuan would not refuse the Day and Night Spirit Silver. The price of 1 cubic meter of Day and Night Spirit Silver was at most 5 radiance dollars. But if the chance that Lin Yuan had given to Listen was to be calculated inside, the value was akin to priceless. After Lin Yuan had replied with a yes, he watched Listen send over dozens of storm praise. He could not help but be skeptical whether this Listen buyer secretly drank 1 kilogram of honey. In the end, Listen chose an unorthodox fox fae that focused on mental attacks. Such a fox fae was not rare, but it had many directions it could evolve toward. When such a fox fae evolved into bronze, it did not necessarily evolve toward a particular direction, but no matter how it evolved, it could always reach Listen's proposed requirements. At the same time, Lin Yuan could not help but think that if he had not accommodated Listen, it would be practically impossible for Listen to find such a bronze epic fox fae to match a willpower rune. After Listen finalized his species of the fae, Lin Yuan bought an elite illusory fox from the rare lifeform pavilion. The illusory foxes were elite faes from a young age. None of them were normal. After getting the elite illusory fox, Lin Yuan evolved it in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. When it evolved into bronze epic, its name had changed to Pain Illusory Fox under True Data. The Illusory Fox ability laid in the domination of the five senses, while the Pain Illusory Fox evolved toward Pain Domination. When the Pain Illusory Fox released its ability to a target, it could let the target enter a state of pain, and such pain would work on the body and mind depending on the ability. It was an extremely powerful attacking means. When this bronze epic Pain Illusory Fox reached bronze, Lin Yuan chose Mind Vulnerability among the 3 exclusive skills. This exclusive skill could allow it to use deepened pain on the target's mind when releasing abilities. It was an exclusive skill that greatly enhanced the Pain Illusory Fox attacking abilities. Mind Vulnerability was also the best choice among the 3 exclusive skills. Lin Yuan had always maintained his initial intentions, so he let the Illusory Fox reach Elite Epic before reaching Bronze. When raising the Illusory Fox to Epic at Elite, there would be more choices in its exclusive skills. Although nobody knew about Lin Yuan's hard work, he at least had a clear conscience, since he had posted that people could choose their own species of bronze epic phase in exchange for an item in his purchase with no loss phase store. He also had no intention for his store to keep a low profile. If he were going to keep a high profile, he had to do it until the end. Lin Yuan mailed this bronze epic Pain Illusory Fox to Listen. After Listen received it, the news in Lin Yuan's store about exchanging any bronze epic phase for an item was confirmed to be completed by the Star Web. Previously, many experts had not gotten the chance to trade with Lin Yuan, so they were in a wait-and-see state. Now that they had seen Lin Yuan's small store had made a deal so quickly, they could not help but be secretly shocked at the store's capability. These experts and affluent families members hurriedly paid attention to Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store. Suppose a group of ordinary merchants was waiting for silver usnez and elite spirit siphon goldfish before. In that case, many affluent family members and king class and above experts were doing so now. Many people even started to make discreet inquiries about his store. But no matter how they did so, they could only know that the owner was a youth. When Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress disciple, she had sealed all other news, so nobody could check them. Lin Yuan did not expect after Listen received his bronze epic Pain Illusory Fox, he would mail himself another source-type item. Although the source-type item was still very unorthodox, it showed Listen's attitude to some extent. Despite Listen currying favor with him, an insincere person would not do such things. In a way, the price for Listen buying this bronze epic Pain Illusory Fox was higher than the Lightning Sparrow King's King class expert squad buying that bronze epic flame veined dragonfly. The price he had paid for was akin to an additional 2 cubic meters of gold day and night spirit silver, which was the price of 10 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had a relatively deeper impression on this Listen buyer, who had a sweet tongue. If Lin Yuan needed other spiritual ingredients that he could not buy, he might as well have a trade with Listen. Lin Yuan was about to go to bed when he suddenly received Zhang Xiaobai's call. He picked up the phone and heard Zhang Xiaobai ask excitedly, "Lin Yuan, have you ever had this kind of dream?" Lin Yuan had long gotten used to Zhang Xiaobai's way of speaking and asked, "What kind of dream?" "In my dream, I felt I was sleeping. I pinched myself hard and felt a lot of pain. Then, I woke up, so I got up to go to the toilet, only to feel like falling into the river from a boat. After that, I really woke up." Lin Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. Zhang Xiaobai had called him in the middle of the night just to tell him this. How could Zhang Xiaobai say such things as an adult? At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai suddenly laughed, causing Lin Yuan to be at a loss. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard Zhang Xiaobai's cry of pain with an ouch and him begging for mercy. However, Zhang Xiaobai's cry of pain did not end. Lin Yuan could imagine how Xin Ying used the grasp of the undying and lethal tempo to use darkness harvest on Zhang Xiaobai. Xin Ying then picked up Zhang Xiaobai's call. Lin Yuan, ignore him. He watched Star Web's live streaming room in the middle of the night and became like this. This is the 17th call he has made. Lin Yuan only felt a leap of apocalypse. Lin Yuan and Xin Ying chatted for a couple of minutes and were prepared to hang up. At that moment, Xin Ying suddenly asked, Lin Yuan, have you really decided to use this identity of black to compete in the Radiance 100 this year? Upon hearing that, he spread a smile on his face and revealed his white teeth. He replied firmly, that's right. I'll go to Star Web in a moment and sign up with my exclusive achievements from Star Tower to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence competition this year. Chapter 2 at 43 Radiance Arcade Hall. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan went downstairs. It was already late at night, but a cold rain had fallen in the royal capital, causing the weather to become colder right away. There was not much rain in the royal capital, not even a few times a year. Unlike the Redbud City's Xia region, where it was rainy all year round without seeing the sun for a few days, Lin Yuan looked at the downpour and could not help but sing softly. In the pounding downpour outside the window, a fluttering song tempts me to listen. The Xia Ocean sword's reflection on the water surface is a verse of hate in love. While Lin Yuan was singing, he did not notice Chimey, which was flying around his shoulders previously, suddenly stopped doing so. Instead, it carefully listened to what he was singing, looking very serious as if it was memorizing it. As Lin Yuan looked at the downpour outside the window, he could not help but think that it would no longer just be rain the next time. It would be the first snow of this year. Once the snow fell, it would not be a month before the most lively tournament season of the Radiance Federation began. The Guild Alliance's tournament would begin in early January until nearly April. Once that was over, it would be time for Lin Yuan to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence competition. Liu Jai came out of his room and saw Liu Jai and Wen Yu studying the red sandalwood longevity fish tank, with bronze eye flawless spirit containing hibiscuses grown on top of it. At that moment, 99 bronze eye flawless glow-winged butterflies landed on the spirit containing hibiscuses. There were also 99 bronze eye flawless 5 fortune ranches, which formed a hydrangea, swimming around 3 bronze eye flawless dragon phoenix landscape carps. What a divine scene! The mansion needed to be lit up in the past, but now, these 5 fortune ranches were releasing a large amount of spirit kai. The splendor of purple clouds constantly rose from the fish tank. In addition, the furniture made from jade-textured wood also emitted lustrous light under this rich spirit kai environment, giving off a kind of feeling that made people's body and mind feel placid, as if in this warm glow all the fatigue could be rapidly soothed. When Lin Yuan came down, Wen Yu said to him with an excited look, "Young master, the man-made scenery from the combination of these phase and the fish tank carved with jade-textured red sandalwood is comparable to Class 5 spirit craftsmen's famous works." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. A man-made scenery was nothing more than reenacting the scenery in one's heart into reality. Each man-made scenery was generally the most beautiful scenery in their hearts, no matter how exquisite the furniture Class 5 spirit craftsman made was. In Lin Yuan's heart, it was ultimately not as good as the auspicious scenery that he had formed with a perfect match of spiritual materials and phase. When Liu Jai heard Wen Yu's words, his brows jumped. He had seen the world, but he was still shocked for a long time upon seeing this red sandalwood longevity fish tank. It was not because the scenery was too beautiful, but more because of the fish tank's luxuriousness. These jade-textured red sandalwoods were amazing, but they seemed pale in comparison with the paired phase. The more Liu Jai looked at these paired phase, the more he was shocked. Nearly 300 bronze flawless phase of expensive species were paired with 3 bronze epic koi that were superior auspicious phase. At a glance, one could sense the potent strength underlying in such a pairing. But Liu Jai noticed when Yu was looking at this scenery, just in awe of the scenery's beauty. She was not at all surprised at the luxuriousness of this scenery, which was enough to prove that she had seen many such things before. However, Liu Jai was shocked, and nothing else. These discoveries in turn added to the pressure in his heart, making him want to become stronger more, as he did not want to be a retainer knight incapable of protecting his master. Liu Jai rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the kitchen. Lin Yuan, I've already wrapped the small wontons. I just need to cook it. You two sit on the table first and wait a while for me. Liu Jai would go out for training tomorrow morning, so this night's supper would be the last reunion meal that the three of them would have before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Soon after Liu Jai left, Lin Yuan also planned to leave for training in these 2 days. After eating, Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and let out a breath of satisfaction. The bowl of small wontons made by Liu Jai was extremely light, but with a bit of spicy white pepper. When it was eaten hot, the hot and spicy feeling was unspeakably pleasant on this rainy night. After this meal, Lin Yuan logged onto StarWeb with his creation master identity and put the large batch of silver usneas and elite spirit siphon goldfish from the Spirit Lock spatial zone into his purchase with no loss store. Despite doing so, he set up the store's AI robot. It would update the new stock every week. But this time, the new stock was increased. Lin Yuan glanced at the store's fan club and found that several new people had entered. Most of these newcomers were winners based on speed and luck among the buyers waiting to snatch the goods. However, one of the newcomers surprised him. This person was Listen. Listen had gotten the chance to enter the fan club after having the exchange deal with his store. Unlike other buyers who were waiting to grab his goods, his chance of entering the fan club was like the way of how the braised egghead had done so. The transaction between Lin Yuan and Listen took only over 3 hours, so Listen had taken that amount of time to enter the fan club. But in these 3 hours, Listen had actually taken over his store's fan club's speaking rights. Previously, the topics in the fan club centered around Zhu Jiaxen and the braised egghead. But after Listen had entered, in just a few hours, the topic shifted to him instead. This puzzled Lin Yuan. Listen had a different identity from most of the people in his store's fan club. Most of them had joined to wait for the silver usneas and elite spirit siphon goldfish more easily. Such a deal would be around a few tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of Radiance dollars. However, Listen had clearly entered the fan club, hoping to get another chance to trade for the bronze epic phase. Thus, his transaction would often reach tens of millions and above. Of course, Lin Yuan would refuse such a transaction with such an amount, as the significance of source-type items was much greater than their value. Lin Yuan thought that after Listen came in, he would call himself boss and take over the speaking rights. But when Lin Yuan looked through, he could not help but be surprised. After Listen entered the fan club, he did not have any special actions. Just by his way of speaking, he easily obtained a good impression from the vast majority of the people. This was a terrifying ability. This ability did not stem from talent and strength, but a very high emotional intelligence. But Lin Yuan did not pay too much attention to him. He logged onto StarWeb as Black. This time, he did not go to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion to purchase phase and spiritual ingredients as usual or climb the Star Tower. Instead, he went to that sacred official organization on Star Tower, the Radiance Sacred Hall. The Radiance Sacred Hall handled the Radiance 100 sequences qualification verification, selection, and the members' ranking. Lin Yuan went there because he wanted to use his StarWeb achievement to get a chance to enter the Radiance 100 sequence competition. Of course, not everyone who wanted to go to the Radiance Sacred Hall could do so. To enter the Radiance Sacred Hall, he had to authenticate his identity before he could get the chance to apply to the StarWeb's official to enter the Radiant Sacred Hall. Of course, such an opportunity was limited to the StarWeb's Radiant Sacred Hall. For the Radiant Sacred Hall, in reality, only real members of the Radiance 100 sequence were eligible to step inside. since Lin Yuan had previously reached the 100th floor and won 2 Celestial Stairway promotion duels with a 102 winning streak before reaching the Celestial Stairway. He had already obtained a Celestial Stairway's exclusive achievement. Although the Celestial Stairway's achievement altar still did not have Black's virtual image, the Star Web's officials had contacted Lin Yuan a few times, seeking his wishes to design Black's virtual image. As early as when the Star Web had notified Lin Yuan of the Celestial Stairway's exclusive achievements, the Radiance Federation's officials had verified Black's Celestial Stairway's exclusive achievements. Before Black's virtual image appeared on the Celestial Stairway's achievement altar, the Star Web's officials would not announce it publicly. Therefore, the Star Web's officials immediately gave Lin Yuan the qualification to enter the Radiant Sacred Hall. After entering the place, whether or not Lin Yuan could complete the Radiance Sacred Hall's verification, become a seated participant, enter the Radiance 100 sequence selection, or get the qualification to compete for the 10 spots in the Radiance 100 sequence every year, it would depend on whether he could reach the Radiance 100 sequence's selection conditions and other aspects besides his strength. At the same time, the Radiance 100 sequence would also check Lin Yuan's resume. This aspect was actually the assessment of his character. Each Radiance 100 sequence member was the backbone of the Radiance Federation and represented its younger generation. Therefore, the requirements for one's character were even more stringent than other aspects. When Lin Yuan just arrived at Star Web's Radiant Sacred Hall, he was immediately stunned by the Radiant Sacred Hall's grandness. Chapter 244 The future will be written by you. The Radiant Sacred Hall was very wide, and very few people could apply on Star Web and get approved to go there. It was now late at night, so it was silent inside the Radiant Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan found out that he was the only one outside the Radiance Sacred Hall at the moment. Since he had obtained the qualification to enter the Radiance Sacred Hall, he could walk around as he wished inside. He did not rush to apply for the qualification to compete in the Radiance 100 sequence competition, but chose to walk around outside the Radiant Sacred Hall. As he walked, he looked carefully at the simple yet magnificent scenery outside the Radiance Sacred Hall. There were rows and rows of statues outside the Radiance Sacred Hall that seemed to belong to the past Radiance 100 sequence members. There were 3 kinds of carved statues. The first type was a golden statue, where there was a huge golden stone slab behind it, with great achievements and merits written on it. Only the sequence members who had been honored in the Radiance 100 sequence for a decade and had retired gloriously were eligible for this gold statue. The second kind was a silver statue, which referred to the Radiance 100 sequence members during their tenure. The third kind was a bronze statue that represented the members who had been successfully selected to the Radiance 100 sequence, but had been eliminated outside the sequence. The gold, silver, and bronze statues stood quietly in rows and columns. Lin Yuan knew that behind each of these statues was a true pride of the Radiance Federation. Regardless of the color, the statues represented those who had entered the Radiance 100 sequence but had been eliminated. They were all the Radiance Federation's proudest backbone. After walking through the rows of statues, he saw a gallery of 5 kilometers. The painted walls were ordinary limestone slabs that were carved with exquisite murals. Lin Yuan looked over at each of them. An inexplicable feeling of shock would emerge in his heart with every step he took in the gallery. This was because the 5-kilometer gallery's murals depicted all the big events that the Radiance Federation had experienced in the past 100 years, ever since the Spirit Kai awakening. This gallery was akin to a solemn chronicle, and behind this chronicle was the reason that humans could be called the wisest among all creatures. This was because humans had something that could transcend all other living beings' civilization. Lin Yuan did not know how long he had walked, but he walked through the 5-kilometer gallery step by step. After seeing this gallery, he felt he suddenly had a deeper interpretation of radiance. He looked at the 7 big characters written on the blank part on the last panel of the gallery and suddenly smiled silently. The 7 words were "The future will be written by you." This was perhaps the Radiance Federation's expectation of the younger generation. This expectation was the cornerstone to constantly make the Radiance Federation better. Lin Yuan walked into the Radiant Sacred Hall with firm steps. At this moment, his state of mind had changed a little compared to when he had first stepped in. When he entered the Radiant Sacred Hall, Lin Yuan approached the staff and explained the purpose of his visit. Soon, the staff took him to an office inside the Radiant Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan pushed open the door, only to see a middle-aged man holding a book about spiritual ingredients and looking at it with great interest. Upon seeing Lin Yuan enter, he waved his hand, gesturing for Lin Yuan to sit down, and then said, "Black, when you got the qualification to enter the Radiant Sacred Hall, you had been considered having passed the Radiant's 100 sequence selections qualifications in terms of strength. In terms of character, there is no need for auditing due to your deeds in guarding Millstone Town. However, I will need to review your age and other information again. You can just show your Star Web identity card." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Yuan with appreciation and a hint of inquiry. What he appreciated was naturally Lin Yuan's strength to obtain the Celestial Stairway's exclusive title, as well as his bravery in guarding Millstone Town against the insect tide invasion. He was also inquisitive about Lin Yuan's identity because when the middle-aged man had let Lin Yuan come to the Radiant Sacred Hall, he had checked Black's Star Web identity card. The protection of personal privacy on Star Web was extremely heavy, but this protection of privacy was not included in the Radiant's 100 sequences qualification test. When the middle-aged man had checked Black's identity card, he had found that it was kept secret from him. In other words, even such a big event as the Radiant's 100 sequence test was not enough to qualify to view Black's information. The middle-aged man had faced such a situation before, and it proved that behind Black was one of the few strongest experts in the Radiance Federation. Nevertheless, this was another matter. If Lin Yuan wanted to qualify for the Radiance 100 sequence test, he had to verify his age. Lin Yuan was not coy at all and just showed Black's personal data. However, he only showed his basic details and not his contracted phase details. Lin Yuan knew that his contracted phase qualities were simply too astounding. On the other hand, it was because only his age needed to be assessed for the Radiance 100 sequences qualification selection. Thus, there was no need for Lin Yuan to reveal his phase information. Lin Yuan was not a person who loved to show off. On the contrary, he was an extremely introverted person. Only something that he could grasp with no one knowing was called a trump card. Such a trump card was the key to turning an evenly matched battle around. If a person showed all their skills, this was the same as fighting with other people with his cards shown. Even if the other party was not as strong, they might also come up with a hidden card nobody knew to win by surprise. After the middle-aged man checked Black's basic information, he could not help but be lost in thoughts. He already knew Black's strength, so there was nothing to be surprised. Nonetheless, Black's age shocked him. The youngest Radiance 100 sequence member seemed to be around 20 years old. The age of 18 should be the age of graduation from the Spirit Kai Intermediate Academy. Black would take part in the Radiance 100 sequences test at this age, which made the middle-aged man sigh. Heroes indeed emerge from youth since ancient times. However, after the middle-aged man understood Black's strength, he did not think that Black could enter the Radiance 100 sequence this year. Although Black showed amazing strength, he was still a notch short of the Radiance 100 sequence in the middle-aged man's opinion. However, the middle-aged man was very optimistic about Black's participation in the Radiance 100 sequence this year. This was because everyone would like such a youth's motivation and fighting spirit. The middle-aged man revealed an encouraging smile. You are qualified for the 10 places in the Radiance 100 sequence this year. Before the test, the Radiance Sacred Hall will contact you. Lin Yuan was about to say goodbye when he heard the middle-aged man call out to him. He turned back and heard him say, "Black, good luck on the sequence selection test." Lin Yuan revealed a bright smile behind the mask. "Okay, uncle. I will work hard." The middle-aged man was stunned to hear that. After Lin Yuan left, he opened his desk drawer, took out a mirror, carefully examined himself for a minute, and kept repeating, "Why don't you call me brother? Why do you have to call me uncle? Am I very old?" Chapter 245 The First Toolman. When Lin Yuan logged off Star Web, the sky was slightly bright in the real world. Even though the overnight cold rain had increased the late autumn morning's chilliness, it made the dawn's light more brilliant. As he looked at the rising sun, he stretched his back and carefully lay on the bed. Afraid of waking up Genius and Chimey that were sound asleep, Genius was actually laying on Lin Yuan's pillow on its back. But Genius and Chimey seemed to have instinctively sensed Lin Yuan's arrival in their dream, so they moved toward him. This was like a scene that had happened in the Xia region's Fei store 6 months ago. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and thought about everything that had happened in the past few months before he gathered his thoughts and did a complete analysis of his gains and losses. He reinforced his previous path and also determined his future path. When Lin Yuan woke up, it was late in the morning. He opened his eyes and found that Genius and Chimey were looking at him with their big, black eyes. He reached out and scratched Genius' chin and rubbed Chimey's little head before saying, "Are you too hungry?" Lin Yuan fed Genius and Chimey the leaves of the platinum celery vine and fruits of the platinum cane luffa. After washing up, he went downstairs and found Wen Yu entertaining the Class 4 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan. In the living room, Lin Yuan hurried downstairs and said to Hu Quan, "Senior Hu Quan, are you planning to close your store and stay and work in my mansion?" When Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan, his eyes lit up. "You're finally awake. You were unconscious yesterday, and I waited for you for so long. I came to find you this morning, yet you woke up at noon." Lin Yuan reached out and scratched the back of his head. He had always been a self-disciplined person. However, he had been busy for the past 2 days, which caused him to compress his time constantly. This was because he intended to go out to train after taking care of everything. Since Hu Quan intended to stay at his mansion, it was definitely a piece of good news for Lin Yuan. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan had not said a word, Hu Quan could not help but feel a little comfortable. He previously only intended to stay in Lin Yuan's mansion, but after going back, he had been in the anxious seat. This was because after seeing the red sandalwood fish tank, Hu Quan could see that Lin Yuan had an extraordinary foundation. For a Class 4 spirit craftsman, there was nothing more attractive than those rare spiritual materials. Creating with rare spiritual materials was something a spirit craftsman wanted. By working for Lin Yuan, Hu Quan could have access to rare spiritual materials every day. If he could also see the red sandalwood longevity fish tank daily, he would be very satisfied. "I've made you wait for a long time. Senior, may I ask what your conditions to stay and work in my mansion are?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan say that, Hu Quan was relieved and answered, "For the conditions, if you can give me spiritual materials comparable to this jade-textured red sandalwood for creation every month, I won't take your money. If you can't do so, it'll be the market price of a Class 4 spirit craftsman." Hu Quan said this in a very patronizing way. The purpose of staying in Lin Yuan's mansion was to have another chance to create with a spiritual material like this jade-textured red sandalwood. If Lin Yuan could not meet his conditions, Hu Quan would naturally not give him a free ride. The market price of a Class 4 spirit craftsman was not low. When Lin Yuan heard Hu Quan's words, he took a huge section of wood out of his spirit lock spatial zone without hesitation. This piece of wood gave off a very nice red gold color and was glossy, with unique grain and a very fragrant wood aroma. When Hu Quan looked at it, he immediately could not help but want to touch the golden red piece of wood. It was jade-textured old pear wood. The old pear wood was a piece of wood that Lin Yuan had stored in the spirit lock spatial zone. After that, the old pear wood had completely become jade-textured. Lin Yuan had prepared this piece of old pear wood to use as a cushion on the huge table in his spirit lock spatial zone. At that time, Lin Yuan had bought 4 of them. He had taken exactly one of the 4 out of the spirit lock spatial zone. With a Class 4 spirit craftsman, Lin Yuan's completely jade-textured old pear wood could finally be put to use. "Senior, I have enough rare spiritual materials here. It seems that you are going to work for me in the mansion without being paid." Hu Quan was not young anymore, so upon seeing the jade-textured old pear wood, nearly half of his life was gone because of happiness. At that moment, he felt he was the happiest spirit craftsman in this world. Given the plethora of rare spiritual materials for him to carve, Hu Quan suddenly felt that he might have a chance to become a Class 5 spirit craftsman in the future. If that were to happen, it would really be a happy occasion. Hu Quan smiled, and it gave Wen Yu a chill. She felt that with some black bean spirit fish on Hu Quan's face, It could be served on the table as a cold dish. Lin Yuan, hurry up and speak. What do you want to do with this jade-textured old pear? Would I think carving a picture of one? Tigers leaving the mountain or 100 birds on the Chinese parasol tree is a good idea. As he looked at Huquan's eager look, Lin Yuan took out an inkstone and wrote the words on the jade-textured old pear would return from far away. While Huquan was dumbfounded, Lin Yuan replied, Senior, help me carve return from far away on the jade-textured old pear wood. This mansion does not have an inscribed board yet. This can be hung up now. The words return from far away was something that had come to Lin Yuan's mind when he saw Liu Jai depart for his training journey today. This was considered one of Lin Yuan's wishes. No matter how far Liu Jai, Wen Yu, or Chu Sai, who had yet to visit the mansion, went, he hoped they could all come back safely. At the same time, Lin Yuan also hoped that he could still be a youth after going outside for half of his life. With his original intentions and sincerity, Huquan had a complex look as he looked at the words. They are written well, but do you have to be so direct? I know you are the mansion owner, but you don't have to be so high-profile with it. In Huquan's opinion, the words return from far away translated into this piece of land belongs to me. Lin Yuan won. Unlike Liu Jai and Wen Yu, Lin Yuan and Huquan signed a very comprehensive employment agreement. It was to give Huquan a guarantee and was also a protection for Lin Yuan's rare spiritual materials. From now on, the Class 4 spirit craftsman, Huquan, would become a mansion member. He was the first toolman. Lin Yuan would leave the next day for training. Before going out for training, he planned to contact Gao Feng, with whom he had previously agreed to make a deal. Just as he was about to call Gao Feng, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, and his pupils shrank as his heart thumped rapidly. It was not anyone else who called him, but Auntie Zhang, whom he had always been thinking of yet had not heard from. One return from far away can mean return from somewhere or belonging to someone, and can mean far away distant or the Yuan in Lin Yuan's name. Chapter 246 Little Yuan is going to be my junior brother. Lin Yuan had not contacted Su Jin and Dong Hai to ask for news about Auntie Zhang and Uncle Lai for some time now. Ever since his jasmine lily had become a fantasy breed and obtained the exclusive skill, severed limbs growth, he had always wanted to try to see if it could heal Uncle Lai's bone gangrene. Likewise, Auntie Zhang's fantasy breed Fei, which normally disguised itself as a terror rabbit, had also been in imminent danger. The jasmine lily had accumulated a huge amount of vitality with its exclusive skill, Vitality Imprint. Thus, Lin Yuan was confident in curing Uncle Lai's leg injury and Auntie Zhang's fantasy breed phase injury. The jasmine lily's healing ability might not be able to completely remove the toxins in Uncle Lai's infected leg, but there were other ways to do so. Uncle Lai's bone gangrene and its toxins had been firmly locked in his left leg. In fact, as long as his left leg was amputated, using the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth would be enough to let Uncle Lai recover as before. However, no matter how Lin Yuan tried to contact Uncle Lai and Auntie Zhang, there had not been the slightest news. Every time he contacted Su Jin and Dong Hai, their answers would make Lin Yuan feel they seemed to know something, but were deliberately hiding it from him. This made Lin Yuan very worried about Auntie Zhang and Uncle Lai's health condition. But now, he suddenly felt his nose tingle because of Auntie Zhang's call. Lin Yuan had big dreams, but his world had always been small. After living 2 lives, he could see through many things. Like and dislike, hatred and non-hatred, agreeing and disagreeing, close and distant. Lin Yuan had always treated everything around him this way, upholding responsibility and having passion for life. His world had been so small that there were only 3 people: Chu Sai, Auntie Zhang, and Uncle Lai. Ever since he had recovered, he had slowly gotten to know many people. He could count them with his fingers: Chu Sai, Auntie Zhang, Uncle Lai, the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, Mystic Moon, the Mother of Bloodbath, Liu Jai, Wen Yu, Dang Xiaobai, Xing Ying, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru. Now that he received Auntie Zhang's call, Lin Yuan's heart that was in suspense was partly relieved. At least, he knew that Auntie Zhang, who was calling him, was in good health. Lin Yuan picked up the phone. And before he could speak, he heard Auntie Zhang's forthright and enthusiastic voice with a strong hint of concern. Little Yuan, I heard from Su Jin and Dong Hai that you followed the Redbud City Lordress Ling Xiao to the royal capital, and that your health problems are gone. Upon hearing Auntie Zhang's familiar voice and tone, as well as her strong concern, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. Auntie Zhang, everything is fine. I've recovered. And I've also become a creation master. When Lin Yuan heard Auntie Zhang say that he had gone to the royal capital with Ling Xiao, he knew that she should have found out from Su Jin and Dong Hai. Auntie Zhang was like his elder, so he did not have to hide anything from her. Even if she did not ask, he would also tell her about him being a creation master. Lin Yuan could sense Auntie Zhang's concern, so he told her he was a creation master to reassure her, and so that she would not be concerned about him anymore. Little Yuan, it's good to know that your body has recovered. Auntie Zhang would always express her emotions clearly in her tone. At that moment, her words carried indescribable happiness, and her joy was almost going to transmit across the phone. Lin Yuan could not help but feel touched. At any time, Auntie Zhang's greatest concern was indeed his own health. Compared to his health, his achievements in her eyes were no longer important. However, Lin Yuan still asked what he wanted to know the most. Auntie Zhang, how are your and Uncle Li's health? Has his leg been treated? Little Yuan, his leg is fine. Don't you know about my health? It has always been awesome. Upon hearing Auntie Zhang's words, Lin Yuan knew she was afraid that he would worry, so she still did not tell him the truth. But at least, Auntie Zhang's and Uncle Li's health was no longer a problem and was a lot better than when they had left the Xia region. For a moment, Lin Yuan was at a loss about how he should tell Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li about his desire to treat them. At that moment, he heard a peal of very familiar laughter from Auntie Zhang's side. Ying Ying, can you hurry up and talk to little Yuan? Can't you see him waiting in line here? Then, he heard a noticeable noise from the phone. Uncle Li had clearly snatched the phone from Auntie Zhang. Little Yuan, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Uncle Li would always ask him what he wanted to eat the most. Lin Yuan replied without a second thought. I love the meat that you cook. Haha, I know that you love meat. Do you think the shadowy meatballs are tastier with pork or fish meat? Lin Yuan answered. It's pork. Of course. Lin Yuan could feel that after he said it's pork, Uncle Li froze for a few seconds and suddenly asked very seriously. Little Yuan, didn't you always prefer fish meat to pork? Lin Yuan was not used to hearing Uncle Li's solemn tone. Uncle Li would usually speak cynically with him. Lin Yuan had never felt that Uncle Li would be so serious about one matter. Since Uncle Li had asked, he pondered for a while and said, I do love fish meat more, but I like fried fish and squirrelfish. For shadowy meatballs, I think that pork is tastier. Lin Yuan felt a sudden silence from the other end of the phone. He thought for a while and said, food has no definite taste, and those that suit one's taste are precious. Using the same ingredients to make different dishes will produce different flavors, so the two dishes taste more like different dishes instead. Uncle Li, I'm in the royal capital now. Why don't you and Auntie Zhang come here and settle down with me? Lin Yuan thought that after Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang came over, he would propose to them about their treatment. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Li's cheerful peal of laughter. It seemed like something he had suppressed in his heart for years had been relieved. Food has no definite taste, and those that suit one's taste are precious. Little Yuan, how good would it be if I asked you whether fish meat or pork was tastier for the shadowy meatballs earlier? Auntie Zhang and I will be busy this year. When we're done, I'll go to the royal capital to cook for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan could not help but touch the back of his head. He did not understand what Uncle Li had figured out. Why was he so happy he even asked him what he wanted to eat? Why did he have to be busy for a year in a flash? However, Lin Yuan thought little of these. Now that he knew that Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li were doing fine, he was completely at ease. Auntie Zhang noticed Uncle Li's expression and suddenly froze for a moment. Then, a clear smile crept on her face. It's almost 20 years. You figured it out. Upon hearing that, Uncle Li looked at Auntie Zhang and answered, I figured it out. Let's go back. I don't know if that old thing will beat me to death after I go back. Upon hearing that, Auntie Zhang whacked Uncle Li's back and said, "What old thing? I forbid you to call my father like that." Uncle Li smiled awkwardly and replied, "If Master hits me, you have to help me stop him. Ying ying. Otherwise, if he doesn't hold back and hits me to death, I'll have nowhere to cry." As Auntie Zhang looked at Uncle Li, a foot flew up. "Li Changlin, when I left with you back then, I broke my father's heart. I won't even be able to protect myself when I go back this time. Yet you still want me to plead on your behalf." When Uncle Li heard that, he blinked awkwardly and blurted out, "We're really a pair of bitter lovebirds." Auntie Zhang suddenly smiled brightly. "You're the one who's having a bitter life. Anyway, I will go back and tell my father you fooled me when I first left with you. Just wait to be beaten by my father and me." When Uncle Li heard that, he was dumbfounded. His expression was like a mistreated bun. Auntie Zhang laughed and said, "Given my understanding of my father, he won't dare to deal with you. If he does so, and you leave for another 20 years, he won't be able to take it." Auntie Zhang's words made Uncle Li feel awkward, and she snorted, "Little Yuan is now a creation master. When I go back, I'll ask my father to take him as his disciple." Uncle Li widened his eyes. "FCK, what a difference in seniority. Little Yuan is going to be my junior brother." Chapter 247 Island Whale. When Lin Yuan answered the call, Wen Yu had been paying attention to his expression. Upon seeing him hang up the phone, she brought over a cup of freshly brewed spirit tea and said, "Young master, I feel that you're much happier after the call." Lin Yuan laughed heartily and replied, "I'm finally relieved about the thing I've been worried about." Besides improving his strength, the most important thing on his mind was Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li. As for Chu Sai, Cold Moon had arrived in Redbed City, so he was not worried about her. During this period, Lin Yuan could feel how hard Chu Sai had been learning and practicing when he called her over the phone. Besides being proud, he was also a little heartbroken. But more than anything else, he blamed himself, feeling as if he had raised a wonderful sister into the wrong path. Although Lin Yuan never paid attention to his news on Star Web, he was very attentive to Chusis' news. Not long ago, Chu Sai had started the Star Tower duels. Her terrifying talent and her bronze fantasy breed obsidian iron wild bull naturally attracted many people's attention. Some of Star Web's columnists were even writing articles about her. Everything else was fine. But Chu Sai surprisingly had a very powerful and overbearing title on Star Web, Iron Bull Knight. This title was not bad on a guy. But she was a young girl. Such a name was really a little too much. Some time ago, when Chu Sai had called Lin Yuan, she had talked about her desire to start an extracurricular hobby. Lin Yuan was naturally in favor of it, as it was a pretty good thing. However, when he learned she wanted to learn boxing, he felt as if he was simply going to split open. After Lin Yuan had used all his strength to persuade her, she finally changed her mind from learning boxing to learning fencing. Lin Yuan just wanted to put his hand on his forehead. Had he raised his sister on the wrong path? Or was she like that in the first place, and that he could not pull her back? If Lin Yuan were given a chance now, he would never have let Chu Sai contract an obsidian iron wild bull. However, he was more at ease at her learning fencing. Any aspect of learning fencing would be much better than Zhang Xiao by learning weird facial expressions. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh. Next year, he could consider letting Chu Sai contract her third fei. Although he had a certain idea of her third fei, he did not have a clear choice yet. But he probably would have to add a new criterion. Besides being powerful, her third fei needed to have good visuals as well. If the obsidian iron wild bull savagery was 10 points, then Chusis' third contracted fei had to reduce that to 0 points. Lin Yuan dialed Gao Feng's number, and Gao Feng only picked up only after the ringing was about to end. Lin Yuan only heard Gao Feng's hoarse voice on the other side, as if he had just woken up and was confused. However, his tone seemed bad. "Who is it? I'm sleeping. I'll call you later when I wake up." Lin Yuan raised his brows and felt that Gao Feng really got up on the wrong side of the bed. "You don't want the bronze epic support type plant fei anymore." Just as Lin Yuan said that, He held the phone 10 centimeters away from his ears. As he heard Gao Feng shout at the other end, "Brother, finally I waited for your call." Lin Yuan felt that this Gao Feng also had the talent of changing faces like in Sichuan opera. "You said before that you want a support-type plant Fey with a stronger attack. Do you have any specific one in mind?" Gao Feng was no longer sleepy. In fact, when he heard Lin Yuan mention the bronze epic Fey, Gao Feng had been completely refreshed. Upon hearing him say that, Gao Feng's heart thumped wildly, and his eyes shrank. As a core member of the richest Gao family in Wind Mist City, one of the 32 major cities in the Radiance Federation, Gao Feng simply did not have good listening and voice differentiation skills. Lin Yuan's question was akin to showing that he could choose any support-type plant Fey with offensive capabilities. The meaning of his words was self-evident. Only people who had at least a Class 4 creation master behind them could have the courage to say such words. It was difficult for Class 4 creation masters to nurture a bronze epic Fey, but the words that had come out of Lin Yuan's mouth were as simple as casually asking if he had eaten. Even with Wind Mist City's Gao family's wealth, he did not have the confidence to say such words. All the cells in Gao Feng's body were telling him that it was time to cozy up to someone powerful. However, he was somewhat embarrassed and stammered, "Brother, can I change from a support-type plant Fey with offensive abilities to support abilities that can help humans to recover spiritual power?" Gao Feng spoke carefully, obviously afraid that Lin Yuan would have any opinions of his change of mind. When trading bronze epic Feys, suddenly changing one's mind on the species without permission after the agreement was a thing that did not score well. Lin Yuan was surprised. What had Gao Feng experienced in the past few days? What had made him change his focus on a Fey with attacking abilities to one with supporting abilities? The change was simply too big. Lin Yuan's Fey compatibility had always been inclined toward healing and support-type Feys, which had little means of attacking. However, he had always been biased towards attack in his choice of enhancing his Feys. Meanwhile, his control, defense, and healing developed in an all-rounded manner, and he did not let himself show any shortcomings. In just a few days, Gao Feng's change of mind was simply faster than an old lady spraining her back. However, Lin Yuan did not have any opinions on his change of choice and replied, "Then do you have any more favorable choices among the support-type plant Feys that can recover spiritual power?" Gao Feng's eyes lit up as Lin Yuan's words were akin to giving him hope. "Brother, do you have a bronze epic spirit spring lily?" Upon hearing Spirit Spring Lily, Lin Yuan answered, "A bronze epic spirit spring lily is not cheap. The price of bronze normal ones is usually comparable to gold Feys. Also, spirit spring lilies require extremely high purity of spirit Kai when evolving, which even poses some difficulty to pinnacle class 4 creation masters. There's a possibility of failure, so you should understand the price." Gao Feng chuckled and replied, "Brother, don't worry. I, Gao Feng, have never been short of money, but can I have 3 bronze epic spirit spring lilies?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan smacked his lips. "Young man, look at the way you speak. 3 bronze epic spirit spring lilies were much rarer than 3 bronze epic flame vein dragonflies that had awakened with the Silurian Overload's bloodline and had been traded with the Lightning Sparrow King before. Thus, they were naturally more expensive." Lin Yuan was thinking of exchanging for at least 10 source-type items, in which there must also be 2 source-type items that were in high demand with relatively easy contract conditions before he would choose to exchange with Gao Feng. When Gao Feng noticed Lin Yuan not speaking for a long time, he cautiously asked, "Then, may I exchange with an island whale?" Upon hearing island whale, Lin Yuan said firmly, "Yes." Lin Yuan had never imagined that someone would be willing to exchange with an island whale, even if it was for 3 bronze epic spirit spring lilies. The island whale's value was in a sense no less than a bronze legend Fey that had yet to appear on the market. Chapter 248 Uttermost Flaunting. The island whale's value did not lie in how powerful it was but in its strategic significance. Ever since the Spirit Kai awakening, the ocean had become a forbidden ground for humans. Likewise, the skies above the ocean had also become just as dangerous as the deep sea. After reaching platinum, Many of the fays living in the ocean had the means to attack the skies above the ocean. Some fish fays relied on shooting hypersure water jets and even creating 100 meters of huge waves, while some marine fays could even briefly jump toward the sky and launch attacks. This was why only a few experts among humans had been able to venture into the ocean. The world's territory was large, and there were many federations. However, the ocean separated these federations, so there were few opportunities to interact regularly. Such a magical creature like the island whale had become a way for humans to wade into the ocean. And this was absolutely safe at that time. The island whale was a very magical being. It could not be considered a living being, as it was not born from a pregnant mother, but a large whale colony deep under the ocean. The phenomenon of it sinking to the bottom of the ocean after its death was known as whale fall. A whale's carcass could support a submarine ecosystem for nearly 1 billion years. Only where thousands of magnificent cetaceans died together could be called a large whale fall. A whale fall was the last form of gentleness the magnificent giants of this world gave to the ocean. When one whale falls, myriad creatures are born. When myriad whales fall, and the island whale is born, deep under the sea, after a whale's carcass experienced nearly 10 billion years, the deep-sea creatures would completely decompose it. Then, the large whale would leave a few sparkling jewel-like eggs in the deep sea, and in this egg was the island whale. This showed that a rare fay like the island whale was an important strategic resource. Due to this miracle of life, all the creatures in the ocean would not attack the island whale. The unborn island whale slept in the jewel-like egg that appeared after the whale fall. Only after absorbing enough spirit chi would it automatically hatch. Before reaching diamond and becoming a fantasy breed, the island whale was just a dozen meters long, incomparable to ordinary cetacean fays. When the pinnacle diamond island whale became a fantasy breed and advanced to suzerain, it would be so large that it looked like an island sheltered by the ocean on the raging sea. The stronger the island whale was after reaching suzerain, the larger the area of the island became. It could be said that the island whale was the only option for humans to venture into the ocean. Fays like the island whale could not be treated as fays, as each suzerain island whale was a powerful foundation in the world that could deter other large forces. Lin Yuan did not expect that Gao Feng would exchange an island whale for 3 epic spirit spring lilies. Although the 3 spirit spring lilies' value was comparable to an island whale, it was incomparable in meaning. This was because other bronze epic fays could replace the 3 bronze epic spirit spring lilies. However, venturing into the sea without an island whale was impossible. Lin Yuan did not know whether to say he was lucky or Gao Feng was squandering his family fortune. When Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan agree so quickly, he was elated but hurriedly said, "Brother, even though I'm exchanging an island whale that is still in the jewel-like egg without wisdom, it may be a bit special." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan became solemn. "How special?" Gao Feng replied with a bitter smile, "Brother, I can't explain how special it is. When we trade, I'll bring it over to you for you to see. You can then decide to exchange or not. If you don't want the island whale, I'll exchange with source-type items or precious spiritual materials. I certainly won't let you be on the losing end." When Gao Feng said this, he had started thinking about how many source-type items he should prepare to bring over first. He was also trying to be prepared beforehand. This unborn island whale was simply too special, so special that the Gao family had absolutely no way to hatch it. The Gao family had a Class 4 creation master. However, not long after this creation master had reached Class 4, it was still very hard for him to enhance bronze epic phase. This Class 4 creation master still had foresight. Because of his determination, the island whale and the jewel-like egg had started to mutate. Since the island whale was rare, he could only figure that it had mutated. There was not the slightest research on what mutation had occurred in the island whale, which was also why Gao Feng could exchange it. Otherwise, even if Gao Feng was the only direct descendant of the Gao family, he was definitely not qualified to exchange such a fay that symbolized foundation. Lin Yuan cared little about it. When Gao Feng took out the island whale, and Lin Yuan used true data on it, he would know where the mutation was and whether it was worth the exchange. Lin Yuan was meeting Gao Feng at 3 p.m., which was a few hours away. He started to buy spirit spring lilies from the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion and enhance them at the Leaning Moon Mountain's Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. As Mystic Moon looked at the proud yet somewhat worried Moon Empress, he could not help but say, "Moon Empress, it's a good thing that young Lord did not come to ask for your help to write a recommendation letter. Instead, he used his Celestial Stairways title to obtain the qualification to compete for the Radiance 100 sequence. You should be happy." The Moon Empress glanced at him despondently and replied, "My disciple is naturally outstanding, but he's too independent. As his master, I always feel that I have not helped him on his path of growing." Mystic Moon wanted to say something but did not do so. Instead, he kept it in his heart. A true pride was never a flower in the greenhouse, but a person who faced hardships and created their own path using their own strength. If Lin Yuan needed the Moon Empress' help for everything, it proved that she had made an error of judgment when choosing her disciple. Thereafter, the Moon Empress only felt that the spirit tea no longer tasted fragrant and could not help but think of what Chef Supreme had said when she talked about her disciple with him. "I'm envious that you have accepted a good disciple. You can be so worry-free." At the thought of this sentence, she stood up and asked Mystic Moon, "Chef Supreme is envious that I have it easy. Is he mocking me for not becoming a good master?" Mystic Moon broke out in a cold sweat and cautiously answered, "I'm sure Chef Supreme did not mean that. He actually could not help but ridicule. I think Chef Supreme really envies Moon Empress." The three disciples that Chef Supreme, a Class 5 creation master who had been famous all his life, had accepted were really worrisome. It was said that the first disciple was not good at combat, but was talented as a creation master. However, the path he took conflicted with what Chef Supreme had taught in the aspect of a creation master. As a result, he insisted on his own path and left Chef Supreme to prove that his path was right. He had also left with Chef Supreme's only biological daughter. His second disciple was also an oddball, as he became a creation master. For some reason, he went out to sea to do business and opened a spirit food pavilion with his master's name, causing the entire Radiance Federation to think that Chef Supreme had opened it. The third disciple was a recent disciple who was very outstanding in being both a creation master and spirit kai professional. However, he always loved to go into all kinds of dangerous places. It was said that since his disciple went to dangerous places every now and then, Chef Supreme had heart palpitations. Chef Supreme had assigned a path protector for his disciple, and it unexpectedly had a mental illness because of him. Chef Supreme was already in such a miserable state teaching his disciples, so how could he still have the heart to mock others? Wasn't this akin to comparing whether potatoes or sweet potatoes were sweeter? At that moment, Mystic Moon heard the Moon Empress snort. "That's not right. Chef Supreme is certainly mocking me. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I see him the next time." Mystic Moon did not dare to say anything and just silently mourned 3 seconds for Chef Supreme. Mystic Moon was not sure if Chef Supreme had meant to mock, but if the Moon Empress was going to settle scores with Chef Supreme, every word that she said about her disciple would absolutely seem like uttermost flaunting to him. Chapter 249 Mutation. Yellow Spring Lily. Lin Yuan had already made plans to go out for training early tomorrow morning, so he agreed to meet Gao Feng at 3 p.m. After completing the deal with Gao Feng, Lin Yuan had to go see his master, the Moon Empress, at the Radiant Moon Palace at night to have a final question and answer practice before going out for training. Since there were only less than 4 hours left, Lin Yuan immediately logged onto Star Web and went to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion to purchase the Spirit Spring Lilies that Gao Feng had chosen. For the support type, Plant Fey, Spirit Spring Lily. Although it was relatively rare and expensive, it was not too hard to buy it in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. That was because it was a kind of purely support type Fey without a high demand in the market. The Spirit Spring Lily did not have offensive capabilities or control capabilities. Rather, it was a support type plant Fey that could inject a large amount of Spirit Kai into other Fey's bodies to increase the strength of their abilities. While the high-grade Spirit Spring Lily activated its ability, the Spirit Kai that gushed out of its bud was like a spouting Spirit Spring. Although the Spirit Spring Lily's support ability was very powerful, its Spirit Kai Professional was in an awkward situation, as the Spirit Kai Professional could only rely on their teammates. No matter what, if it were to be said that it was just like Poison Beauty's situation where her contracted phase were extremely suitable for Star Tower duels, and not a team of Spirit Kai Professionals, then this contracted Spirit Spring Lily's Spirit Kai Professional would only be suitable to join a team, and not the Star Tower duel. However, after a support-type Spirit Kai Professional contracted a Spirit Spring Lily, they could be comparable to a healing-type Spirit Kai Professional in a team. This kind of Spirit Kai Professional was even more powerful than a healing-type Spirit Kai Professional in certain teams. However, the premise was that one needed to have a stable and reliable team of Spirit Kai Professionals. Lin Yuan somewhat did not understand. Gao Feng had contracted a breeze hibiscus, which was a kind of support-type plant fey that condensed Spirit Kai. These 3 Spirit Spring Lilies were clearly in line with Gao Feng's fey compatibility, and he was obviously going to contract them. Lin Yuan could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Was Gao Feng trying to make himself into a battlefield Spirit Kai launching silo? The higher the grade of a fey like the Spirit Spring Lily, the more obvious its role would be in a team. This meant that the Spirit Spring Lily was a kind of fey that had extremely high requirements for resources. Since the Gao family was the richest family in Wind Mist City, Gao Feng naturally had the means to provide for 3 Spirit Spring Lilies. It was just that such a way of pairing feys was a bit too extreme. Lin Yuan was the kind of person who did not like to have his fate in the hands of others. But Gao Feng's choice of contracted phase was akin to handing his fate into the hands of his teammates. Lin Yuan bought 3 Spirit Spring Lilies from the Star Web's Rare Lifeform Pavilion and soon received them through Ostrich Logistics. An accident occurred when he enhanced these 3 phays. One of the Spirit Spring Lily underwent a mutation when it got promoted to bronze and turned into a yellow Spring Lily. This surprised Lin Yuan, as the probability of a Spirit Spring Lily mutating into a yellow Spring Lily was simply too low. Although it did not exist only in legends like the Blue Flash Butterfly mutating into the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, it was not much different from the probability of winning 5. He had dollars with a lottery ticket. If this yellow Spring Lily did not consume too much spiritual energy for the contract, Lin Yuan would have wanted to keep it. At present, Lin Yuan could only use a trace of spiritual energy from his mind, which could only contract a normal fey. Even if Lin Yuan's spiritual energy increased a little after eating the Cinnabar osmanthus, Haworthia fruits, he would rather contract more normal feys and slowly nurture them with that spiritual energy. He would not be willing to contract a bronze yellow Spring Lily and waste so much of his spiritual energy. Because the Spirit Gather Goldfish and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly were stuck at Bronze X Legend and lacked a suitable willpower rune to advance to a fantasy breed, Morbius could not be promoted to Silver due to their grades. As a result, Morbius' Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had been unable to unlock the 4th Spirit Lock position. Even if Morbius was promoted to Silver, Lin Yuan would not let it use Spirit Lock on the Yellow Spring Lily. This was because the Yellow Spring Lily's ability was not suitable for Morbius' Spirit Lock. The Yellow Spring Lily could sacrifice itself in a battle to restore a wounded fey to its full strength, and would then enter a withered state and take a long time to recover. The target fey's grade must be lower than that of the Yellow Spring Lily. Therefore, Morbius' Spirit Lock clashed with the Yellow Spring Lily's sacrificial ability. The people around Lin Yuan were not suitable to contract this Yellow Spring Lily either, so he wanted to ask Gao Feng's opinion about this Yellow Spring Lily. Gao Feng should be very interested in contracting this Yellow Spring Lily. A Yellow Spring Lily could play a support role and raise a support-type Spirit Kai Professional's strategic position in the team above the main output members. This was because the Yellow Spring Lily's ability could greatly increase the mistake tolerance in a team. Many 5-member teams tended to revolve around 1 or 2 main feys. The Spirit Spring Lily's role was akin to letting the team's main fey recover to its full strength instantly, no matter how severe its injuries were, as long as it did not die. A Bronze Epic Yellow Spring Lily was much higher in value than a Bronze Epic Spirit Spring Lily. Thus, when trading, Lin Yuan naturally could not calculate the price of a bronze epic yellow spring lily based on the previously agreed price on trading a bronze epic spirit spring lily. Nonetheless, Gao Feng and the Gao family behind him should be willing to and could pay for this bronze epic yellow spring lily. At the same time, Lin Yuan was also looking forward to the peculiar island whale that Gao Feng would bring later, that had yet to hatch from the jewel-like egg. If a fae like the island whale experienced any abnormalities, there would only be one possibility: mutation. Lin Yuan could not help but look forward to the difference between the mutated island whale that Gao Feng had mentioned and a normal one. So much so that Gao Feng was willing to regard such a strategic resource as his trump card to exchange with him. Given the heritage of an affluent family like the Gao family, he would never easily take out important strategic resources. Therefore, there must be an immense problem with this mutated island whale. So much so that even the Gao family felt that it was useless in its hands. Not long after Lin Yuan enhanced 3 spirit spring lilies and obtained 2 bronze epic spirit spring lilies and 1 bronze epic yellow spring lily, his cell phone rang. He glanced at it and found that it was Gao Feng. "Brother, I'm already at the agreed place. It's a mansion, brother. You have good taste. I looked at your place from outside, and it's pretty good." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied, "Wait for me at the gate. I'll have someone fetch you in." Lin Yuan went downstairs and asked Wen Yu to bring him in. In Lin Yuan's opinion, his deal with Gao Feng in a moment would be a process of enriching his resources. He could get the rare spiritual materials or phase that the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion did not sell through this deal. Soon, Wen Yu brought Gao Feng to the mansion's entrance. The jade-textured old pearwood inscribed board carved with "Return from Far Away" was hung under the mansion's eaves and emitted a gold-red luster under the sunlight. The luster seemed to contain a simple wood texture. Gao Feng had felt the difference of this mansion the moment he entered it. Since it was late autumn, high-grade phase also changed accordingly because of the change of the season. For example, some tree phase would lose their leaves in late autumn, and flower phase would not bloom in winter, but would be dormant. But all the plants in the mansion seemed unaffected by the season. They were still verdant and lush. Although the temperature inside and outside the mansion was the same, the plant's growth was just like the peak of summer. Gao Feng had arrived at the mansion's entrance. Even though he had yet to step into the mansion, he could sense a large amount of spirit kai and a faint jade luster. He was shocked and was familiar with this jade luster alone. Chapter 250. Gao Feng, who is completely shocked by the luxuriousness. This jade luster was very lustrous, as if it carried a natural elegance. Such a feeling was familiar to Gao Feng, who came from a wealthy family, because he placed a flower carving made of jade-textured willow wood at the head of his bed. Gao Feng had yet to enter the mansion, but he could sense the glow during the daytime. He knew there was only one possibility. There were many things made of completely jade-textured wood in the mansion. When he stepped into the mansion, he suddenly felt that he was not as confident as before. As someone from the richest family in Wind Mist City, it was also ranked among the wealthiest in the entire Radiance Federation. He was the only direct descendant of the Gao family, so the pride and vision in him were beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even though Gao Feng was pleasing Lin Yuan very much, it was also because Lin Yuan had the bronze epic fae that he needed. He would exchange the Gao family's useless mutated island whale with Lin Yuan, hoping to show his family's strength and wealth so that Lin Yuan knew the benefits of trading with the Gao family. As Gao Feng, a direct descendant of the Gao family, now looked at the mansion's furnishings, his pride was gone. He certainly recognized the glow-winged butterflies, spirit-containing hibiscuses, and 5 fortune ranches. In Gao Feng's eyes, he converted these bronze flawless phase into radiance dollars. A few among them likely had the potential to evolve into bronze epic. It was too extravagant and amazing to raise such phase in the mansion. Although Gao Feng could not name the 3 koi, he still had discerning eyes. They were superior auspicious phase, and each of them could be worth dozens of bronze epic phase. Besides, the completely jade-textured furniture and the red sandalwood fish tank used as a feature wall let Gao Feng clearly realize how deep the mansion owner's foundation was. The jade-textured wood was not absent in the Gao family, but most of it had been made into ornaments and relief sculptures. Those made into furniture would inevitably be damaged from being knocked against. In Gao Feng's opinion, casually using the furniture made from jade-textured wood could be considered an act of being prodigal. The Gao family's main residence was next to the mountains and close to the water, and the decoration inside with a 1,000-year heritage seems to be less luxurious than the decoration and furnishings in this mansion. Gao Feng withdrew the pride he had for this trade. If it was to be said that he had only regarded Lin Yuan as a brother on the surface before, he really wanted to be friends with Lin Yuan now. Gao Feng's mind was very flexible. There was no harm fawning upon this youth before his eyes. As a son of an affluent family, he had a measure of the strength and status of the people in his friend circle. In his opinion, only people with similar strength and heritage could become friends who shared resources because the combination of the strong could allow one to become stronger. If the strong side did not take in the weak side as a subordinate, the weak side would be akin to a burden. When you said at that moment, "Young master, I've brought Gao Feng in. I'm going to help Uncle Hu to see what else needs to be carefully carved and designed in the mansion." Lin Yuan nodded. "And when you gave a salute and left the mansion?" This shocked Gao Feng even more. He could sense Wen Yu's temperament, demeanor, and arrogance. This kind of arrogance was the kind of pride with courtesy, which would only be nurtured among huge influences. Gao Feng had always thought that Wen Yu was the mansion's owner, but he now knew that this young girl before his eyes was this youth's servant. Lin Yuan did not care about Gao Feng's current thoughts and said, "Come, let's sit down and talk." Then, he poured Gao Feng a cup of spirit tea that had been brewed on the table for a short while. When Gao Feng took a sip and tasted it, he could tell that it should be made from a platinum tea tree. However, he did not know what kind of species it was. He had never drunk it before. There was a hint of clear taste in the spirit tea that would immediately leave a sweet aftertaste. When the spirit tea entered the mouth and went down the throat, it was as if one had a faint, beautiful dream. It was extraordinarily peculiar. Gao Feng saw the crane-shadowed censer and could not help but ask, "Can I see what incense is burning in it?" Lin Yuan picked up a teacup, drank a mouthful of spirit tea, and replied, "Go ahead." Since he had seen Lin Yuan's foundation, Gao Feng was not at all surprised at this crane-shadowed censer made from jade-textured dragonblood golden silk bamboo. The smell from this incense burner was simply too calming, making Gao Feng feel calm when he smelled it. However, when he opened the lid engraved with the crane shadow and glanced at the incense burning inside and the spiraling smoke rising from the black crystal powder, Gao Feng hurriedly put the crane-shadowed lid back onto the crane-shadowed censer. Gao Feng felt like he was going to split open. At a glance, he recognized that this black crystal powder was the jade-textured agar wood, a trace of fine powder of such things, which could even be sold for hundreds of thousands of radiance dollars, was counted as an elegant item. But now, someone had actually smashed one whole piece of it into pieces and burned it in the incense burner. This was simply not taking radiance dollars seriously. Hundreds of thousands of radiance dollars were burning in these few minutes. Was it just to smell the imperceptible calming aroma from the agar wood? When Lin Yuan saw Gao Feng staring at the crane-shadowed censer at a loss, he first took out a bronze epic spirit spring lily and placed it on the table before saying, "These are the bronze epic spirit spring lilies. What's with the peculiar island whale that has yet to hatch from the egg?" Gao Feng saw that in 3 bloomed buds of the light pink bronze epic spirit spring lilies. The spirit kai seemed to be flowing like a mountain spring. He was elated. He then waved his hand and summoned an oval crystal-like egg, nearly half a meter tall from the flower-shaped diamond fey storage box on his wrist. The eggs of ordinary island whales were dark blue with some brown lines, but Lin Yuan found that the egg of the peculiar island whale in front of him presented an extremely light blue color with inconspicuous green and white lines. Lin Yuan could not help but say, "Your island whale egg has a much different color than what I know." His words made Gao Feng a little embarrassed. After knowing Lin Yuan's foundation, Gao Feng decided that he wanted to be friends with him. He replied, "You should know how to nurture the island whale. If it wants to hatch from the egg, it needs to devour a large amount of spirit kai and water elements. Isn't there a saying that whales swallow heaven and earth, so the resources spent trying to cultivate a fantasy breed island whale are even more extravagant than feeding 100 king-class experts. Chapter 251 Floating Island Whale. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan was listening seriously, Gao Feng continued speaking. This mutated island whale is always showing some rejection when absorbing spirit kai and water elements. Whenever a creation master concocts some concoction that is rich with spirit kai and water elements, the mutated island whale can only absorb a slight amount of the concoction. I don't wish to hide this from you, brother. Even with my Gao family's wealth, it is impossible to hatch this island whale. Lin Yuan was currently using true data to check on the mutated island whale that had yet to hatch from the crystal egg, but true data displayed that this crystal egg wasn't called the island whale anymore. It was actually called floating island whale. Fei name floating island whale. Fei species baleen whale genus humpback whale species. Fei grade unhatched. Fei type kai water. This floating island whale wasn't just a water type Fei. It actually had dual types of kai and water. When checking True Data's information, this floating island whale was truly a pleasant surprise for Lin Yuan. When regular island whales upgraded into a fantasy breed, they would grow into sea islands of various sizes according to their strength. On the back of the island whale, the contractor could conduct any construction to their desire. The island whale was a Fei that was born from the ceremony of whale fall in the ocean, so any ocean Feis would attack it. In fact, when island whales were attacked, the majority of the ocean Feis would actually protect the island whale. The island whale didn't have any special attack methods, but it didn't mean that the island whale was weak. On the contrary, only a rare few life forms of the same grade could withstand a smash from the island whale. Furthermore, the island whale was just like a moving fortress. The real attacks would always be from the back of the island whale. But this floating island whale's difference with regular island whales was that the latter could only form an island on its back. However, the floating island whale had two choices. It could either form an island in the sea or construct a floating city by flying up to the sky. Lin Yuan did hear of what Gao Feng said earlier. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the crystal egg and attempted to inject spiritual power into the island whale egg. Lin Yuan noticed that the floating island whale's crystal egg would also reject the concentrated spirit kai that he transferred. By using true data, Lin Yuan understood the reason. Although the Gao family had been trying to hatch the egg, they hadn't utilized the crucial point. In order to hatch the island whale, large amounts of spirit kai were required, but spiritual ingredients with huge amounts of water elements were also required. Only then would the island whale be able to hatch. It was also the same for the floating island whale. Other than massive amounts of spirit kai and water-type spiritual ingredients, there was also a need for ki-type spiritual ingredients. Only then would the floating island whale egg be able to absorb completely without rejection. The floating island whale had a very special contracting method. It wasn't like other Feis which had to use up spiritual energy. Instead, it required a long use of blood to ingrain one's aura onto the eggshell. Once the floating island whale absorbed the blood on the eggshell, it would recognize the owner of the blood as its own mother when it hatched. The floating island whale would automatically form a contract with the person it recognized as its mother. The contracting method with the floating island whale was very simple. Nevertheless, hatching the floating island whale wasn't something a regular person or faction could achieve. Gao Feng watched as Lin Yuan was rubbing the crystal egg that contained the mutated island whale. He couldn't help saying, "Brother, if you think that this island whale isn't going to work, I have also brought along plenty of source-type items for the trade." Lin Yuan raised his brows in response. If he hadn't gotten to see this floating island whale, it would have been fine. Now that he saw it, how could he give it up? I will trade for this island whale. However, this island whale might not be enough to trade for my 3 bronze epic phase. Gao Feng blinked his eyes and thought in this mind. Lin Yuan wouldn't go overboard and want to slash down the value of this unhatched island whale. Right. If that was the case, Gao Feng would rather keep the mutated island whale and use all of his source-type items for the trade, even if this was an unhatched island whale. Not every family or faction in the Radiance Federation would be able to bring it out so readily. The Gao family had also obtained this island whale through pure coincidence. When the Gao family's experts had been venturing out in the sea, they had encountered an extremely violent storm and tsunami. All of the ships that were constructed with gold metals had been carried away by the ocean currents to the distant sea. The Gao family's experts had no choice but to go deep into the sea to avoid the storm and waves that could tear steel apart. As they had been avoiding the storm and waves, the Gao family's experts had coincidentally discovered a large-scale whale fall that had almost ended. The experts had searched through the whale fall's location and had only been able to find 2 unhatched crystal eggs that contained island whales. However, while carrying the 2 unhatched crystal eggs, the Gao family's experts had been surrounded and attacked frenziedly by the ocean phase. With the price of 7 fallen king-class Gao family experts, they had only been able to bring back one of the unhatched crystal eggs. As for the other unhatched island whale, it had been seized by the ocean phase during the battle. Had it not been for the Gao family's king-class expert being crafty enough to use the crystal egg as bait, they wouldn't have been able to escape with one of the crystal egg's frenzied ocean phase pursuit, even after losing 7 of their king-class experts. However, even after paying such a huge price, the Gao family had obtained an island whale that was a mutated species. The Gao family had been racking their brains for many years and still hadn't found any method of stopping the mutated island whale from rejecting spirit kai and water elements. As soon as Lin Yuan summoned the 2 other bronze epic spirit spring lilies, Gao Feng's eyes didn't stop blinking as he stared at the bronze epic spirit spring lily that was yellow and with a tint of orange. Gao Feng immediately recognized that this was a yellow spring lily. As a direct line descendant of the Gao family, Gao Feng had the guts to purchase 3 bronze epic spirit spring lilies. However, he never dared to think he could find a bronze epic yellow spring lily. Over a year ago, Gao Feng had tried to obtain a yellow spring lily. Unfortunately, he wasn't even able to obtain a bronze normal yellow spring lily. Therefore, when he saw this bronze epic yellow spring lily, he was so excited that he involuntarily shuddered. If Lin Yuan had a great desire to obtain the floating island whale, then Gao Feng's desire to obtain the yellow spring lily that was 10 times greater. Gao Feng had been dissatisfied with his talent since young. However, talent was something that couldn't be altered, so Gao Feng had accepted his fate. Gao Feng felt that since his talent was to be a mediocre support-type spirit kai professional, he might as well utilize his support ability to the extreme. But when Gao Feng studied in the Wind Mist City's Advanced Spirit Kai Academy, he suddenly realized that no matter how great the support ability of a support-type spirit kai professional was, he would still have to rely on his teammates. Gao Feng had a deep feeling of how helpless he was to have his fate in the hands of others. Afterward, Gao Feng had thought about how to increase his individual offense capability. It was why he had such a great desire to obtain this source-type life form, Hurricane Owlet Moth, during the private auction. However, due to the recent news and information of the S tournament's opening, Gao Feng had reverted to his original intentions. His current thoughts were still very unruly. Since he was the Gao family's only direct line descendant, he had plenty of wealth to utilize. If he was insistent on being a support with attack power, in his opinion, his offense capabilities would never be superior to offensive-type spirit kai professionals. If that happened, he would really become a mediocre person. During this time, Gao Feng had been looking for a team called Thigh to Hug so that he could exhibit his true ability as the support. Gao Feng, a prejudiced perfectionist, was finally able to see his dreams coming true with the Yellow Spring Lily. Furthermore, this Yellow Spring Lily was at Bronze Epic. Gao Feng looked at this bronze epic yellow spring lily, and said to Lin Yuan with a determined tone, "Brother, this mutated island whale is indeed not worthy of the 2 bronze epic spirit spring lilies and the bronze epic yellow spring lily." Gao Feng paused for a moment and spoke in a very sincere tone. "Brother, name your price. How many more source-type items do you need, along with this island whale to trade for the 2 bronze epic spirit spring lilies and the bronze epic yellow spring lily?" Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head in response. When Lin Yuan shook his head, Gao Feng immediately got nervous. The moment Lin Yuan saw the unhatched floating island whale, he had already made plans on how to trade resources with Gao Feng. Since the Gao family had done everything possible to hatch this floating island whale, then they definitely had the item that Lin Yuan wanted. Furthermore, this item that could be used to hatch island whales would never appear in the Star Web's rare lifeform pavilion. The reason was simple: this item's rarity was something that the rare lifeform pavilion wouldn't be worthy of. Lin Yuan looked into Gao Feng's eyes and said indifferently, Chapter 252 Elemental Shellfish. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in a calm manner. Earlier on, you mentioned that your Gao family tried to nurture this mutated island whale. Then your Gao family must have the elemental shellfish. Right. As soon as Lin Yuan's voice faded, Gao Feng's originally nervous expression immediately turned serious. He was currently weighing the value of the elemental shellfish and the bronze epic yellow spring lily. Even if the yellow spring lily was the support type Fey that Gao Feng dreamed of having, Gao Feng didn't know if he should accept Lin Yuan's condition. Gao Feng knew that since Lin Yuan offered to make a trade with the elemental shellfish, it was obvious that Lin Yuan had already made his decision. If Gao Feng didn't agree to trade with the elemental shellfish, then it was highly possible that he might lose this bronze epic yellow spring lily. However, the elemental shellfish was something that even a direct line descendant like him couldn't decide on his own. Gao Feng pondered for a moment before replying. Brother, you want the elemental shellfish to nurture the island whale yourself. The cost and resources required to nurture the island whale and elemental shellfish isn't a small sum. Lin Yuan didn't try to hide and nodded. Since I decided to trade for this mutated island whale, I naturally want to try. While Gao Feng looked at this crystal egg containing the mutated island whale, his eyelids were constantly twitching. He clearly knew how many resources this mutated island whale had cost the Gao family. It was simply a bottomless hole. If the Gao family couldn't make any progress after trying to nurture this mutated island whale for such a long time, Gao Feng didn't think that Lin Yuan would be able to hatch this mutated island whale. However, Gao Feng noticed Lin Yuan's determined expression earlier and didn't know how to persuade him. When Lin Yuan looks for a creation master to concoct the spirit fluid to nurture this mutated island whale, he will probably back out from this difficult situation. As for the elemental shellfish, Gao Feng hesitated and extended 4 fingers. If you wish to trade with the elemental shellfish, I cannot even provide 1 adult elemental shellfish. I can only provide 4 infant stage elemental shellfish that are still dormant. Lin Yuan contemplated and shook his head. Isn't brother Gao too petty to only provide 4 dormant infant elemental shellfish? This is a bronze epic yellow spring lily. If brother Gao misses it, you will not be able to find it anywhere else. Lin Yuan heard that it was a must to use the elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish to nurture the island whale. He had learned of this when he had been having the question and answer sessions with the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had felt that it was rather interesting and noted it down. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to obtain a mutated island whale. The floating island whale. Lin Yuan knew that if he could trade for 4 dormant infant elemental shellfish, it would already be very suitable for him. However, since he was trading such precious phase with Gao Feng, he must still raise the price a little. Gao Feng responded seriously. Brother, if you didn't bring out this bronze epic yellow spring lily that I cannot refuse, I wouldn't even agree to trade the elemental shellfish. Our Gao family has been working hard in the past few years to expand toward the sea region and sacrificed plenty of king-class experts. However, after so many years of hard work, we have only accumulated 15 elemental shellfish. The 4 infant elemental shellfish are the 4 remaining infant elemental shellfish that the Gao family possesses. Brother Lin, if you really think that 4 infant elemental shellfish aren't enough, why don't I add on 5? Radiance dollars. Gao Feng's words made Lin Yuan recall the private auction that Lightning Sparrow King's King-class team had hosted. When trying to trade for the source-type lifeform, Hurricane Owlet Moth, Gao Feng had also said similar things. It was obvious that Gao Feng was interested in this yellow spring lily. Otherwise, he wouldn't show such a wronged expression and add on 5 radiance dollars to see if he could reach a deal. Lin Yuan knew about the elemental shellfish, and it was indeed abnormally valuable. It was only able to grow in the deep sea, which had a highly concentrated spirit chi. However, Places with highly concentrated spirit Kai were places where huge number of powerful ocean fays resided. The elemental shellfish was a fay that had an extreme demand for spirit Kai concentration, and it was rather similar to Liu Jai's insect queen. However, the insect queen only required a high concentration of spirit Kai to recover its damaged roots, to evolve, or to upgrade its quality. But for the elemental shellfish, if it didn't reside in environments with a high concentration of spirit Kai, it would perish after a period of time. Therefore, for other factions, in order to let the elemental shellfish continue living healthily, at least a Class 3 creation master was required to care for it intently. All sorts of valuable spiritual ingredients were required to concoct spirit fluids that produced a high concentration of spirit Kai, just for the elemental shellfish to continue living. The nurturing of the elemental shellfish was a task that used an extreme amount of resources. As for the dormant, infant elemental shellfish, as long as they weren't awakened with a high concentration of spirit Kai, then the infant elemental shellfish would be able to survive in the dormant state for a very long time. For Gao Feng to make the decision to offer 4 infant elemental shellfish, it was already a very gutsy resolve. Lin Yuan said in a straightforward manner, "The meeting with Brother Gao seems to be fated. Why don't I make a friend with Brother Gao? I accept the trade of these 2 bronze epic spirit spring lilies and bronze epic yellow spring lily with Brother Gao's unhatched mutated island whale and 4 infant elemental shellfish." After saying that, Lin Yuan waved his hand and brought a piece of long black crystal out of the leaf-shaped face storage box. The long black crystal immediately let out an ink-colored jade luster. The piece of black crystal was none other than the jade-textured agar wood. Earlier on, Lin Yuan had noticed that Gao Feng was delighted with the smell of the agar wood incense. Therefore, he simply gifted one to Gao Feng. Lin Yuan did this so that he could make a business friend out of Gao Feng. In the future, he would be able to trade with the Gao family with Gao Feng as the middleman, allowing him to obtain resources that couldn't be found in the rare lifeform pavilion. During the era of the Spirit Kai awakening, Radiance dollars might have a great purchasing ability, but there were some rare spiritual ingredients and phase that had strategic value and significance that couldn't be measured with Radiance dollars. The elemental shellfish was such a kind of fey. In environments with high Spirit Kai concentration, the elemental shellfish would be able to produce elemental pearls. The elemental pearls would possess all sorts of pure elemental energy. The elemental energy within the elemental pearls would then be ready for Fays to absorb completely. In normal situations, when a Fey consumed a spiritual ingredient, it would only be able to absorb a small amount of elemental energy. Even if the creation master concocted a spirit fluid with the spiritual ingredients, the Fey would only be absorbed elemental energy that was just slightly more, making it an extreme waste. It was similar to the situation when a Fey absorbed Spirit Kai. Even if it was a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master concocting the spirit fluid to enhance a Fey, the Fey wouldn't be able to absorb it completely. However, Lin Yuan was able to use his body as a medium to transmute the Spirit Kai within the world and channel it into the Fey, allowing the Fey to absorb the Spirit Kai completely. 100. The elemental pearls and energy produced from the elemental shellfish had the same effects as Lin Yuan's body and the Spirit Kai. However, when Lin Yuan obtained the elemental shellfish, he would need to guide the elemental shellfish toward a mutation. 2 of the infant elemental shellfish would be mutated using water-type spiritual ingredients. Mutating them into the aquamarine elemental shellfish, it would allow for elemental pearls with pure water elements. The other 2 infant elemental shellfish would be mutated with Ki-type spiritual ingredients. Mutating them into celestine elemental shellfish, they would be able to produce elemental pearls with pure Kai elements. As for highly concentrated Spirit Kai, Lin Yuan didn't even have to worry as it was everywhere within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The aquamarine elemental shellfish and the celestine elemental shellfish were the same as obtaining water and Kai elemental pearls. By then, if Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the floating island whale, which was a dual type of Kai and water, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Gao Feng was also a forthright person. As a direct line descendant of the Gao family, he had plenty of moments where he had to scheme. However, in Gao Feng's heart, He had already treated Lin Yuan as a person of his same caliber and had the intention to make a friend. Now that Lin Yuan brought out the precious jade-textured agarwood as a gift, Cao Feng couldn't help feeling touched. He immediately took an ice blue jade-textured box out of the flower-shaped face storage box on his bracelet. As soon as this ice blue jade box was taken out, there was an instant rise of cold aura.